through applying the 12 steps and principles found in CoDA to our daily life and relationships, both present and past, we can experience a new freedom from our self-defeating lifestyles. It is an individual growth process. Each of us is growing at our own pace, and we will continue to do so as we remain open to God's will for us on a daily basis. Our sharing is a way of identification and helps us to free the emotional bonds of our past and the compulsive control of our present. No matter how traumatic your past or despairing your present may seem, there is hope for a new day in the program of Codependence Anonymous. No longer do you need to rely on others in a power greater as a power greater than yourself. May you instead find here a new strength within to be that which God intended, precious and free.
Thank you, Dan. Sarah has volunteered to read the steps. If you could put that up, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's the promises.
Oh,
Hi, give me one
sorry.
second. Promises.
I'm good.
There you go. Thanks. Go ahead, Sarah.
Hello, I'm Sarah. I'm codependent. The 12
Hi,
steps of Codependence Anonymous. 1, we admitted we were powerless over others, that our lives had become unmanageable. 2, came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. 3, made a decision to turn our will and our lives over to the care of God as we understood God. 4, made a searching and fearless moral inventory of ourselves. 5, admitted to God, to ourselves, and to another human being the exact nature of our wrongs. 6, we're entirely ready to have God remove all these defects of character. 7, humbly asked God to remove our shortcomings. 8, made a list of all persons we had harmed and became willing to make amends to them all. 9, made direct amends to such people wherever possible, except when to do so would injure them or others. 10, continued to take personal inventory, and when we were wrong, promptly admitted it. 11, sought through prayer and meditation to improve our conscious contact with God as we understood God, praying only for knowledge of God's will for us and the power to carry that out. 12, having had a spiritual awakening as a result of these steps, we tried to carry this message to other codependents and to practice these principles in all our affairs.
Thank you. And Paula has agreed to read the traditions.
Hello, I'm Paula G. I'm codependent. The 12 traditions of Codependence Anonymous. 1, our common welfare should come first. Personal recovery depends upon CoDA unity. 2, for our group purpose, there is but one ultimate authority, a loving higher power as expressed to our group conscience. Our leaders are but trusted servants, they do not govern. 3, the only requirement for membership in CoDA is a desire for healthy and loving relationships. 4, each group should remain autonomous except in matters affecting other groups or CoDA as a whole. 5, each group has but one primary purpose, to carry its message to other codependents who still suffer. 6, a CoDA group ought never endorse, finance, or lend the CoDA name to any related facility or outside enterprise. These problems of money, property, and prestige divert us from our primary spiritual aim. 7, a CoDA group ought never be fully self-supporting, declining outside contributions. 8, Codependence Anonymous should remain forever non-professional, but our service centers may employ special workers. 9, CoDA as such ought never be organized, but we may create service boards or committees directly responsible to those they serve. 10, CoDA has no opinion on outside issues, hence the CoDA name ought never be drawn into public controversy. 11, our public relation policy is based on attraction rather than promotion. We need always maintain personal anonymity at the level of press, radio, and films. And 12, anonymity is the spiritual foundation of all our traditions, ever reminding us to place principles before personalities.
Thank you so much. And the promises, Jolie B, can you read that? I think you chatted me that it was okay, but if you didn't, I apologize. Okay, can we have a volunteer to read the promises?
I'd love to do it. My name's Krista.
Thank you so
In
much.
Canada, I'm a codependent. The 12 Promises of Codependence Anonymous. I can expect a miraculous change in my life by working the program of Codependence Anonymous. As I make an honest effort to work the 12 steps and to follow the 12 traditions, I know a new sense of belonging. The feeling of emptiness and loneliness will disappear. 2, I am no longer controlled by my fears. I overcome my fears and act with courage, integrity, and dignity. 3, I know a new freedom. 4, I release myself from worry, guilt, and regret about my past and present. I am aware enough not to repeat it. 5, I know a new love and acceptance of myself and others. I feel genuinely lovable, loving, and loved. 6, I learn to see myself as equal to others. My new and renewed relationships are all with equal partners. 7, I am capable of developing and maintaining healthy and loving relationships. The need to control and manipulate others will disappear as I learn to trust those who are trustworthy. 8, I learn that it is possible to mend, to become more loving, intimate, and supportive. I have the choice of communicating with my family in a way which is safe for me and respectful of them. 9, I acknowledge that I am a unique and precious creation. 10, I no longer need to rely solely on others to provide my sense of worth. 11, I trust the guidance I receive from my higher power and come to believe in my own capabilities. And 12, I gradually experience serenity, strength, and spiritual growth in my daily life. Thank you very much.
Thank you for reading, everybody that has read. Thank you so much all for your patience as we figure this out. Oh, we forgot to read the 12 concepts. I'm so sorry.
Doing the cons. I didn't put the concepts up. Oh, I guess you did.
Okay, can I have somebody read the first 6?
Take that. I don't think we need to read those.
Oh, we don't have to read them all?
Yeah,
Okay.
I wouldn't read them at all. I'm not going to read them. I thought we were just going to do the promises. We did the traditions, right?
Yes, we did everything.
Yeah, okay.
So do you want to?
My error.
So I'm going to take over now.
Okay, go ahead.
So hi, everybody. Welcome. And this is definitely a season to be grateful in recovery. I'm Florence F. I'm the events chair. I hope everybody has a great conference today. We had some sad news here at World CoDA. I just wanted to, before I do my little, I have a little reading for about gratitude, but so the CEO of SOS, which is our association management company that works with CoDA International, passed away earlier this week. And I was trying not to do this without crying because she's worked with CoDA since 2013. And I was actually on the board when we interviewed and hired her. And it was at a time where we really needed help with the corporate level. And as you know, according to our traditions, it's hard to balance the business world and the fellowship world. And she brought that professionalism that we needed, but she also really understood our program and she really worked hard to figure out what we were about. And I developed a good personal relationship with her. I was chair, I worked with her for a year, and she shared her faith with me too. She was a very warm, caring, wonderful person. She really understood our traditions and helped us bring that balance. You may have seen her if you've been to one of the CoDA service conferences, sitting at the front, working hard to get all of our motions in the database and all of those things. But she did so much more than that. She helped us get really organized with our service manuals, with our just, you know, being all the transition that we have. And she was just a delight to work with, and it's a really great loss. So I would like to take a moment of silence for her. We could just take a minute, Kathy, if you don't mind timing.
Time, Florence.
You're muted, Florence.
Sorry, I was talking and being muted. Thank you for letting me share that with you. This is a season to be grateful in recovery, and I am very grateful for my health and that I'm able to be of service to all of you. I'm very grateful for all of my members of my team here to help today, and anyone else who's offered to help. Oh, I see someone has asked to repeat the name of the person who passed away. It was Connie Ingalina. She was our association's, she was the CEO of our association management company. SOS was the name of the company that worked with CoDA International. In addition to her passing away, her person that works with her that also helped us, Anna J, is leaving next week. So we won't have her anymore either. So it's going to be some big shoes to fill here. So season be grateful with all of this going on. You know, I don't need to talk about that. And it's been a stressful time for the company, for the world, not the company, the world. And I'm excited to see so many people here, and I'm excited to be of service to you guys. And I'm very grateful for my team members and everyone here. And I'm just going to read in this moment, and then we can open up to the workshop. And this is in this moment from December 4th, topic gratitude. Instead of concentrating on what's wrong with my life, I focus on what's right. I recognize progress as I work on the areas I still need to improve. I ask myself, what do I love? So that my consciousness works towards creating more positive experiences in my life. I believe that whatever I focus on is what I create in my life, even on a subconscious level. I replace negative thoughts and mind chatter with love, encouragement, and wisdom. I'm grateful to have the honesty, openness, and willingness necessary to work my program of recovery. So if we could put the agenda back up, and those of you who would like to stay in the workshop B, Karen D, it's never about the thing, would be the first workshop here. Those of you who'd like to go to a walk through the steps with Jim B would select your breakout room down at the bottom of your screen to go to workshop A. If you need help getting into workshop A, please put in the chat that you need to be manually moved to 1A. If you're putting in 1B, you just stay here. And then we'll wait a couple minutes to let everybody, let's see, it's 11:23. So 11:30, we'll start the first workshop in here because we gave 30 minutes for the opening. So that's 7 minutes for everyone to go to 1A. And if you guys want to have a question or something before in the next 7 minutes, if you could put your hand up, we'll answer it out here. Otherwise, we'll be doing everything.
I can't change these to the room, Florence. I think you have to do that.
You muted me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said I can't change, I can't assign these to,
Okay. So Liz,
I think you have to do that.
so who needs to be assigned? Because I have a hard time following in chat.
Oh, gosh, a lot.
Yeah, I do. I don't see an icon, and I didn't hear the difference between 1A and 1B again, please.
So if you look at the agenda, one.
I didn't do that.
Somebody keeps muting me.
I did not do that.
I know I did that one.
I don't see agenda.
Okay.
Can you maybe not screen share, and then they might be able to see the icon?
Okay. So if you look at the bottom of your screen, if you see a more ... do you see that?
Yes.
So click on that.
And
then do you see breakout room?
Nope.
Okay, so you may not have the updated version.
Okay.
So you have to.
Can I just jump in? Are they on their phone or on their computer? Because
currently I'm on my phone.
Yeah, so that's why you don't see it. So if you're on the phone,
it'll be in the upper. If you're on your phone, it'll be, if you click on the screen to where it activates all of your icons on your phone.
Yes.
It'll be in the upper left-hand corner.
Yes,
it's a white
I
circle.
see it. You're awesome. Thank you. What's 1A and 1B again?
By the way, on Chromebooks, there's also no 3 dots.
Okay. Is that does it work the same as on the phone? I didn't know.
What's 1A and 1B again?
On the agenda.
I'm typing it in the chat.
Thank you.
Steps. Walks.
Okay, so I have to go to the chat and see who needs to be moved to 1B. Okay. How do I get the chat just to pop out? Because it's like I keep getting it lost on my screen.
It would be easier if they raise their hand.
Hey, Al, I was wondering if it's possible to join the other breakout room for just the first step and then come back into this one. I'll be able to do that, right?
Yes, you can leave and come back.
Okay, thanks very much.
Okay, so 1B is the steps or 1A is the steps?
1A is the steps.
And 1B is what?
It's never about the thing. When I'm complaining about something, I'm not in acceptance or gratitude.
Thank you. And this room is what, 1A or 1B?
This room, the main room, is where you're at right now.
But is it 1A or 1B?
It's B.
1B.
Thank you.
So if you...
I got it. Thank you so much. Thank you for your patience.
Can you tell me if these are recorded and if we miss one workshop, we can attend the other? I mean, listen later or no?
Yes, we're recording. So someone has to go to one of Kathy, if you can go to the one workshop A and start the recording there at 11:30 when they start.
Where are
And I know I don't understand. This says from to everyone. I'm not moved to A yet. I have no idea who sent the message. That's my confusion here on the chat.
That's Louisa Borges.
Okay.
All right, Florence, quick question for you. Where are the recordings are going to be posted?
Alice. They'll probably be sent afterwards.
So as a co-host, it doesn't seem like I can even see the breakout rooms.
You need the 5.0, 5.4 version of Zoom.
Yeah, I just updated it today.
Okay.
If you go to the more and the 3 dots, you'll find it.
All right, who else? Can you just, Michelle needs, can you guys just, Michelle, just Michelle, right, is going to workshop A.
I'm here, Michelle H.
Workshop A?
Yes.
I
found it.
Oh, great. I think Natalie has to go to workshop A.
Okay.
Scott?
Can I go to A, please?
What's your name?
Quinn T.
Okay, I have you down.
And just a reminder, if you're choosing B, because I see that in the chat, just stay where you are.
Okay, I don't think co-host can do this. I think the host has to do it. Okay, Sarah J wants to go to, I don't know if I'm going to.
Okay, which Quinn? I have a Quinn T and a Quinn B.
Quinn T.
Okay, sorry, I didn't write that down.
Okay, and then Sarah, is that the next one? Sarah who?
J.
Sarah J, okay, workshop A.
Mike and Susie, Susie, Mike and Susie want to go to workshop A.
Mike and Susie, okay.
If you want to go to workshop A, could you raise your hand? Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna have to go to raise hands and do it in the chat so that we could,
doing it.
so that the person can start the workshop because it's 11:30.
Danielle M.
I'm on a stage. No, I'm in this workshop.
Oh, your hand is up. Sorry.
Oh, I didn't mean to. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to turn it. Who is the first presenter? Karen, right? So it's 11:30, so I'm going to turn it over to Karen.
Hello, I'm not sure anybody can hear me. Can I be moved to 1A, please? Danielle, Maddie.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hi, can I be moved to Unica?
Me as well, Alice G.
Me as well, and Danny.
And me as well, Rich.
And me as well, Tina Z.
Me as well, Betty F.
So you guys don't have the breakout icon, none of you?
No.
No.
Okay, so if you can, okay, can you please put those all in the chat, because I can't just click on your name and move you. I have to go to a different place and then find your name. So if you just put your name down in the chat, then I'll get it while the person in here gets started.
With the physical virtual hand help on the participant list?
I'm not sure. I don't think it shows up when I click on breakout rooms. It doesn't show up.
Oh, okay.
So I'm going to try to go from the chat, hopefully. And I want to let Karen get started because I don't want to take her time away.
Sure.
Okay. So Karen, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Yeah. And Karen's been made co-host, correct, Florence? Just a reminder.
I don't hear her.
No.
Is she here?
It's a good question. I've been busy with the other things, so I'll see.
Do you see her here?
What's the Karen? What's the initial?
Karen D.
I think so.
Can somebody call her? Lorraine, can you call her?
I saw her here earlier.
Yeah.
Did she go to the other room?
Maybe she's in workshop B.
Isn't this workshop B?
This is
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So yeah,
That's good
that's what I'm. So that's what Karen should be here, right?
Yeah.
She should be.
She may have went somewhere else.
Let me see if she's over in the next one. Not joined.
Thought I saw there's a Karen Dollar.
Just put it in the chat.
Is that her?
Yes.
She's here.
No, she's not. She's not the workshop person. I just chatted with her. Okay.
Okay. Then I don't know.
Yeah,
what
hi,
to do
sorry,
then.
not the same Karen, sorry.
That's all right. Thank you. It's clear now.
Can somebody call her?
I thought she was here. I'm sorry.
Me too. Okay.
I don't have her number.
Lorraine would have.
I'm going to go back to applications and I'll get back to y'all.
What do you want me to do?
I would like you to look up her phone number on Eventbrite.
Okay.
Although I don't know her last name. Just look up Karen D.
Okay.
Sorry.
Is Jay still around? Maybe he can go now, or Dan I see is here. Is someone else prepared? Maybe could go now and then we could, I don't know, that might not be right either.
Can we get in breakout rooms now?
Yeah, so I guess if we don't have a workshop in here, we have to send everyone or ask everyone to come back here, I guess.
And then we would do one workshop in the main room.
Yeah.
Because we have two more. Okay.
All right. Sorry about this, guys. I don't know what happened. I thought she was here. Do you want to go to the other room and ask them to come back?
Is her name Karen Duncan?
Yes.
Great.
Yes.
Yeah, that's it, but they don't say it out loud.
Let me, sorry.
You broke her anonymity.
I apologize. Just Karen D.
If you could.
Well, let's bring the other presenter back over here then. I'm sorry, guys.
How come I only see workshop A in the breakout rooms list?
Because there's only one breakout room.
Oh, okay.
Because the other one is to stay in this main room.
Right, thanks.
So our apologies.
So should I go to the other one?
I'm sending a message. Maybe it'll work.
Okay.
Is this room group 1 or 2?
This is B. It's never about the thing, but the workshop facilitator hasn't been here yet. I'm so sorry.
I can't find anything.
Oh, she didn't register. I have her phone number. Let me look.
Hi, Kathy. This is Julie. Can you hear me?
I can hear
you. Julie.
Hi, y'all.
Hey, I didn't even know you were here.
I I'm on my phone. So how do I do this?
Well, you're here.
But I wanted to be in the other meeting.
Yeah, so we're going to bring everybody back over here anyway because this presenter did not show up. So we're just going to do one workshop during this time slot.
Okay.
So I'm trying to get them all back over here. I need to go to that. I don't know how to put myself in that room. Can you
They
go over
just
there,
made an
Kathy?
announcement. They just made an announcement to come back to this room, so people should be joining in the next few minutes.
All right. Okay, guys, I'm back. I'm the moderator for that 12 step. And it looks like the other person didn't make it in, as I'm understanding. And so we're going to just flow right along. And you're just in time. We just ran through everybody sharing where they were, the steps. And I'm sure this room's no different. There's just everybody's every which way and starting out and very senior, very experienced. And, you know, we got everybody in the room we need. So here we go. So moving right along here, step one is where we've just got to. So y'all are just in time. And the step one for me took me forever to understand, because it's like, what do you mean I can't help other people? Come on. What do you mean I can't fix that? Come on. What do you mean I can't do that? Come on. It took me a long time to begin to understand that I was powerless, not over what I did. No. I was powerless over the outcome. I was powerless over getting it to work the way I wanted it to work. That's what I was powerless over. And until I began to understand that the only way for that to happen was to have a higher power that I partnered with, I remained powerless. And all my struggling and all my anger and my frustration and my depression, and I had tons of it, it didn't make any difference. I could be just like a little spoiled child. I could just yell and scream as long as I wanted. It didn't make any difference because I was powerless. That's all there was to it. Okay, so finally, as I worked the steps began. I noticed the steps were working me. It wasn't me working the steps that was having an effect. It was showing up at meetings and hearing the steps. And I didn't actually start working the steps for many years in CoDA. I'm a slow learner, trust me. And so, but I am self-observant. And I did notice that I was changing. And it's like about a year and a half in the CoDA, it began to dawn on me that maybe what was happening was CoDA. Maybe the changes I was experiencing, which is different from
it's
therapy.
kind of the second one.
Hello. Okay. Is different from therapy. The sooner I got it, and the one message I would like everybody to walk away with today, we are not I was not in a psychological program. Y'all can be whatever program you want to be in. I was not in a psychological program. What was happening to me was not like what I experienced with all the excellent therapy I had. And I had some good people out in California, which is where I grew up in therapy, Southern California. So once I began to pay attention to this process, and I started paying attention to steps, I thought, that's very interesting. And then I began to realize that step one was the foundation. Now, step 12, we're going to get to, and we're going to touch on 2 through 11. But that's, it's 1 and 12 is what's going to really key us off here. So 1 is to surrender and realize, no, it doesn't matter how I may think this, or I may think that, or I may think the other. It doesn't matter. I can think it all day long. It is not going to make life different. I have a higher power. I didn't know that. Next step 1 is to realize that I'm powerless over others. Well, y'all can realize that if you want, because it's absolutely darn true. But what I came to understand for myself was that I was powerless over just about everything I ran into. Not over what I did, No. I can do all day long. The outcome. And it was everything I did was to achieve an outcome. Let me see how we're doing here. Okay, not so good. Okay, so everything I did was to achieve an outcome, and I couldn't. All right, so I start working the steps seriously now. Now I'm getting serious, and I'm like, a couple other folks in this room. I've been through these steps more than once, more than once, and every time I go through them, I just get in different places. I don't go 1 through 12. Okay, I may go 1 to 7. All right, no, 7's my favorite. 7's my favorite. Made a decision to turn my life, my will over the care of God, and it's like that's my favorite. Okay, so getting back to where I was, so I don't just go 1 through 12. I go 1, 8, 3, 4 again, 5. 5's kind of hard. 5 is probably the most important step for me because that's the step that I face my shame. I mean, I can face it a little bit in 4, but that's privately between me and God. But when I got to go to another person, another human being, and tell them that, let's say that I was a CoDA treasurer and stole money from you guys, in case you didn't know that, I did. And I was, let's see, I slept with a lady with her son in the room next door. I know that poor young boy could hear everything that was going on. So ashamed of that. And she was drunk. She didn't even know what she was doing. So I've done things that I'm ashamed of. And it's like, but being able to step 5, telling these things to another human being is probably the hardest step for me, but maybe in some ways the most important. So anyhow, okay, so step 1 we're done with now. How's that? How's that for step 1? moving right along. Let's go on here to step 2. Okay, came to believe the power greater than ourselves. I don't know if I came to believe that. You know what kicking and screaming is? Well, that's the way I came to step 2. It's like, come on, okay, it says it. I read it. Okay, yeah, sure, right, higher power. Okay, now can we get on with this thing? But it's true. I now do believe that there's a power greater than myself that can restore me to sanity. And I can tell you right now, for me, until I came to believe that, I couldn't get it. I couldn't understand what was transforming me. Something was changing me. And it wasn't changing me the way my therapist changed me by giving me insight, understanding, No, it was transforming me. Something was transforming me. And I liked it. I liked it a lot. And all I was doing was going to meetings and looking at these steps. But my higher power loved me and was taking care of me and was transforming me, whether I liked it or not, but I did like it. But so came to believe the power greater than myself. Yes, I did come to believe that, but I think I'd been through the steps, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 times before I came to believe that. I don't even remember what point I came to believe that. It just happened to me, like the rest of the steps. I didn't do the steps have been doing me. And I encourage you to have a similar experience. Let's just move right along, because let me see where we are here. Time. Oh, okay. Oh gosh, that looks terrible. Well, we're gonna move quickly, guys. Let's go on to step 2. While we're having, I wanted more participation, but to be honest with you, this is gonna turn into a lecture. And I'm just gonna share with you my experience, strength, and hope as I got through this thing, because step 3, made a decision to turn our will and lives over the care of God as we understood God. Hello. No, I didn't make that decision. I read the words, but no, I didn't make that decision. But fortunately for me, my higher power didn't wait. My higher power just moved right along. And it's like, just because of my intent, because I had come to understand that everything else had failed. Everything else had failed. Excellent group therapy, excellent groups. All, I mean, Southern California, for Pete's sakes, you could get it all there. It was like a smorgasbord. And I participated. So I had my fill. So having said that, so it's like, I did not make that decision. But fortunately for me, I have a higher power that loves me and knew what I wanted. And all I had to do was just try. And that's what I had been doing. And when I got to about 39 years old, I'm 74 now, by the way. When I got to about 39 years old, and I began to realize that I was powerless over fixing myself. And I was going to CoDA meetings, and I was looking at these steps, and a higher power began to transform me, which I think anybody who studies these steps is going to have the same experience. Let me just move right along, because God don't play no favorites. Okay, let's move right along to step 3 here. So we'll see how we're doing. All right. So the only requirement for membership in CoDA is the desire is to sign up and get your name and get 2 other witnesses that you signed up, and they'll let you in the door. No, that's not the only requirement. It's a desire for healthy and loving relationships. Okay. That's a very interesting and tricky statement for me. You see, healthy, loving relationships. And first of all, if you'd asked me, I would have told you I'd had them. Silly me. So, but healthy, loving relationships. See, you have to have the desire. Okay, let's just put it that way. Well, before the transformation and God, being so kind to me and forgiving me for all my ignorance, because I couldn't have told you what that was. I could have told you what I thought it was, but until I was willing to let go and let God, let my higher power take over, which is what the 12 steps do. So if you don't want to do that, get out of the meeting now. Don't go any further, because if you keep going on this thing, then the time is coming when you're going to notice that your higher power has got control. And all the while you thought it was you. Well, that's okay. That's just me. I don't know you. I don't know who, that's just one of my experience, but that's my recommendation. If I didn't want my higher power to take over, I had to walk away. But fortunately, I didn't know that, and I was ignorant. And so out of my ignorance, I just kept going. And so, but also I did notice that I was changing. And the changes that were happening to me were exactly what I had always wanted. And I didn't even know what they were. It's like until my higher power transformed that little area of my heart, transferred that little area of my soul, transferred that little area of I didn't even know it was there. I didn't even know it was possible. Could you tell somebody? How do you tell somebody what the morning looks like who's never been awake when the sun rises? How do you describe that to somebody? Okay, so it's like that with the 12 steps. It's a process of awakening. And what's the 12th step? Having had a spiritual awakening. How do you get there? You take step 1. It's just that simple. As soon as I had step 1 and I was beginning to let go and realize that I was powerless, step 2 happened to me. Then step 3 happened to me, which was the only requirement for membership was a desire for healthy love. Of course, everybody says they got that. So I'm happy you have that. That's a good thing. Let me go right on here, get to this ugly step 4. Where is it in here? Okay, come on, get off these control patterns. I know you got all this note stuff. I know you know. Oh my God. Step 4, boy, they're serious about that, aren't they? Okay. Let's see if I can find it here. Step 4. Oh my gosh. This workbook is crazy with step 4. Okay, step 4. So made a searching and fearless moral inventory of ourselves. Yeah, right. No, I didn't. I just came up with a couple things I thought, but over the years, you see, my higher power made a searching and fearless moral inventory of me. Or should I put it differently? My higher power revealed to me what those moral is just to me, for me, it's just me now, okay? It's just shame. It's just, what am I ashamed of? Because for me, it turns out that morality has nothing to do with anybody's religion. It's a relationship between me and my higher power. And when I do something I'm ashamed of, I instantly feel shame, and then I instantly defend against it. And my whole life, everything I did that I was ashamed of, I was busy defending against it, busy being aware of it, busy not, denying it. Just, it's just like it consumed me. So having said that, when I'm getting now to step 4, I'm starting to write this down, that was beginning to get interesting because I realized I was doing things that I was ashamed of, and I hadn't really paid attention to it. So I moved right along because we don't have much time here. And look how we're doing. 28 minutes, so we're halfway through, and we're only on step 4. Oh my God! All right. So we're, and this book is step 4. Oh, 5. Where are you? Quit hiding from me. Or
James, you're muted, mate.
thank you, buddy. So let me just share with you step 5 for me. I never had a sponsor. My meetings were my sponsors. When I discovered another moral inventory, the very next meeting I went into, I shared it. And I'll tell you, there was times I was really ashamed. But I knew with this program, at this point, this program was doing something to me, and I wanted it. I wanted what my higher power was doing. And so I went into all my meetings for my step 5. And it's like, and it was a very next, and at that time I was going to lots of meetings. LA, Southern California Beach Town, we had lots of meetings. if you were awake, there was a meeting somewhere. So anyhow, so I would just go into the very next meeting and I just tell the people, you know what, this is what I did. And it's like, that's how I did my step 5. And it worked for me. It's like, it just, once I had told all those people in that meeting, that shameful thing I did, the shame was lessened. It wasn't gone. It wasn't gone. That took a lot more work on my higher power's part. I wasn't that easy, but it did lessen it. And if I needed to, I would go into more than one meeting and admit it, because every time I did, it would lessen it a little bit more. So for step 5, that was what was critical to me because it got me ready for step 6, which was being entirely ready. Became entirely ready. We're entirely ready to have God remove all these defects of character because of step 5. I mean, once I had got from 1 to 5, yeah, you know what? I was ready. I did want. In step 6, I was entirely ready. I don't know entirely, maybe that's kind of a strong word. But no, it's right. My higher power had prepared me to humbly ask God to remove all my shortcomings. And it's like it actually worked. And I did that. And I'm not an on your knees kind of person. Sometimes when I'm in a lot of pain, this has been many years, but sometimes many years ago when I was in a lot of pain, I'd be down on my knees. But basically, I'm not. I'm kind of arrogant and ignorant. I go around thinking, never mind what I think, but I go around thinking. And so I didn't, but I did humbly know in my heart all the time. I came to a place where I lived humbly asking God to remove my shortcomings. Oops, let me get over step 6. Oh, here I am. Oh, entirely ready. I know I'm ready. I know I'm ready. Let me get on over here. Step 7. Get on over here. Where are you? Hold on. I'm working on it. I'm getting there. Where are you? Oh, I don't want tradition. I want step. Oh, step 7. Humbly ask God to remove our shortcomings. It's a way of life. It's a way of life. What else would I do? What else is important? I mean, do I want the shortcomings removed? Yeah. Did I do everything from the time that I was basically 19 to 20, somewhere in that area, when I got started to remove those shortcomings? Didn't know what I was removing. Thought I was fixing my personality. But no, I wasn't. I was trying to remove my shortcomings. And I tried until I was almost 40 years old. And that's when I got to the place I said, you know what, this is not working. And God said, okay, Jim, now you're ready for a 12-step meeting. And there was one opened up just down the street from me. And I walked right down. I got a great higher power, what? And I walked right down the road, and there I was, and I started my meetings. And sure enough, these promises happened. And I didn't even have to know what they were. I didn't have to know what I needed. I didn't have to know what was wrong with me. I didn't need any of that stuff. God delivered it to me. God had me do my 4th step for years. Another character defect with service. I'm going, one more? But each time they did, see, at this point, it's okay. It's all right. Because I have the 12 steps and I know what to do. And it works every time. There's no exception, not because of me, not even because of the steps, because the steps are the way that, let's see, how shall I put this? If anybody's read any of this stuff and follows the history of this, I'll give you a quick history thing. See, there's their Oxford group, and the Oxford group came out of England, and the England is the one, and they're the ones who actually developed the steps. And then Bill W. came along, and Bill W. had a spiritual awakening. And having had a spiritual awakening, he looked at the Oxford group. I think he might have actually been studying with them at the time. He looked at them, and I think they had 6 steps, something like that. And his spiritual awakening, he's expanded them to 12. So, but the bottom line, the reason I'm sharing that with you is the 12 steps are not somebody's idea. They're the product of a spiritual awakening. They are the result, and they date all the way back to Christ. They go back to the Oxford group, studying Christ, studying what he was teaching, how he was teaching it, and telling us what to do in order to have spiritual awakenings according to Christ. So that's what came from there over in England over to here in America. And so having had that spiritual awakening, okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm sorry, I do that. Okay, so we humbly ask God to remove our shortcomings, and that's the bottom line. If anybody can get there, you can put the book down and walk out the door. You're not going to want to, but you could. And it's like, because that's all I had to get to, was to humbly ask God to remove my shortcomings. And God said, you betcha. I just been waiting for you to ask. Thought you never would. And so, but I did, and he did. And they're not all gone. We're working on it. We're working on it. But he's removing them as I become entirely ready. And so he doesn't remove one before I'm entirely ready. And I become entirely ready because I live the steps. I understand that I'm powerless. I know there's a power greater than myself. And I'm willing to turn my life and my will over to that higher power. And every time God presents another moral defect to me, I'm more than happy to go into a meeting and tell somebody, or one of my buddies who's also in 12 steps. Anybody I can grab, they okay. And then at that point, I become entirely ready, and I humbly ask God to remove my shortcomings, and it works every time. There's no exception. So having done that, there's a little bit of cleanup work has to come after that. Now we're doing time. I can tell over here. I can read this silly clock. Yeah, okay, we're good. Oh, we're good. We're good. So having done that, there's some cleanup work. Yeah, I had, you know, there's like, let me just, don't let me guess at it. I got it right here with me. Least I can do is get it right. 7. Step 8. Made a list of all persons being harmed and became willing to make amends to them all. I just want to share with y'all, okay? This whole 12-step thing is personal. This is if you want to do it by the book, and many people love to do it by the book. I'm not a by the book person. Just never worked for me. Don't know why. Quit asking why a long time ago. But so I never really made a list. I mean, one of the reasons I never had to make a list, because as soon as I became aware of a person I'd harmed, I reached out to him. So I didn't need a list, because that's like, there it is. I harmed that person, reach out. Now, most people, I have to be honest with you, most people I have not been able to find. If God re-enters them into my life, I will immediately make amends to them. It's like, because not, you know, I mean, what else? What am I going to do? I want to make amends to them. I was wrong. And I want to let them know I wronged you. And I'm so sorry that I did it. So, yeah, I'll make amends as quick as I can. But the point I'm making is that the list never happened with me, because all I did was, as fast as another person appeared in my consciousness that this was somebody I'd harmed, I immediately just made amends. That's all. Okay, there we go. Oh, wait. I'm moving right along here. Moving right along. Okay, still working on cleanup work here. Just checking the time. I guess we're looking like we're doing real good. Okay. Made direct amends. I heard it. Oh.
James, just
Oh,
so that you know, somebody will give you a 5 minutes heads up.
Okay.
Would that help?
Yes, sure, Carol. That'd be great. I mean, yeah, okay. Yeah, thank you very much, Carol. I really appreciate that. Okay, so made direct amends. That's step 9. If possible. Didn't need to make the list because. All right. Well, let's get on over here. 10. 10's a good one. I like 10. I like 10. Give me step 10. Continue to take personal inventory, and when we were wrong, promptly admitted it. See, recovery is very important. I don't do the recovery. The recovery is done to me.
Hello.
And my higher power. What, somebody want to say something?
I'm sorry, this is Karen. Am I in the wrong room?
I don't know, Karen.
I'm supposed to be in room 2.
Sorry, there's
Come
only
on,
room.
Karen. Bring it on, Karen. Let's hear you.
So, okay, events will take care of Karen. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Jim, come on, continue.
Okay, are we okay?
Hope so.
Okay. Continue to take personal inventory, and when we were wrong, promptly admitted it. You better believe it. Because when I have the good fortune now after recovery, it's really great. As my higher power transforms me and cleans me out, then I become very sensitive to when I'm wrong. And I mean, I know it immediately. I know that feeling of shame. I have felt it. I've explored it. I know all about it. It's ugly, ugly, ugly. And so it doesn't, it's like when I do something wrong to another person, which of course I don't do it deliberately. That's just not my nature, but I'll do it inadvertently. And I'll immediately feel that sense of shame. And as soon as I do, everything goes on alert. And it's like I start looking around because I know I've made a mistake. And so for me, I live by step 10. I mean, continue to take some personal inventory. That's what that means to me. The personal inventory is taken for me. It's done to me. It's like I instantly feel that moment of shame, and I understand I have messed up. And it's like oftentimes I don't get anywhere. I'm on the phone with somebody, or I'm on a video like we are now. Oh, excuse me. Or I'm in a store, or I'm wherever I am, And I know right away, and I turn right now. Hey, I look, Benny, I'm sorry. I was just, it's my defect. I screwed up, and I just deeply apologize for having, well, basically I mistreat the person. It may not look like it to them, may not look like it to anybody else, but I know I did mistreat the person. And it's like, that is interesting. I want to share with you a thought just went through my mind. It just occurred to me. Oftentimes, you know what? I just realized a lot of times people don't know they've been mistreated. They don't realize it. They're just going along. And of course, I've been there. I understand that. They're living in this world of thought and over, and they're obsessed with this and they're obsessed with it, and they don't realize that I've just added pain to their life because they've already they're going around with so much pain anyhow. But anyhow, that's just one of the things. So it's real important for me that I continue to take personal inventory, and when I'm wrong, promptly. If I have to stop the car, turn back around and go back to the store because for some reason it didn't dawn on me before I got out the front door, I will do that. I will do whatever it takes to promptly make amends. Because not for any other reason, but it's just wrong to harm another human being. It's just wrong to hurt another person. And it's just like the faster I can clean my wrong up, the better. And that's what the steps and my higher power have done for me, because my higher power incessantly works at keeping me cleaned up. And that just means the world to me. So let's go on here and see. I think there might be a step 11, because that has to be between here and 12, right? I mean, the way I count. I'm just thinking to myself.
Hey, Jim,
Yes.
you want me to give you a break?
What?
I got a poem I can read about step 11.
Oh, that'll be interesting. Let me read step 11 first.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Sought through prayer and meditation to improve our conscious contact with God as we understood God, praying only for knowledge of God's will for us and the power to carry that out. Okay, Mr. James, go for it.
Okay. I might have messed up, but I wrote it at the end of my talk about step 11, but it's about finding the threads of my recovery. So it might pertain more to step 12, but let's read it. Along my journey, I've picked up threads of truth, and I've begun to weave them into my garment of recovery, like a winter coat or a vest that protects me from the elements. But in this case, the elements were fear, shame, guilt, and rage, feeling less than or more than. I keep the wind at my back and my collar turned up. I know when I stop, they will surround me, and I pull my coat around myself. The truth will set me free. I have found this in so many ways. The truth I seek, the threads I find, this coat I have made are all becoming part of me, part of who I am. I remember when I started how good it felt to finally be free. I lost weight. I went to the gym. I regained my eyesight. I got my own car. I leased my own apartment. I bought a bike, and I remember not wanting to put the brakes on when I went down the hill because the feeling of speed and freedom were so overwhelming. I'm finding that my recovery is also a living thing. The people I needed always materialized and supplied exactly what I needed. I've been given so much, but now I am the one showing up, and they look at me, and I can feel their need. You see, I'm wearing this coat made up of all the threads I picked up along the way. They can see the coat. They pull one of the threads, but my life doesn't become unraveled, but it keeps getting stronger. But I cannot rest because there is always the next destination. And I realized why I didn't want to put the brakes on, as my fear gives way to hope and my ambivalence turns to love. It took me 30 months from the death of my daughter to the day on the beach, where my whole life changed in an instant. That was the day I turned my will and my life over to the care of my higher power. I am learning throughout my recovery journey that it is not what I aspire to or plan or even want, but what I allow that changes me. I pray for my higher power's will for me, and then I listen and I plan to recognize it and allow it into my life. I am finding that each day can be different, new, exciting, and balanced. Thank you for letting me read.
Great, James. Thank you very much. That was lovely. You know, what hit me right away, James, was the one that, because folks wonder how long it takes to recovery, but as you mentioned, it's instantaneous. It's just like the snap, you know, it's just instant. When it happens, it just happens. And there's, you know, and it's like there never was all those years, and never was all that time, never was all that struggle. It just happens. And so it's very quick. So when you ask somebody how long it takes to recover, really, it's what's the right word for that, James? Instantaneous?
It takes
What?
what it takes. And when you
No,
get
no,
there,
no.
and when you get there, you'll know you're there.
Well, that's true.
Right.
That's true. No, that's right. No, it takes what it takes. Okay. So talk to prayer and meditation. Let me see where we are here. I know we're doing good, but still, well, oh yeah, I got about 2 minutes left. That's what on my little clocky poo here. So, okay, so through prayer and meditation. Well, folks, everybody in this room does prayer and meditation. I already know that. And you never would have got here if you weren't doing some kind of prayer and some kind of meditation. And I don't really care what you call it. I'm sure nobody else does either. Now, conscious contact with God, that's a little trickier. And the only way I was able to have the little bit I've got is I let go in step 1. Step 12 is dependent upon step 1. If I don't let go and realize I'm powerless, I'm never going to spiritually awaken. It just isn't going to happen. And because I've got too tight a grip on what I think is right and wrong, and I'm not listening to my higher power. And in my case, my higher power, some folks, God speaks to them. God doesn't speak to me. God just changes me. It's like, I just come out the other side different. What happened? So it's just like that for me. So that's the way it is for me with step 11. And then here we go. Rolling right along to step 12. Oops. Oh, that's the tradition. Yeah, traditions are great, but I'm looking for steps. Step 12. Having had a spiritual awakening as a result of these steps, we tried to carry this message to other codependents and to practice these principles in all our affairs. Okay, so in case anybody wonders, it's not like try to carry the message, okay? Because once we begin to spiritually awaken, we carry the message. And and if you've ever seen those Jesus freaks out there, I think you can understand what I'm talking about. They carry the message. So, but it's like we don't try to carry the message, but we can't. But just try not to carry it. And I don't mean you get out and proselytize and do all that stuff. The message gets carried in our very being. It becomes who we are. And it's like once it becomes who we are, every move we make carries a message. Every word we say carries a message. It's the way we say, it's the way we move. It's the expression of who we are now. And that's the transformation that the spiritual awakening is all about. It's like once we've worked the steps and once we've got to where we've experienced, not all at once, it took me forever, little bitty spiritual awakenings. The spiritual awakenings are instant. You had to put them all together before I was smart enough to know something was happening. So it's just like, it's a process. So having had a spiritual awakening, folks, you've already had it. You wouldn't have got this far. You wouldn't be in this room if you hadn't had a spiritual awakening. It took me a long time to notice it and become aware of it. Once I noticed it, I became aware of it, I could start looking for it. That helped a lot. My higher power was very grateful that I finally started noticing and I started looking for it and working towards it. So there's no one in this room who hasn't had a spiritual awakening. Some may know it, some may not. But the main point I would have to say about that is that if keep seeking it, because that's how I was able to help my higher power get me there. Okay, that's all I have to say about it. Now I'll take questions. Okay, just be like that. You know there's a final exam, right? Everybody knows that.
for sharing, James.
James, how would you like to handle taking the questions? You want people to raise their hands? Or you want to open it up for sharing about their experience on the steps or something like that, maybe?
Yeah, I'm good with that, Florence. Let's go with the open it up. And if we start to talk over each other, I'll try to ask somebody to hold back a little bit.
We could do raise hands and you could call on them if you want.
There's a problem with that. Okay, no. That's not going to work. That's not going to work. There's too many pages. There's no way to know where everybody is. I mean, that's not going to
The
work.
raise hands puts them to the top of the management participants list. I can tell you when someone raises their hand.
Oh, that would be super. Okay, let's try with
Okay.
teamwork on that.
So if anyone would like to share, please put up a raised hand.
Right.
That's a virtual raised hand.
How do you do it? You hover over your name, right? And it should come up under more to raise your hand.
No, just down at the bottom. On the left.
Either reactions or more.
Okay.
For reactions.
We got Maggie B first.
Go for it, Maggie.
Hey, James B. Like I said, this is my first time ever doing anything with CoDA.
Welcome.
And thank you. I had a two-part actually. One is, what advice would you give someone that's just now starting out with these meetings? And two, what has been the hardest part for you going through these steps?
Okay, number one, somebody just starting out, keep coming back. That's an easy one. You just keep coming back. Number two, the hardest part for me was realize this is not a psychological program. This is a spiritual program. And to make that transition from, because this head here has been educated with psychology. And so to make that transition to, oh, this is not psychological. There's something else happening here. That was the hardest part for me. Once I understood this was a spiritual program, things started to fall together really fast.
Thank you.
Otherwise, keep coming back.
Thanks, James.
Okay, we have Gillian A is next on the raised hands.
Go for it, Gillian.
Hi, my name is Gillian, codependent. Thank you very much,
Gillian.
James. That was a brilliant share. I'm really grateful. I've been in CoDA, many years, but I agree. The most important thing for me has been the word admitted we're powerless over others and that our lives have become unmanageable. And the biggest change for me was when I actually began to understand that my higher power, I had to be hand in hand with my higher power. And it was became a loving, kind, generous, non-judgmental higher power that, because I had problems with the word God when I first came in. I was always a spiritual person, but the word God always seemed to jar because I always had this, dictatorial higher power. But the biggest thing, as you were saying, is if I didn't get that, that was the biggest stumbling block for me. And I was very fortunate. I was in another fellowship, being codependent, helping somebody else. And the person there was an agnostic. And they read out of the AA big book, although it wasn't AA. They didn't have their own literature at the time. And I was so grateful because this person, explained, if there was something turning this world and it isn't her, and that really meant something to me. I thought, yeah, I can understand that. If there's something in this universe turning the world, it isn't me, it's bigger than me. And that began my spiritual journey. But today.
Right, okay, Jillian, we're short on time.
grateful.
I appreciate what you're sharing. Get to the end. You're doing great. Go ahead, finish up.
Yeah, and then I really liked the way you were putting together step 1 and step 12, because that's absolutely the crux of the thing, because when I first came in, I did 1, 2, and 3, and then 10, 11, and 12. But to join in step 1 and 12, I really appreciate that, because that's what we have, a spiritual awakening. Once we connect with a higher power, and then I'm very willful. So step 3 is, made a decision to turn my will and my life. And I'm very willful, and I like the way you explained things about it not being too serious, just getting it done and making that connection with your higher power, which to me has been the most gratifying thing. And today I'm happy in my own skin, thanks to CoDA and the program, the 12 steps. Thank you very much, Jim.
Great, Jillian. Thank you so much.
I have James K next.
Yes. The hardest part of my journey was getting my church hardwired me about religion, and I couldn't get over this concept of God. And then when I remember sharing in a meeting that the hardest thing I had to do was get it from my head to my heart. And once I got it in my heart, then the game was over. That's your emotion, and that's where you find your higher power's will for you, in your heart. And I didn't find it at the church. I was raised up in the church, and it was vengeful, and it was hateful, and it was scary. And once I made and once I figured out that it was all in my head and to listen to my heart, that's when I really that's when my journey really took hold, and it was successful. And I just
Great,
wanted to
James. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, Susan M.
Hi, thanks for listening. Thanks for speaking. Just trying to accept God into my life. I find, how do you accept that God into your life and relax to God when you feel like there's someone who's trying to intercept and be your God?
That's a confusing question to me, Susan. I don't know how you do that. I've never felt that way. Can you give me another hint as to what you're trying to tell us?
If someone else if you feel controlled, how do you release to God? If you feel controlled by somebody or something that doesn't have your best interest.
All right. The issue, okay. The way you do it is you work the steps.
Thank you.
Okay.
I have Sharon L next. We have 5 minutes left.
My name is Sharon. I'm a codependent.
Hey, Miss Sharon.
Really grateful for this talk, even though I had signed up for the other one. It was just a nice journey through the steps, and I figured I'll go to the other one because I know all I need to know about the steps. But you enlightened me a lot, and I'm grateful for that. Thanks.
Thank you, Miss Sharon. That's very kind.
Okay, MR Deep.
Hi, this is Anne, codependent. Thank you so much for sharing. I felt the same way. I did the 12 steps in another fellowship, and that has helped me in this fellowship. So just by attending meetings so far, I haven't started the steps in this program. I've been noticing changes in my life, and things are improving. And yes, it's true. Once you've surrendered to God, things start changing in your life. I find without you having to do too much work anyways. Like I do the prayer meditation, and I've changed my lifestyle according to the 12 steps. So I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Sorry, James, I think I muted you.
You.
Julie B is next.
Julie B, are you there?
Yes, hi. This is Julie B, recovering codependent. So grateful for this blessing. And I just want to say thank you for your interpretation of the steps. And I attended another workshop, CoDA workshop on Zoom about 3 weeks ago, and it was on step 3. And I shared an affirmation because I'm a relationship addict. And what I do is I depend on being in relationships to validate my worth. So step 3 for me is I am enough, bottom line. So thank you so much for sharing your wisdom. I really enjoyed your workshop, and thank you for everybody being here.
Thank you for your kindness.
I have Justin H.
Hi there. Thank you, James, for your talk. Yeah, a part that really stood out for me was powerless over outcomes. And the reason that's really important for me is even with a faith in a higher power and a knowing that it exists, something I've not doubted for a long time, I can still keep it out of my life. And, you know, so that's an important thing for me to come back to, is that, you know, someone once told me in another fellowship, the only character challenge that they had was that they wanted to be God. And that is what I relate to. It's kind of the thread through so much, is the desire to control. And so to come back to being powerless over outcomes is just like a little mantra that I'll take away from your talk. So thank you.
Thank you.
We have Justin H. Was that just Justin H?
Yes, it was.
Okay, Jeremy M.
I really appreciate you doing this, Florence.
Sure.
Hi, James. Thank you for your experience, strength, and hope. And I'm Jeremy. I'm a codependent. And I just wanted to say that I enjoyed the simplicity of your step 4, just saying that, what am I shameful of? So I appreciate you sharing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Jeremy.
Thanks. We have one more, Ron Robertson, and we have 1 minute left. So I think we're good. Ron, I'm sorry, I said your last name.
Hi. Oh, that's fine. I don't. That's not a problem for me.
Hey,
Yeah,
Mr.
the
Ron.
idea of being controlled is very frightening. I am Ron. I'm a codependent. I have worked the steps through another program, and I've done some step studies here locally. We're in Indianapolis. That's frightening. My main experience with being controlled was being in a, what some people would label as a cult. I would not mention the name of it, obviously, because there's still people that I know that are in it. But there is a lot of pressure on us to, from outside, I think, from, you know, we could say from politics, religion, individual people, you know, to control, you know, and to think that we all might have a tendency to think we have the right answer. But I do agree about that. I probably am less worried about, you know, more comfortable in my skin than I've ever been. And I look forward to getting farther and working the steps of this program. I'm very grateful for the other one that I was in. And thank you for being here.
Thank you, Ron.
Oh, wait, so I was thinking 12:30 was the end time, and actually it's 12:45, correct?
Yes.
I don't know.
Carol?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, all right, so you still have 15
Yes,
minutes.
the agenda for 12.
So if we have more time for sharing. Okay, so Cecilia is next there.
James, I have a question for you. Given that we're all on Zoom and I'm fairly new, I've been on CoDA for 3 months. I'm just getting started on my step 4, and I need to find somebody for my step 5, but everybody is on Zoom right now. So it's really hard being new to the program and not knowing anybody face to face. How do you approach somebody and ask them like, hey, can you be my person for step 5 when you don't get a chance to like hang out or see them before or after a meeting?
Well, I'm not a good person to answer that question, but I would share with you that that sounds like something I'd ask my higher power.
I just say, you know, just approach a person the same way that you would if you were at a meeting face to face. You just chat them or ask if you could speak with the person after the meeting. There's also chat meetings that you can go to with message boards and things like that you could try to find a support person there. You know, there's a lot of different ways. I think if you probably put down in the chat, some people might even talk to you here. I don't know.
Thank you so much.
But I was going to suggest the chat.
Karen Kay.
Hi, I'm Karen Kay from Syracuse, New York, a codependent, and my credits don't transfer. I just got the last part of the speaker, and I just want to echo to the last question. I sponsor through Around the World, and I have my own Zoom account. So when I work the steps with people, we are privately working together one-to-one from step 1 until step 12. And it seems to work well. I had to build a relationship with that person so they feel comfortable. I never thought I could do my 5th step over Zoom, but it's not just dropping your step 5 and then going on to other steps. I just stick with the same person that I work the steps with because they understand the process that I am going through. I couldn't help but jump in there and help James out with that question. So with that, I'll pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Karen.
Layla is next.
Hi, everyone. I am new to all this. I've never been to a program, but I did the steps on my own through my own spiritual awakening. Thank you, James, and everyone for sharing. I wanted to speak upon the codependency, realizing that I was codependent and through narcissistic control, which was a lot of the questions in the chat. And what happened was I opened my heart, how James said, to opening your heart to helping yourself. And after realizing that I was also wrong in many manners and not that it wasn't just the narcissist, and researching emotional abuse and realizing that it's codependents that are attached to narcissists, and having to sit with the fact that I was also wrong and I also had my own flaws, and to not look externally at what everybody else is doing, but internally within my own heart, and realizing that I can be better through my own control of my own life. And I just want to thank everyone for sharing. This is all new to me, but thank you again.
Thank you, Ms. Layla.
I don't see any more raised hands. Somebody, there was someone who chatted, said that they wanted to talk. The name began with an A. So if you're still wanting to talk, I'm sorry, I buried your chat thing here. I'm terrible with the chat.
It's okay. Here, this is Austin, codependent.
Austin.
Hey, I just had a question for you, James. I know you talked about shame a lot in terms of step 4 and step 5. That's definitely something I struggle with in terms of what's brought me to CoDA. And I suppose my question really is just, I know you said that the shame kind of, started to go away the more and more you shared little by little, but how did you deal with those feelings of shame as you were going through the program?
Austin, this is James. It wasn't because I was sharing that the shame went on. That did help, but it was because God was removing my character defects. As my higher power transformed me, that's what removed the shame. And so just pass that on to you. It's a process between me and my higher power. And because my higher power loves me and you too, as a matter of fact, Mr. Austin, then, and if you need a higher power, you can always have mine. But yeah, it wasn't, sharing helps a lot. It really does. But that's a physical help. That's not a spiritual help. It takes a spiritual level of relationship, letting go to a higher power for me in order to have that shame actually removed. Thank you for the question.
Thank you.
I have MES.
Hi there, James. This is, I heard 2 things that really had made me stop what I was doing and write down a note. The first thing you said was, how do you describe dawn to someone who's never seen what? The sky or the light or
The
what was
dawn,
that you said?
the rising sun.
Okay, and then later on, I think it was around step 7. As my higher power cleans me out, I become more sensitive to what? To when I do things wrong, or?
You know, Miss Emily, that's a funny question in a way. I don't think you. And just. But let me put it this way: my sensitivity prior to the little bit of recovery I've had, I'm grateful about, was I confused kind of irrational sensitivity having to do with caretaking and all the kinds of other stuff. Sensitivity now for me, as genuine as it can become, is just to your pain, and it's just I understand your pain, I feel it, and I will do whatever I can to help you help God remove it. That help any, Emily?
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you again for your talk and jumping
Sure.
around the rooms.
My pleasure.
I have Ashley K.
Hi, my name's Ashley. I'm a codependent. I didn't have so much a question, just something that I was reflecting on that I wanted to share. I really feel like the steps for me have been a great way to see my own growth. When I first came to CoDA, I had just gotten out of a really terrible relationship, was going through a divorce, and just step 1 in my first meeting, admitting that I was powerless over others. I think the thing that I struggled most with when I first started was control patterns. And to me, that first step, admitting that, was terrifying. And I've been in CoDA a little over a year now, and to look at that now and read that, I am relieved. I am relieved to accept that I have no power over anyone else, because I cannot imagine trying to take that on foolishly. So thank you for your talk, and thanks for letting me share.
You bet, Miss Ashley. Thank you so much. I feel the same way.
Okay, I don't see any more raised hands. Oh, here's somebody, Krista.
Hi, I'm Krista, codependent. And I don't
Okay.
actually have a question necessarily, but I did just want to share that I really appreciated even just the sentence that, I have to live the steps. It's kind of like mentioned everywhere, that our higher power is going to let us know what we want. And I always think to myself, what do you want from me, higher power? And the answer is so simple of living the steps. I always think it's so much more detailed and specific than that. And I don't know, just hearing you say it, James, just really kind of, I don't know, clicked the light bulb for me today. So I wanted to share that gratitude in the spirit of the meeting of gratitude with you for saying that. Because, now that I know the steps a little bit more and been working them, I really do just kind of start with step 11, a meditation, and kind of go from there, I guess, step 3 and then on. So yeah, I really just want to say thank you, because living the steps seems so simple, and like I just really should be laughing at myself. But yeah, thanks again.
Thank you, Miss Krista.
I have down in the chat, Dan R. wants to share.
Yes, thanks, Phil, for permitting me to share. I don't have the more options. One thing that I've experienced at some point in my recovery in improving my relationship with my higher power, whoever that higher power is I noticed I began letting go of my own character defects and accepting them. This is me. I'm a perfectionist. I'm a control freak, or whatever defect it was, and I have a whole bunch. And as I let go of the me, of my ego, of everything that is in my head, slowly God replaced the void that it left by letting all that go. And he began to speak to me, and I began to hear him speaking to me. And slowly, step by step, no pun intended, higher power just kind of took over. And since then, it's a miracle. Just by letting go of the me, who I am. And the result, by having higher power play do his job on me, was I discovered my authentic self, and I love myself for that. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Dan.
Julie B.
Thank you, Florence. This is Julie B. Still codependent. I want to say my elevator is broke. I need to use the steps. And what that means to me is I had a childhood higher power that was fear-based, shame, punishing, and mean. And so I joined CoDA with that same higher power. So CoDA taught me to fire the higher power of my childhood and write a want ad for a new higher power, which is based on love and light and wisdom. So, you know, it takes a lot to do that. And, you know, my elevator is broke. My elevator needs maintenance. So I work at step 10 most days. And I just wanted to say that for the newcomers here, you bring me so much hope and love. And I'm just grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Julie.
David C. We have 2 minutes left now, for real.
Hi. Okay. Yeah. Hi, David C. Recovering codependent.
David.
Yeah. Actually, it's more of a question to the floor, to the room. But how do you find a balance? So having worked the steps, how do you find a balance between still trying to have a relationship, for example, with family members who are still in the midst of their own diseases, right? And still work your program and still trying to be loving, tolerant, and not let resentment or fear kind of get the best of oneself.
Have anybody want to answer that question, David? I mean, that's a person, you know, how do I mean, I know,
yeah.
It's, I mean, after a while and enough recovery, it's not hard to figure that one out. But at this point, I don't know if I'd be able to tell you. I'm just throwing in my 2 cents.
I see some offers in the chat downstairs. If you can do the chat. And I missed your whole question, or I would attempt to answer you.
Okay.
Oh, here we have Layla here.
Yeah, I deal with this too, where my family members are also codependent, and it's not my place to diagnose them or anything like that, but they have similar traits to me, and I can relate. And I have this urgency to want to help them and want them to be better because I see the light. And sometimes you have to let that go because it enables them and it doesn't let them fall on their face on their own. And once I realized that I cannot help everybody and I have to help myself before I can help them, and I have to show them through my actions that I am wise and I have done the work and I see the light, then they will follow through this modeling behavior. But we can't force anybody to see it. Just like we didn't see our toxic traits until we had to fall on our face. And it's the sad truth because you don't want to leave anybody behind. But they will get there when they're ready, just like we got there when we were ready. But the best thing to do is be in open arms and welcome them when they are ready. And that's the only way. Otherwise, if they're toxic to you, if they're, mean to you, or if they're in any way, you have to put your boundaries down. And that is only practice for you to understand dealing with difficult people, because we can only get better. We can only get more clear on how we speak and being impeccable with our words and being kind. So yeah, that I definitely relate to that in wanting to, or seeing our family members also dealing with those same problems. So thank you.
Thanks, Layla. And we're actually past time. But I do say that Sandy still had her hand raised, so I'd like to give her a chance, to go. Sandy F.
Okay, I just wanted, hi, Sandy. I just wanted to say briefly, I'll make it quick, that for me, the steps helped me to see, especially step 4, how I was controlling other people, not letting my higher power in, and through my controlling other people and feeling that I'm making myself my own higher power, my life was a train wreck. And when I finally let a higher power in and started accepting the steps and working the steps, my life is great today. I mean, I didn't have friends today. I have friends. I know I relate with people in a way I never thought I could. And so I just want to say, for me, letting go of control and working the steps really was a big help for my life to be the way it is today. Thank you for letting me share.
Thanks for sharing. And I think we're at time. Did you have a closing, James?
I do not, Florence.
Okay. Okay, so we're getting ready to break for lunch. I believe it goes till 1:30, and if I'm wrong on the time, I don't have the schedule right in front of me, but I believe we go for a 45-minute lunch. Since it's 12:50 now, we could say, you know, we could still try to come back at 1:30, but we won't. Maybe we'll start at 1:35. But as you guys know, the workshop presenter this morning, there was a time difference, and she actually had sent an email last night that we missed about possibly switching her workshop to the afternoon. And unfortunately, we didn't get that message. So that's why she was late today. So I'm gonna ask you guys to forgive us. But that workshop was Karen D's workshop, which was not about the thing. I hear it's a pretty great workshop. So she would like to do it at 1:30. That would mean we would open up another track. So we would have 3 workshops going at the same time at 1:30. So if we have, I guess that's what we're gonna do. I was gonna put up a GC, but I don't know how we can do that with so many people that we have. So, but anyways, I just want to remind you guys a couple things before we break. First off, we're going to record all of the sessions. So if you had wanted to go to one and missed that one, miss another one, we will have a recording. Second, I don't want to close down the chat. Someone asked me, maybe we could just, because there is a feature that you can just close the chat to only talk to the host, but I think it's great that members get a chance to talk to each other. But we have to be careful about crosstalk during someone's presentation. Everyone's recovery is different, and you may not agree with what someone may be saying, but you know, that's the great thing about our program is we allow everyone to be where they're at and to share from their truth. So I just want us to be careful about that. And, you know, when you're making comments to, you know, keep them more on the encouraging and supportive side with each other, and talk to each other privately. You can talk to each other privately if you want to share more in depth about something. And it's also a little disrespectful to the speaker to be constantly using the chat feature during their talk. You know, I think it's fine to share during the interactive part, you know, to use it, but just keep that in mind. You know, it's like a meeting, you know, no crosstalk. So I guess we'll go ahead and break for lunch. We're going to close. Well, we don't have to close down any rooms. The breakout room is not closed, but I'm going to close this room down and then have all my event members come back. And then you guys can log back in at 1:30.
We can go to a breakout room. Leave the main room open, or do we need?
Okay,
you need to stay there.
Better.
And also, I'm just wondering.
Okay, then we can leave this room if people want to chat. Then.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering if we can just state again that the breakout rooms that'll happen, the explanation will come as we rejoin together. It's in the chat, so just for everybody to know.
Yeah, and it'd be really helpful if you make sure you have the upgraded Zoom version 5.1, because that way you can assign yourself to a breakout room. It's very cumbersome for me to try to assign you to a breakout room.
And you can come and go. And that also enables you to move from one breakout room to another.
Excuse me, is there a hospitality room?
The main room will remain open.
Oh, right, okay, thank you.
And Florence, just a reminder to stop recording.
So you guys, am I the only one that can do that?
I think so.
Oh, yeah. I was just wondering if I could go completely out, turn completely out, and I can log back in without any problem. I don't have to connect to anything, same way I did to get in now.
I believe so.
Florence, I just want to share, there are several of us on Mac that have the upgraded version. We still can't do the breakout room option, so apologize in
Okay.
advance for that. But yeah, I see
Okay.
a lot of Mac.
I'll try to do the best I can. It may take a little extra time to get you guys in the rooms you need to go.
Yeah, we tried to simplify it by having main room and one breakout room, but this one, there'll be 2 breakout rooms, so it will take some time.
If they
Thanks
raise
for your
hands,
patience.
it would be, oh, sorry. If they raise hands, it would be much more helpful because then we can go down the list and see who wants breakout room.
Virtually, a virtual raised hand.
Right.
Say maybe we may delay starting to 12, have everybody return at 1:30, and the workshop may not start till almost 1:40, 1:45 or something. Probably is how it's gonna work. So.
There's a raised hand.
Richard D.
Hi, is there a schedule of what's going on in the different rooms? Will we email that? I've been out all.
Yeah, we're gonna put it up on the share screen here, and we're gonna move the workshop from this morning. It's gonna be moved to a 3rd track.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
And just a reminder, Florence, that the people on the phones as well, they're going to need help to move. Somebody just chatted about that.
Hi, Sandra. I just wanted to offer an idea from a regional conference that I went to recently where people renamed themselves to which room they wanted to be in. So going to participant and renaming yourself with, breakout 1, breakout 2 next to your name as a way of indicating which breakout you wanted to be.
And anybody want, yeah. And
that's a great idea.
Yeah, and anyone who wants to stay in the main room, they just leave their name as they are.
Yeah.
Great idea. Thank you.
Sure. Where do we get the schedule to know which breakout rooms are the topics?
I've posted it in the room, in the chat. You can download it. It's 2020. That's what the file name starts with. But I will post it one more time.
Thank you.
And here it is.
Where did the morning one go?
Is it? We had, unfortunately, the presenter didn't, had a mix up with the time.
No, I know, but you said you're doing it now.
We're doing it at 1:30.
Yeah. And where will that be?
It'll be in another breakout room, but we'll redo the schedule and put it up. Okay?
Thank you very much.
So thank you for your patience, everybody, and have a good lunch.
You too.
Thanks.
You give yourself a break too.
I think we're having a breakout meeting.
if you would repost the link to the schedule in the chat. I didn't come in. I came in after the link was posted, so I don't have that link apparently.
I think Liz just reposted it.
Okay.
Do you see it?
At 12:55, it was put back in there. At 12:55, it was put back in the chat.
Ah, okay.
So it's gonna,
I was looking for it at the bottom.
but the afternoon is going to change. We're going to add a 3rd track. So we'll just put up that section when you come back, so you know which room.
Yeah, I just put room 3.
So she will be. She will end up being 2C. The Never About the Thing. We're going to switch to. We're going to make her 2C. And I'm going to create the room so we have, so we need one. I gotta wait for them to close. I named them wrong, so.
How many rooms are there to pick from? Because I just put randomly 3. I have no idea what's going on in 3.
That's going to be the morning workshop that was supposed to be in 1B. It's Never About the Thing. It's going to move to 2C.
I rename it 2C.
Yeah, we haven't changed it yet on the schedule. We'll change it and put it up.
Okay, thank you for your help.
Sure.
are in the breakout rooms.
Can someone work on changing the schedule? Carol, can you work on changing the schedule? Because I'm trying to create the breakout rooms currently.
Sure.
I'd like to
Hamid
give you-
has a raised hand.
I'd like to give you my email address. I'm very familiar with hosting and co-hosting if you need any help in the future.
Thanks, Karen. Maybe you want to be a part of events and you can email events. That'd be great.
Okay.
CEC@CoDA.org.
Okay.
And anybody else. We'd be happy to grow our team.
All right. Thank you.
Michelle
morning.
H said join a breakout room showed up on her menu and then disappeared. So I don't know if you guys are messing with settings, but maybe that could help the Mac users too.
Could you repeat that?
Michelle H said she had the join a breakout room option show up on the bottom menu next to chat and reactions. It appeared on her Mac. Yay. And then it said, oops, it's gone again. So I don't know if you're messing with settings on that end, but something you did worked for a second for Mac users.
Yeah, yeah, there was no breakout rooms earlier, so that's why you wouldn't have seen them. And yes, I am messing with them.
Okay, awesome. Hopefully we can help you out on our end too. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm just opening them now. Can you see?
I don't. Michelle, are you still here? And did it show up?
Yes, I see it. I'm not Michelle, but I see it.
Okay.
He has a Mac too.
Yeah, it's at the bottom.
Sometimes there's a more ...
At least on the laptop, it's at the bottom.
You know, I don't see it on my Mac either.
I just created
a
one.
laptop.
I have a question.
Yes.
It's just before the hour now, and I'm just wondering, are any sessions happening now, or how many minutes until the sessions start?
We're at lunch now till 1:30.
Well, I don't know what time zone you're in.
Oh, sorry.
I'm at 10 o'clock in the morning,
Okay,
so that's why I want to know how many more minutes.
It's a 45-minute lunch and it started 15 minutes ago. So there's 30 minutes left.
Thank you. I appreciate
You're welcome.
that.
I understand the time zone challenge.
Yeah.
Carol, are you
So I'm
working
going
on
to stop.
schedule?
I'm going to do that right now. I'm stopping screen shares because I need this agenda.
So, I'm sorry.
I was just telling everybody that I stopped the screen share on the agenda because I need to work on it.
Okay.
And
could you please tell us what's in each breakout room? Because I think it's different to the schedule.
yes, it's going to be worked on and I will post it after lunch at 1:30 p. Pacific time.
And we're
That's
going to
in
post it before then.
30 minutes. 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll try to have it up as soon as possible. So if my guys can come to the breakout room, I don't know where I'm at now.
2C.
Yeah, so you want to come to 2C?
Well, James K's over there, but everybody else is on B.
To see.
Why is everybody else on B? So everybody already went there?
Everybody's well, a lot of people, several people are in workshop in 2B, so let's go to 2C.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm labeled as 2C, but I don't know if I've moved or not.
I'm labeled as 2C as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I'm going to 2C. You guys can come over.
Okay. Beam me up, Scotty.
Hi, I noticed that there was some crosstalk going while that last person was speaking. making comments on what he was saying. I might just put it in the chat.
After leaving a message, you can hang up. Hello. Hi, Gary. It's Wade here. Yeah, I was just calling you back. I saw you call. Yeah. Anyway, I think I'll just.
Gary, can you mute yourself?
I'm recording that. Say again. The moderator there, the host.
Hi, this is Yvette. Can someone tell me if there's the registration is still open? Are they accepting registration? Thank you.
Hi, events committee person, are you there? Are any of the hosts listening?
I'm one of the co-hosts. How can I help?
Oh, the talk for Karen D, which room is it going to be in?
I think they're going to have a third one, so it'll be number 3, whatever, however that works. But the host will help you get there.
Do you know, so do I click on breakout rooms?
The host will help you get there. You don't have to do anything. The host is going to do it.
And how do I tell the host when I want to go there?
She'll ask, and people will put up their virtual hand in the participants.
Okay. All righty. Thank you.
No worries.
And then they were saying it's going to be recorded too. How would we get those recordings?
Sorry, I'm eating at the same time. I honestly can't answer that. I don't know how to access it, but I know it's being live recorded to YouTube, so I'm sure they'll have a link after the workshops are all done.
Thank you.
Are you still chewing?
Yeah, but I can listen while I chew.
Thank you for multitasking. That's one of my many challenges as a codependent. I used to be on events with some of the people out there, so I understand how it is. So this is Julie, and I'm feeling my feelings of, I might as well say anxiety, because I'm on the phone and I'm kind of unclear of how I'm going to be able to do the breakout rooms. I just need some clarity, something about an app and clicking onto the 3 dots. I don't know. So if you have an answer, that's great. If not, I'll just go to my higher power and wait. Thank you.
Well, the best answer I can give you is that the host will be able to click you into the right room.
Okay, I just didn't know because it seemed like it was something different about being on the phone, but I'll accept that answer. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch.
Okay, that's good. Thanks. We almost need a Zoom workshop, how to use Zoom.
Who was the, hi, this is Julie. Who was the events person that was eating and answering questions?
That would be me.
Hi, I want to let you know that I just worked steps 1, 2, and 3. So,
Oh, really?
yes, because I was feeling my anxiety, like trying to control that I want to get on because of my phone situation. And I had to go back to my higher power and, you know, turn my anxiety over to my higher power. And step 1, you know, I'm powerless. Step 2, there's a power greater than myself and the events committee that can restore me back to sanity. And step 3, trusting my higher power that it will be what it will be. Thank you for letting me share that.
You're welcome. Thanks for sharing.
Hi. Is there this event program somewhere? Like what is happening?
I just posted it in the chat.
Okay. Okay, I will check it because yeah, I was confused a little bit.
Can the schedule be reposted on the chat? Because I just joined, so I don't get to see the older chat, please.
There you go.
Thanks. Did you post it in the chat already, or you said you're going to?
Hi, could it be you're sharing with someone privately and not with everyone?
No, I've shared it with everyone twice now. Right here in the chat. If you scroll up, it's posted at least twice.
I mean like all the program, like from beginning to end, how
That's
it
what
is.
I've posted. That's exactly what I've posted. I'll post it again.
Well, I didn't see it.
You have to click on that file and download it.
Yeah, it's posted as a file. You have to click on it.
There's
Do that.
some platforms that you can't see files when they're posted. So
Oh,
unless
I'm
they're
sorry, I
shared
didn't
on the screen, they're not going to be visible. I just found that
I
out.
don't see any file, so.
Yeah, I don't see any files.
Hi, everybody. Hi, everybody. Sorry to interrupt and cut into your good conversation. I'm just going to put on the screen the revised schedule, and I'm going to flip that in between the flag sharing while we were going to do that. I might leave that. I'm just looking at the time. It's 1:25. Well, 5 minutes before we're to rejoin. So I'm going to just leave the new agenda, the revised agenda for this afternoon. And just for those who are coming in, one of the workshops was bumped into this afternoon's time slot. And so also for the speakers, please look and see which room you're in. For instance, Richard I will remain in the main room. JG will be in 2B, and Karen D will be in 2C. So I'm going to put up that screen right now. Okay. I think one of my committee members might be still around, but I need a little break. We've been in a meeting, but put your things in chat and one of us will get back to you, I'm sure, as soon as we can. I just need to get a bite to go.
I can put it in chat.
Oh, Kathy, you're here, so you can address any questions. Yeah, great.
To take care of myself.
I accidentally left the meeting and came back, so I had made you host. Just let you know, you're host right now. So do you, so you can either assign the breakout rooms or you can give it back to me. That's up to you.
No, I don't want to do that. How do you do that? How do I get
all right. So make me host again.
I know. Okay, here it is. Make host. Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, let me take these notes.
See, in the beginning, I was able to move myself to 2C. Now I can't.
I'm finding the same problem.
Okay,
It
well,
was
they
so
have
easy.
Me too.
Yeah, now I can't do anything.
Give us a second. They have to get enabled.
Okay, thanks.
Same problem. I was in the room and then it, okay.
Oh, now I'm being invited to join. Oh.
Okay, so if you want to go to number B, workshop B, put it in the chat. I'm looking for my pen and then I'll move it if you can't move yourself. Okay, Nina. Got it.
Kathy, did you say J workshop is B?
Yes, and that is in the breakout room.
Okay.
This is Shelley and I asked for B, please.
Okay, Jillian.
Shelley.
Okay, Lisa.
I clicked on the breakout rooms and I can see workshop B. How do I add myself?
Do you have the updated version of Zoom?
I've just updated before I came on. I'm on an Apple Mac.
We'll move you. It's okay, not a problem. Tyler.
How do I get to, I've updated. It's Gillian here. Hi, thank you for all your hard work. It's workshop 2B, that's J. How do I get into that one, please? Can you add me? Gillian A.
Sure. If you go to more, and is there 3 dots there?
Hold on, I'll just have a look. Hold on.
If there's 3 dots.
There's a number in the corner that says 39. If you click on that, it says join workshop 2B. Yes or no?
More. I've got more with thumbs up, thumbs down. What do I do? Do I put a hand up for B? What do I do?
I have your name here. Florence is going to move you.
Which workshop?
I'm texting you.
Okay,
I'll just
B, I think it is. JG.
Okay.
Please.
Well, I have her name up. So which one you want to go to?
Okay, B. She wants to go to B.
Okay.
JG. I want JG, please.
Okay, I'm going to tell you the names of the people that want to be moved, Florence. Danielle.
There might be more than one Danielle, so you need to.
Oh, that's JG calling me. Hello? Okay, hold on. He needs help uploading the PowerPoint.
Okay, Who can
Give me
go to
one
that?
second. I don't know how to do that.
Okay, Carol, can you go to his room and help him, please?
No, Carol's on lunch break.
It's at 1:30.
I know, but she didn't take a lunch break.
Okay.
When you send the file through the chat, it's too small to read on the screen, and we don't have a way to zoom in on the screen. That'd be really excellent if you could send that to the agenda. Thank you.
Kathy, I don't see a text from you, and I have Danielle up, but I don't know which room you want me to send her to.
I want you to send all these people to room B.
All right, Danielle.
Darryl, Darryl.
I don't see him. Maybe
Okay.
he went.
Nina, Shelley.
All right, wait a second. You're going to the
Julie B. Layla.
I don't see Nina. Layla?
Yep, Layla, Julie B. Shelley.
Julie B.
Camille, Camilla.
Camilla.
Jillian.
Wait, Camelia?
Yes.
Camelia?
Camila.
I have it. Camelia, Camelia.
Okay.
Are you talking about me, Camelia B?
Yes. Where do you want to go?
I will go to the B room.
Okay.
Right.
But I can take myself there.
Okay, go ahead and do it yourself.
Who's the next one? Please mute. Somebody's not muted.
Corinne, Corrine.
Lorraine, can you see who's not muted and mute them? Okay. Corinne, send her.
Okay, Lisa. And I don't know who Lisa is. There's no last name.
I have a Lisa R. I'll send
Lena.
her.
We'll send her over if she doesn't want to be there. She'll come back.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I just arrived. What's the question?
If you can assign, you guys are picking your breakout rooms. So if you want to stay here for room 2A, that's promises as tools of recovery. 2B is JG, compliance, control and boundaries. That's a breakout room 2B. And Karen D is in 2C. It's never about the thing.
What is the fellow's name that was helping events? Maybe he can help Jay.
Yeah.
Yeah, can he go over and help Jay?
Hey guys, I just wanted to say I'm on a Mac, and if you go to the button breakout rooms at the bottom where you would go to chat or participants, if you open that breakout rooms thing and then you go hover over the number of participants in a room, it turns into a join button. So if you want to try doing it yourself on a Mac, I think there is a way because I'm on a Mac and I can do it.
Oh, that would be really helpful.
Florence, it's Richard.
Yeah,
I'm going to assume from the way things are going that I've got at least a minute to step down the hall before we begin.
Yes.
Okay, I'll be back shortly.
This is Karen Duncan. I'm still trying to get into room C, 2C.
Do you have breakout rooms down on your?
I don't see that at all. I see participants up on top, share content, stop video, mute, but I don't see anything on the bottom of
Down
this.
the bottom. Are you on a PC?
I'm on an iPad.
Oh, there's some way you can click on the rooms, but I'm not sure how to do it. Other people knew how to do it.
There's also the 3 dots more thing. I have it in from there, join breakout room.
I tried that and I can get to chat, but that's, oh, wait a minute. No.
I just made you
Close.
co-host, and I guess Richard needs to be co-host.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
Hello?
But I still can't get into that room.
Okay, I'm sending Shay over there. Is Shay over there?
I don't see JG here.
JG is in room B.
He's not listed under participants.
You need, well, because they're not going to be under the participants because they're in breakout rooms.
No, they should still be under participants.
No, only for the room. Only for the room.
Carol, can you help Jay? Jay needs help in room B.
Room B. I will try.
And I am not, okay, we're sending Carol over. All right.
I'm joining the room.
Sorry, I don't
How do
know
we
how to
get
do it.
into rooms? How do we get into rooms if it doesn't show an option?
Where do you want to go?
The C one.
And your name? Your first name?
Kathy.
Kathy.
Kathy, just like you.
Okay, Florence, can you put
You have an initial?
V. V is in Victor.
Thank you.
Hello,
Hi, this is
Yes.
Shelley. I think I
could you
lost.
please put Jackie A in 2C?
Yes.
Thank you.
This is Shelley, and I think I was not sent to B.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't have your name on here.
Where did Jackie A want to go?
To C, please.
Okay.
And
Hi.
Shelley wants to go to B.
Hi, this is Sandy. I don't know if the Lucianette, I wanted to go to room A for the promises.
You're in A.
Oh, okay, thanks. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, we're going to be starting a little late because of the having to assign everybody the breakout room. So we didn't realize how much that was going to take.
This is Sandy in S in Montreal. I would like to go to 2B, please.
Mayor, 2B.
Sandy S from Montreal into 2B, please.
Hi, this is Paula and Greg G. We want to go into 2B.
I think 2B might be full. How many people are in 2B?
898.
No, we can have 200 in there.
Oh, because it's not letting
Florence,
me.
Florence, can you make me a co-host, please?
Mary D, 2B.
I don't see, I can't download the viral program. Could you tell me what, I hear you saying A, B, C, but which programs are in each room?
It's on the share screen. What happened to the share screen?
I'm looking at it, but I've got the virtual download, but I can't it won't download on mine for some reason.
Lynn K to 2C, please.
Florence, can you hear me?
I just made you co-host, Jay.
Okay, thanks.
Mary D, 2B.
Shelley, still want to go to B.
Yeah, what is B? What topics there?
Okay, B is JG, compliance, control, and boundaries.
Oh.
Hey,
that's
Paula
B?
and Greg G want to go to B.
Yeah, I'd like B too, please.
Yeah, I'd still like to go to 2B as well. My name's Sandy S in Montreal.
Can you guys put your request in the chat because I'm totally lost and everybody yelling out, and Kathy is supposed to be keeping track of that and sending it to me.
Trying. If you could, can they raise their hands?
If you want to go to what room?
Okay, I would ask. Okay, Shelley, 2B. And if you want to go to 2A, you are currently in 2A, so you do not have to be moved anywhere.
Can I be changed to 2C?
Unica wants to go to 2C.
Thank you.
I can't hear.
If you could put it in the chat.
I have no idea who that person is. My screen is totally lost and I can't hear the names because my husband's doing something now and I can't hear her. So I need the name.
Unica.
Unica.
Can you spell it?
EUNIKA.
Got it. You want to go to C?
Yes, please.
Okay.
So the
you.
boundary ones is 2B, is it? Or yeah.
Yes, it is. Boundaries.
Okay.
to B. If you want to go to the B,
We have about
It
4
would be-
minutes left, so if there are people in this room still that need to be assigned, please put your name down in the chat, because in 4 minutes we're gonna start, and it's
Okay,
gonna
I
get a little
just-
more confusing.
I just put mine in Gary Springall. I'd like to go
Okay.
to 2B, please. Thank you.
Put mine in as
If you
well,
want to-
Sandy S. from Montreal.
if you want to go to 2B, put it in the raise your hand, and then I can just see, go down the list and then call out the names.
Okay.
Okay, Mary D wants to go to B. Okay, that's much
Excuse me,
easier.
are we in 2B now?
So we're in 2A.
Lena wants, I'm asking if you could raise hands. Lena L wants to go to B. Everybody that I'm calling out is going to B. Sandra H. Am I going too fast?
Spell it, please.
Too
Spell it.
fast?
Spell the last one.
S-A-N-D-R.
Sandra. Okay. Sorry, my husband was running water upstairs, and you guys sound like you're in a vacuum. So
Okay, and C.
Sandra H. going to B, right?
C. And C, as in cutlery.
I thought that you were calling out everybody going to B.
I am. Her name is Ann C. Her last
What
name
happened
is.
to Sandra H?
Everybody that I'm calling out is going to B right now.
Okay, and C. I gotta go up to A. Wait a minute.
Okay, J dot 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 is going to be, everybody's here is going to be.
J dot dot dot.
Okay.
Okay.
Paula G and Greg G.
Okay.
Sue J.
What's the last one? Sue? S-U-E?
Yes, Sue J.
Okay.
Sarah M.
What's that, baby?
Okay.
So all these, and I don't see anybody else who raised their hand.
Marita E would like to go to room B. I don't know how to use the raise hand feature. So if you could please just put me into B.
I put it in the chat too.
I did.
Yeah, this is Sandy S. I'd still like to go to 2B. I put it in the chat 4 or 5 times already.
Sandy
Well,
who?
Going down
S
so
from
fast,
Montreal.
When everybody starts talking at the same time, I totally get lost. So,
Okay,
right,
Jonathan goes, all these go to B. Jonathan.
No, 2B, please. You said 2C on the invite.
okay,
No.
Sandy S going to 2B.
Yes.
And Marita E to
Can you
2B.
guys please wait just a second,
I'm
as
trying
I do
to-
one at a time, because then I get totally lost. So please.
I still have raised
Okay.
hands.
Okay, so and then Marita, did I put you in the wrong room?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, you put me in the wrong room too.
Oh my God. Okay, let me do one at a time, please. Marita.
Okay. Doing all the Bs. If you could raise
I'm
your
talking to
hand.
Marita right now. Please.
Okay.
Thanks, Lawrence. I'm here. Yeah.
Where did you need to go, Marita?
2B, please.
Yes.
Are you already? Wait, now I'm not seeing your name now.
Marita E.
Marita. I don't see your name anymore.
Oh.
For whatever reason. You're still in the main room?
I am.
Is this the main room?
Yeah.
Okay. We're at 1:45 now. We really need to.
Florence, this is still Sandy S. I'd still like to go to 2B, please.
I thought I sent you.
No, you sent me to 2C.
You sent me to 2C as well, Mary D.
I don't see your names anymore, so you must be there.
No, I'm still in the main room.
You sent me to 2C by mistake.
Florence.
Me too.
when you assigned me to 2C by accident, I didn't join it, but now I have the option for breakout rooms. But when I click that, it says join breakout room for workshop 2C. So maybe that's why you're unable to see our names at the moment.
Oh, I
So
see. Wait, I got it. Wait,
Yeah.
workshop. Okay, so I see. Okay, I got it. All right, so wait a minute. I think I can figure. Okay, all right. Marita is going to be.
Thank you so much. You're doing great.
Michelle H. going to be or not?
No.
No, I'm staying here.
Thank you.
Okay. Mary D. need to go to B, or you're good?
B, but I was sent to 2B by accident.
All right, so you want to stay here?
No, I want to go to 2B.
You're in. Oh, Michelle H. wants to go to 2B, correct?
No, Michelle H is staying in 2A.
I just sent her.
Mary D and Sandy S need to go to B.
Okay.
Can I be put in 2B?
Don't know who you are. So Michelle, let me find Michelle. She wants to be in 2B. I have no idea.
No, Michelle H is staying in 2A.
Okay, then I don't have to do anything with her. Okay.
Mary D and Sandy S need to go to B.
I moved them. Okay.
No, I'm still here in the main room.
We have to accept the join.
You sent me to 2C. That's why I didn't join.
I
want to go to 2B.
Yeah, I changed it to 2B.
Yeah, no, I didn't get an invite.
I don't see you anymore. Let me see. I see you as assigned to 2B.
No, I didn't get an invite to 2B, or else I would have accepted it. Oh, there we go. There we go.
Okay.
Trying to go to 2B. I got invited to 2C. I don't want to go to 2C. Can I get an invite to 2B?
I sent you another invite. Mary?
Yeah, I don't see it yet.
There's nothing else I can do. I have you assigned to 2B.
How do you see an invite? This is Ann H. and I want to go to 2B. How do you see the invite?
There's no invite.
Are you just going to put me in 2B then, Ann H?
Ann C or Ann B?
Ann H. Do you just put me there, or there is some kind of invite or thing I have to click on?
You want to go to 2B?
Yes.
2B? Okay.
Yes.
You still working on Mary D, or have you just abandoned the whole idea of me? Let me know. So I can
have you as assigned to 2B.
Higher power.
I have no control. It says you have not joined.
Oh, you want me to surrender to my higher power then? Because I have no control over this, right?
It's up to you.
What do I do? What is up to me? What exactly is up to me? Like what is up to me? What is up to me?
Tell me. I have you assigned to 2B. You should have received an invite. I don't know why you didn't.
I got
if you go out and come back in.
I got invited to C.
Uh-huh.
C.
I know I reassigned you, and for some reason you're not there. So maybe if you go out and come back in, it might help.
Mary D, do you have the option for breakout rooms on the bottom now? Because there you can see that she probably reassigned you, because that's how I found it. If you find the 4 squares.
The 4, oh yeah, okay.
Okay.
And then you'll see there.
Okay.
And, so we need to go take this all to chat so that the presenter here can start. Because we're already way past time.
Okay, I'm gonna send you, can you please put me into room C? I'd prefer there. It's Marita E.
Can you put it in chat, please? Because I can't hear the difference between B and C, and my husband's running some water again, so I can't.
I'm going to start the recording.
Okay.
Okay, I'm starting.
All right, Florence, I'm going to ask you to do me a favor and mute all.
I can do that. I think she went away.
Okay, I have to step away for just a second because I don't have my hearing aids in. That's the other problem. So I'm coming back.
Okay.
Okay, I think I muted. Oh, I don't know if I
don't think so, but it looks like everybody that needs to be muted is muted. So we'll start this thing. Anything like this that I ever do, I like to start with a prayer. I like to start with a particular prayer. It's called the set aside prayer, if you'll just indulge me. Higher power, help me today to set aside the things I think I know. Help me to set aside everything I think I know about you, everything I think I know about myself, everything I think I know about other people, and everything I think I know about this program. Also that I can have a new experience in you, a new experience in myself, a new experience in these, my fellows, and a new experience in my own recovery. Thank you, everybody. I am a grateful and enthusiastic member of Codependents Anonymous. My name is Richard, and I'm codependent as hell. And really glad to be here today. Just a really abbreviated bio. I've been in CoDA since the first Monday after Mother's Day, 2003. What happened for me was that I went through life feeling lonely, separate, different, and afraid. It drove some very codependent behaviors that ultimately got me to a nervous breakdown in 12-step meetings. Walked in my first meeting completely broken, and they made some simple suggestions to me to come to the meetings and get a sponsor and work the steps. And when I did those things, my life changed. It's going a lot better today. My home group is the Experience, Strength, and Hope group of Codependents Anonymous in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, Canada. If you're familiar with a little booklet called the 12-Piece Relationship Toolkit, that group. We're here today to talk about the promises. The content that I'm going to talk about today really grew out of some workshops at the Experience, Strength, and Hope group, and also at the Progress Not Perfection group in Winnipeg, Manitoba. And what happened for me is it sparked some ideas, and I've been developing those into the draft of a booklet that will eventually go through the same editing process that the 12-Piece Relationship Toolkit did, and hopefully get submitted to conference for conference endorsement at some point. But my objective here today really is to introduce you to a new idea or some new ways of looking at the promises. In CoDA, we like to tell people that if your life is perfect, don't change a thing. You know, if you show up at your first CoDA meeting and you tell us that your relationships are great, you're in a fabulous marriage, your work couldn't be better, your kids are doing fabulously, we look at that and go, don't change a thing. But if you're having problems in one or more of those areas, then we suggest you might want to do something different, because at the end of the day, that's what recovery is about, doing something different. If you want what you always got, do what you always did. But if you want something different, you're going to have to do something different. And so if today I am successful in introducing even one or two of you to one or two new ideas, I'm going to file today under the successful column. The 12 promises of Codependents Anonymous go like this. I can expect a miraculous change in my life by working the program of Codependents Anonymous. As I make an honest effort to work the 12 steps and follow the 12 traditions, 1, I know a new sense of belonging. The feelings of emptiness and loneliness will disappear. 2, I'm no longer controlled by my fears. I overcome my fears and act with courage, integrity, and dignity. 3, I know a new freedom. 4, I release myself from worry, guilt, and regret about my past and present. I'm aware enough not to repeat it. 5, I know a new love and acceptance of myself and others. I feel genuinely lovable, loving, and loved. 6, I learn to see myself as equal to others. My new and renewed relationships are all with equal partners. 7, I am capable of developing and maintaining healthy and loving relationships. The need to control and manipulate others will disappear as I learn to trust those who are trustworthy. 8, I learned that it is possible for me to mend, to become more loving, intimate, and supportive. I have the choice of communication with my family in a way which is safe for me and respectful of them. 9, I acknowledge that I am a unique and precious creation. 10, I no longer need to rely solely on others to provide my sense of worth. 11, I trust the guidance I receive from my higher power and come to believe in my own capabilities. And 12, I gradually experience serenity, strength, and spiritual growth in my daily life. If you just bear with me for one moment, I am going to take those. Honest, I was going to. I am unable to paste those into the chat, which I was hoping to do to give you guys a reference, but we will be referring back. So think about the first time that you heard those. For many of us, it was in our first CoDA meeting. Others of us may have found the promises when we stumble across a CoDA website, or a friend may have shared them with us to let us know what they'd found in CoDA. Wherever we first heard these 12 remarkable statements, most of us had a visceral reaction to them. Some of us found hope. Maybe this is possible for me too. Others may have been skeptical. These promises are nonsense. I'm too damaged. This could never happen for me. Whatever our reactions, we came back to CoDA meetings and applied the program to our lives. We began to experience some or all of the CoDA promises. For some of us, they've come gradually, growing little by little over a period of time. Others of us experienced them suddenly. We awoke one day to the realization that we feel different, that we're experiencing freedom and exhibiting an integrity and dignity that we've never had before. Often it's only after we see these changes in other CoDA members that we notice them in ourselves, and we realize that we've changed in the very same ways. The one constant that we see is that CoDA members who actively work the 12 steps and apply themselves to practicing the 12 traditions do see the promises fulfilled in their lives. The purpose here today is to explore these 12 promises and talk about them, not just how we experience them, but how we can use them. Where I really want to start is with the 13th promise, which is, in my mind, in that introduction to the 12 promises, that phrase that goes, I can expect a miraculous change in my life by working the program of Codependence Anonymous, as I make an honest effort to work the 12 steps and follow the 12 traditions, ... That's a promise. And it's a truly powerful one. At least it was for me when I was new. I found that to be inspiring and even a little bit intimidating. So I'd just like you to think back to that first time that you heard these promises listed and what that meant to you. Let's get into the meat of the promises. So promise 1 says, I know a new sense of belonging. The feelings of emptiness and loneliness will disappear. Many CoDA members describe intense feelings, sometimes lifelong ones, of alienation. Some talk about feeling as if they were dropped off as babies by aliens. Others talk about feeling lonely, separate, different, and afraid. And still others describe the inability to feel loved or feel valued, even when they know intellectually that they are loved and valued. These feelings often provide a sense of emptiness and a profound loneliness that follows codependence throughout their lives. These feelings may be the prime motivators for many of our patterns of and characteristics of codependence. CoDA's Promise 1 suggests that we'll recover from these feelings and enjoy a new sense of belonging. Often, this is the first promise we experience, sometimes in our very first meeting. The warm welcome and unconditional acceptance we experienced as newcomers can sometimes penetrate our misery and our denial to suggest to us that we finally found some place to belong. For some, the sense of belonging becomes even more concrete when we get involved in CoDA service. Whether at the group, intergroup, voting entity, or conference level, service work provides us the opportunity to connect with other recovering codependents in a new and vital way. And for many, this sense of belonging is also enhanced by sponsorship. We experience the love and acceptance that our sponsors provided us. Then we consider the love we feel for a sponsee who has placed their trust in us and the satisfaction we see from that sponsee's growth. In the midst of these considerations, it's easy to feel that we're a part of a greater whole, a chain of recovery in which we are a single link, or a river in which we are a part of the flow. We realize that we are a part of something bigger than ourselves. When I look at Promise 1, one of the things that strikes me there is the feelings of emptiness and loneliness will disappear. Notice the phrasing there. They're not saying any feelings of emptiness and loneliness that we might experience will disappear. They're saying the feelings. They're assuming that if you're showing up at a meeting of Codependents Anonymous, you know about that sense of emptiness and loneliness, that it's part of this illness. And they're promising us that with a new sense of belonging, it will go away. I personally, I've come to the conclusion that feeling of lonely, separate, different, and afraid is the foundation of what we think of as a spiritual illness. That it affects not just us as codependents, but all of our brothers and sisters in all of those other 12-step fellowships. I've learned here that an alcoholic is somebody who is able to medicate that feeling, that illness, by taking a drink. They take a drink, and for just a little while, that lonely, separate, different, and afraid goes away. The overeater in OA can numb that feeling out with food. The addict in Narcotics Anonymous can get loaded and forget about that feeling for a little while. And for me, my drug of choice was 5 minutes of someone else's approval. I'm addicted to relationships and workaholism. And again, the fear that underpins that is what drives me to those addictions. And what CoDA has done for me is it's disarmed that feeling. I will still go through bouts of feeling lonely, separate, different, and afraid, but not all the time anymore. It's not the constant driver in my life. And that's been my experience with these promises. I'm here to tell you that in 17 years, every single one of these promises has come true for me as a result of doing what they suggested to me, coming to the meetings, get a sponsor, work the steps. Something changed. And every single one of these promises has materialized in my life, some more consistently than others, but they're all there. Promise 2 says, I'm no longer controlled by my fears. I overcome my fears and act with courage, integrity, and dignity. Promise 2 is built on the assumption that some of us may have resisted as newcomers that codependence is an illness built on fear. As we progress in our recovery, we learn how true that assumption is. We learn that in the midst of our illness, we are always afraid of someone or for someone. We learn that fear is the bedrock on which our codependent patterns are based. In step 4, we examine our fears. We might find that we're afraid of criticism or other people's anger. Maybe we're afraid of ridicule. We may be afraid of excessive attention or, ironically, of being ignored. Ultimately, we may realize that all of these stem from 2 core fears: rejection and abandonment. We're afraid that others won't accept us, or that having appeared to accept us, they will now reject us. We also realize that these fears are founded on a lack of self-esteem. We don't consider ourselves worthy, so we naturally conclude that others see us the same way. In the process of working steps, we face our fears and we ask a loving higher power to release us from them. We gain self-esteem by performing esteem-worthy acts. The traditions guide us in dealing with others from a place of equality and self-respect. As we practice these new behaviors, we notice that less and less of our actions are being driven by our fears. At first, these new behaviors may feel wrong. We may even feel fake. I'm not courageous or dignified, we may think. I have no integrity. But our sponsors guide us in applying the recovery tool of acting as if. We act as if when we do the things that a courageous person would do, even if it terrifies us. We act as if when we do the things a person of integrity and dignity would do. And we practice these as we practice these new behaviors, as our fears loosen their grip on us, acts of courage, integrity, and dignity begin to feel more natural to us. In Promise 2, that I'm no longer controlled by my fears. What fears are we talking about? I don't know about you, but for me, every time I look at any of the fears that drive my codependent behavior, if I look underneath that fear, say, okay, what's wrong with the fear of public speaking? And I tunnel down. Well, the problem with public speaking is that I'm performing a task in front of a large group of people. And the problem with that is that I may fail. I may not do it well. They may judge me. And if they judge me, they may find me wanting. And if they find me wanting, they may reject me. They may throw me away. And it always comes back to that fear of rejection or abandonment. In Promise 2, it talks about courage. And what does courage look like? Well, in my reading, it turns out that courage is not the lack of fear. Courage is having fear and taking the indicated action despite the fear. Courage is what lets me overcome my fear, even when I'm feeling it. How do we define integrity? I like to think of that as program honesty. And we have cash register honesty and we have program honesty. I was always cash register honest, but I never had integrity because my go-to move as a codependent was to tell you what I thought you wanted to hear. There's no integrity in that. Program honesty says that my words and my thoughts and my actions all agree with each other. How can we display dignity in our lives that we talk about in Promise 2? The simplest way that I can think of is by setting boundaries for the first time. Dignified people have boundaries. Undignified people have either no boundaries or they have walls. Right? And so we learn how to set appropriate boundaries and maintain them, recognizing that every boundary that I ever set is not with somebody else, it's with myself. The boundaries are for me. Promise 3, I know a new freedom. What exactly does a new freedom mean to us? And freedom from what? For some, it's freedom from the fears we described in our 4th step. For others, it's freedom from expectations by ourselves or others. It might be freedom from the control of someone else's personality or from our own compulsions. For some of us, it's the freedom to finally be ourselves. Prior to recovery, many codependents describe the grip of their codependent patterns by saying, I had no choice. The program tells us that we always have choices. Our sponsor helps us to see those choices in our higher power support system. Once we've accepted life on life's terms and we've worked through the things that have been blocking us from our higher power, our choices expand. We begin to see the hand of a higher power in our lives, and we find the freedom to act on the will of that higher power rather than being trapped in our old ways. Promise 3 says that we'll know a new freedom. Freedom from what? For me, it was freedom from fear, freedom from my ego, freedom from the bondage of self. There's a very popular prayer in one of the other fellowships that talks about finding freedom from the bondage of self. And I needed freedom from the bondage of Richard. What would freedom look like to you? Just think about that for a second. What's something that you have done or could do to express that new freedom? Have you noticed that in your own recovery? Those things that we can do that were beyond us before. And what patterns of codependence are disarmed when we find that freedom? Promise 4, I release myself from worry, guilt, and regret about my past and present. I'm aware enough not to repeat it. Some codependents arrive in Codependence Anonymous mired in worry, guilt, and regret, paralyzed by shame. The CoDA literature helps us to understand the dynamics of the shame we've carried. Then our sponsor and our CoDA friends help us to see our lives from a different perspective. We learn the difference between acceptance and resignation. We accept that the events of the past actually happened and that we don't have the ability to go back and change them. We accept today's situation as a reality rather than fighting it with the wishful thinking that we learn is called denial. Acceptance of the facts of our past and present finally allows us to explore our options and to take different actions. We apply ourselves to the program. In working the steps, particularly steps 4 through 9, we learn to see the difference between shame and our earned guilt. Reliance on a higher power rather than on others releases us from our shame, and we make amends to discharge ourselves of our earned guilt. Having accepted our mistakes and made amends to put things right where we could, we find that we no longer have to carry the burden of worry, guilt, and regret. We can walk the earth as free men and women without the constant fear of our past and codependent patterns. You know, that idea that I can release myself from the regret about my past and present. I can release myself from the denial. For me, I grew up at the intersection of 3 different families affected by alcoholism. And one of the things that I had to accept in early recovery was that nobody in my life owed me a happy childhood. Because until I could accept that nobody in my life had a time machine that they could hop in and go back and fix my childhood, I couldn't get better. As long as I was attached to the idea that they owe me, that I was being the victim. And I learned here that victims don't recover as long as I'm attached to my victimhood. But when I could accept that, okay, that happened, and where I go from here is my responsibility, that there's a lot of power in that. And that gave me access to the whole program. So, Promise 5, I knew a new love and acceptance of myself and others. I feel genuinely lovable, loving, and loved. For many of us, the core of our codependency is that we never felt lovable, loving, and loved. The desperate desire to feel loved, to belong, harmed our self-esteem and led us to compliant behaviors that further damaged our already low self-esteem. The fear of rejection and abandonment fueled our attempts to control others. Our fear of being hurt drove us to practice avoidance. In CoDA, we met fellow members who were committed to loving us until we could love ourselves. They modeled unconditional love for us and supported and applauded our efforts to behave in loving ways. One day, perhaps out of the blue, the thought may occur to us, these people and my higher power love me. Therefore, I must be lovable. The logic is irrefutable. Working the steps allows us to engage in estimable acts, and we slowly build self-esteem. Eventually, we may suddenly realize that we like ourselves, we respect ourselves, we even love ourselves. We realize that we love these people in our groups and others in our lives, and we learn new ways to express that love. We stop confusing love with approval or sex and find that once we love ourselves, we can be loving toward even the difficult people in our lives. You know, I cried in every meeting for the first 6 months. And the funny thing about that was that nobody ever criticized me. Nobody ever made fun of this 40-year-old guy who's crying like a little kid. They just loved me. And one day it came to me, I must be lovable. These people that I'm clinging to like a lifeline seem to love me. Another source there is sponsorship. I tell every new guy that I sponsor that after we've had a long talk about what sponsorship looks like, and I give them a chance to back out, I hit them with one final quasi requirement. It's simply this. I love the guys that I sponsor, and I tell them that on a regular basis, and I don't care if that makes you uncomfortable. And we end that conversation with, I love you. And I end pretty much every conversation with a sponsee with, I love you. And what that does is, and what that did for me when my sponsor did it with me, was it drove home that dynamic of being lovable and loving and loved. Another area that's important, I think, in Promise 5 is that when I noticed my self-talk changing, you know, it's a big part of my self-loathing. How I exercised that was by being really, really harsh with Richard. If he had the audacity to be imperfect, if he made a mistake of any sort, I would tell Richard what an idiot he was, what a moron he was, what a waste of skin he was. And I'm pleased to tell you that I don't do that anymore. I spent an entire year working just on my self-talk and on how I talk to Richard. And so today, if I make a mistake, it was, well, that was a mistake. Or my favorite is, well, that's suboptimal. Let's do it different next time. And it's been a very long time since I was harsh with Richard. And the consequence of that is that I get up in the morning and I look in the mirror and I like the guy that I see there. But I've had to work at reminding myself that I like that guy in the mirror. Promise 6, I learned to see myself as equal to others. My new and renewed relationships are all with equal partners. Ladder thinking is a hallmark of the disease of codependence. Most of us saw the people around us as above us and to be obeyed, or beneath us, to be fixed or saved. In many of our relationships, we were dependent on the approval of others, and our relationships were automatically out of balance. Dependence on external approval meant that we would hand all of our power to anyone that asked for it, or seemed to ask for it, or might ask for it. Since nobody respects a doormat, our self-esteem plummeted. In our relationships, we may have seen the other person not as a person, but as a locus for problems we could solve. We reasoned that if they were such a mess, the noble thing to do, and we thought we were so very noble, was to step in and fix the problem for them. At first, they were often grateful and we gained a temporary boost to our ego. But in solving their problems, we took control, or the illusion of control, of a swath of the other person's life. We had to. We were much more qualified to be in charge than they were. If and when the other person realized how we viewed them, they may have been hurt or offended. In CoDA, the 12 steps cultivate humility in us. Humility is not humiliation, but rather a proportionate and realistic view of ourselves with respect to others. We learn to identify, don't compare. The 12 traditions teach us that the only person responsible for solving another's problems is them. That's tradition 7. We learn to see where we stop and another person begins, and that's tradition 4. And most of all, we learn that we're all equal. It talks about that in tradition 2. Without the pressure to jockey for position on an imaginary ladder, we're free to be ourselves. We learn to relate to others exactly where they are, and they do the same for us. You know, I was never all that interested in equality. I was like a dog in a dog pack. I wanted to know what the pack order was so that I could be in charge of the people underneath me and I could obey the people above me and fit in. What that really amounted to is that whenever possible, I wanted to be in complete charge or to have no control and have you in charge. So either I'm in complete control and I get to define how things are going to go, or you're in control and I get to blame you if things go badly. And that does not contribute, I want to tell you, to healthy and loving relationships. And so today, I do see the people around me as equals. And I work at maintaining that equilibrium to the best of my ability. And as part of my 10th step, I need to watch out for when I'm starting to feel superior, when I'm starting to feel like I'm in charge, or when I'm starting to feel subservient. And one of the most important tools that I've run across for that is that idea of identify, don't compare. Look for the similarities and not the differences. That applies out there in real life, not just here in our rooms. A message came up asking what I'm reading from. And as I mentioned at the beginning, this is the draft of a booklet on the promises that is a work in progress. Promise 7, I am capable of developing and maintaining healthy and loving relationships. The need to control and manipulate others will disappear as I learn to trust those who are trustworthy. Many of us discovered at an early age that trusting others often resulted in pain or disappointment. Growing up in a dysfunctional family system is inherently unstable and unpredictable. We learned that asking for what we want and need in a straightforward manner gave others the power to hurt us. In reaction, we learned to apply methods of control or manipulation to get our needs met. Over time, our patterns of control and manipulation inevitably drove others away. In CoDA, we were asked to consider the real source of the problem. Was it that other people are universally untrustworthy? Or were we perhaps surrounded by and attracted to people who were untrustworthy? Were we trusting too much, or were we simply trusting the wrong people? CoDA introduces us to relationships with sponsors and other recovery friends who are there for us, friends who go to great lengths to be there for us and to offer us safe and respectful environments. These are friends who are trying to live a life of honesty and authenticity. They're not perfect, but they try to say what they mean and do what they say. Slowly, perhaps it dawns on us that we're not obligated to trust those who have proven themselves untrustworthy, but that there are at least a few trustworthy people in the world. Perhaps some of the trustworthy people were there in our lives all the time. We couldn't see them because we were so focused on the untrustworthy ones. But now we are free to offer at least a little bit of trust to someone that won't betray us. The little bit of trust that we've cultivated grows, and we're able to use it as the cornerstone for a new kind of relationship. We begin to experience relationships based on mutual trust and respect. We learn that the only healthy love, the only reliable love, is unconditional love. So we stop putting our trust in those who put a price tag on love. We become more trustworthy ourselves as we grow. We become more open and honest with the people that have been open and honest with us. We begin to enjoy real intimacy with others without exposing our vulnerabilities to those who don't deserve it. We begin to enjoy real, healthy, and loving relationships. How do we learn to trust? We talk about that a lot in the third step, where we look at turning our will and our lives over to the care of a loving higher power. And it's a big step because we find it hard to trust. So how do we learn to trust? Well, by trusting a little bit and having that turn out well. And when that turns out well, that gives us just a tiny bit more confidence to trust a little bit more next time. And if that turns out well, and so on, and so on, and so on. And what happens is that as we learn to trust, we become more trustworthy, and trustworthiness earns respect. And that contributes to mutually respecting and loving relationships. And how do we relate to those who might not be trustworthy? You know, most of my life, I worked this promise backwards. I spent most of my life not trusting people who might have been trustworthy, and trusting people who were untrustworthy. And I did that for one simple reason. The untrustworthy people had this special skill, this special knack. They could get me to trust them instantly by saying one magic phrase. They would look me in the eye and they would say, "Don't you trust me?" Well, now I have to trust them, because if I don't trust them, they might be angry with me, and if they're angry with me, they might judge me. If they judge me, they might throw me away, and that whole chain gets activated. I've realized in CoDA that not once in my life do I recall anybody trustworthy ever asking me that question. So now, instead of being an instant mechanism to control me, it's a red flag. I've never had anybody trustworthy ask me that question and, in essence, demand my trust. So how do we spot trustworthy versus untrustworthy people? Our literature tells us to watch their feet, not their mouths. Watch their actions instead of their words. And as we learn to do that better, it starts becoming easier to spot the truly trustworthy and the truly untrustworthy people. And in the process, to become a little more confident in my own ability to discern that trustworthiness versus untrustworthiness. Promise 8 says that I learned that it is possible for me to mend, to become more loving, intimate, and supportive. I have the choice of communication with my family in a way which is safe for me and respectful of them. Codependence kills communication. Driven by self-centered fear, some of us have been constantly on our guard in communicating with others around us. In the past, when we've let our guard down, we've been misunderstood or misquoted or mischaracterized. We've been hurt. Often we've responded to the hurt by redoubling our guard and either walking on eggshells or shutting down. Eventually, the pressure of stuffing our feelings would build to the point that we could no longer control it, and it came out in an explosion of rage, completely out of proportion with the situation at hand. Some of us have tried to control communication by filling every silence, no matter how brief, with our own views. We were afraid to let others speak for fear of what they might say. We learned that we could keep ourselves safe or we could be respectful of others, but we were unable to do both at the same time. In CoDA, we work the 12 steps in order to heal the wounds of our past. No longer in the clutches of that pain, we are free to take a new, more loving and supportive approach to those around us. Our sponsor, our CoDA friends, and the CoDA literature all offer suggestions in the form of their own experience, strength, and hope. If it worked for them, maybe it'll work for us. We apply some of these suggestions and we develop new methods of communication based on the principles we learned in the 12 traditions. We begin to be able to risk intimacy, knowing that we can establish boundaries. And because there are boundaries, we can adjust them as necessary. It's an imperfect process of trial and error, but eventually we find that we've developed the capacity to communicate openly, honestly, and directly in a respectful way and without surrendering to abuse by others. What does it look like to be both safe and respectful at the same time? I'd boil that down to boundaries and courtesy. Again, we come back to boundaries. For me, the biggest place to learn to practice boundaries is by practicing the 12 traditions in my relationships, because every single one of those 12 traditions is about boundaries. On the respectful side, I would suggest that courtesy is an important value to cultivate. Courtesy is not the same as politeness. I can be really, really polite. Would you like another cup of coffee? Pass the salt, if you please. That's polite, but it's not terribly courteous. Courtesy is basically good manners combined with a genuine interest in the other person's well-being. And when I can cultivate that at the same time that I maintain boundaries, that looks to me like ways of communicating that are safe for me and respectful of the people around me. Promise 9, I acknowledge that I am a unique and precious creation. Low self-esteem is often the starting point for our codependence. Because we lack our own esteem, we seek esteem from others. As we chase the esteem of others and get ever more desperate for someone else's recognition or approval, we engage in codependent patterns that further damage our self-esteem. Often we find ourselves in a downward cycle of approval, seeking, there's supposed to be a hyphen here. We find ourselves in a downward cycle of approval seeking, driven by low self-esteem that is aggravated by our approval seeking behaviors and motivated by more low self-esteem, and so on. It's a vicious cycle. Our CoDA friends show us a different path. It starts when the members of our CoDA group treat us as valued members of the group. They see value in us, so we begin to suspect that we may have value. There's an old saying in recovery circles, if you want self-esteem, perform esteemable acts. In CoDA, we work the 12 steps. We try to practice the 12 traditions in all our affairs. We make amends where we've caused harm. We engage in acts of service, not for any reward, but because it's the loving thing to do. At first, we may show up early to the meeting to set up chairs because we're trying to earn our place in the group. Eventually, we do it simply because we feel good about ourselves when we do. Nobody else needs to see or to be involved. Some of us prior to recovery felt odd or different. In CoDA, we begin to appreciate the value of being different. After all, the old timers tell us if any two of us were identical, one of us would be unnecessary. We find that the principles we are practicing in the 12 steps and 12 traditions allow us to channel our unique character into productive and useful paths, and we begin to embrace our uniqueness. Eventually, we realize that we are both unique and precious. Promise 9 is where I get to move away from that feeling of lonely, separate, different, afraid, to being unique and precious. These are just flip sides of the same coin. The lady that I'm married to likes to talk about how every defect of character that we have is really the flip side of a character asset taken to an extreme. Unique and precious, when I lose sight of how good that is, becomes lonely, separate, different, and afraid. And if I can get from the one to the other, it also means that I can get back. And that's what's happened for me in Promise 9. Promise 10, I no longer need to rely solely on others to provide my sense of worth. If I didn't have low self-esteem, I wouldn't have any, quips one CoDA member. In the past, we often had no self-worth. Our behavior was dictated by a need for someone else's approval, and we adopted patterns of behavior that were harmful to ourselves and others. We couldn't be honest about our thoughts and feelings with others. What if they were the wrong thoughts and feelings? We couldn't set boundaries. What if someone else didn't like our boundaries? We couldn't look after our own needs. Someone else's needs were always more important. Often we bankrupted ourselves emotionally and physically, if not financially, trying to buy someone else's approval and acceptance. In CoDA, we gradually build our self-esteem. Our progress through the 12 steps and our work in applying the 12 traditions contributes to a sense of self-worth that we may never have experienced before. We gain self-respect by practicing the principles of Tradition 4, autonomy, and Tradition 7, being self-supporting. We begin to realize that our opinion is just as important as someone else's opinion. That's Tradition 2. Ultimately, we grow to realize that our opinion about ourselves and that of our higher power are the only ones that really matter. We can separate ourselves from the need for someone else's approval. We know that we are worthwhile and important just as we are. Because of the nature of my codependency, my drug of choice being 5 minutes with someone else's approval, that drove some particular patterns of codependence. Codependents compromise their values and integrity in order to avoid rejection and other people's anger. Well, that's, again, predicated on the idea that I need that other person's approval so desperately that I'm willing to surrender my values, my integrity. And I know that it's wrong to lie or cheat or steal. But if that's what it takes to get that person's approval, I become a liar, a thief, and a cheat when I'm caught up in my illness. And I'll do it without thinking. I don't have to do that anymore because this promise has come true in my life. Promise 11, I trust the guidance I received from my higher power and I come to believe in my own capabilities. If step 2 was a revelation for many of us, step 3 was a lifesaver. How long had we wandered through life rudderless and without direction? Lost, we latched onto others and made them our higher power. We became easy prey for abusers and manipulators. In step 2, we were introduced to a higher power of our own understanding. The only requirement on our own definition was that it be a loving higher power as specified in Tradition 2, and that it be greater than ourselves as defined in step 2. Many of us were amazed at the idea that such a power could exist and would be there to provide guidance and strength when we needed it. In step 3, we were asked to make a decision to follow the guidance of that power to the best of our ability. And suddenly our decisions were no longer determined solely by the self-interest of the imperfect people we obsessed over. We no longer turned our will and our lives over to the sickest person in the room. Instead, we tried to do the things that a wiser, kinder, more loving higher power wanted for our benefit. In time, our work through the rest of the steps helped us to become more consistent at hearing the guidance of our higher power and at following through on that guidance. Our decision-making and our choices became less frantic and more considered. We learned that my will is a constant urgency, God's will is a calm certainty, and we began to be able to tell the difference between the calm, quiet direction of our higher power and the strident demands of our codependence. As we became more consistent at pausing and consulting our higher power before taking action, we experienced more success. It became easier to trust our higher power, and our successes proved to us that we could walk through life with courage, integrity, and dignity. That relates back to something I was talking about earlier, that idea of how do we learn to trust? We learn by trusting a little bit and having that turn out well, and then we can trust a little more, and if that turns out well, we can trust a little more. And that especially applies to my relationship with my higher power. And after 17 years now, I still have days where I doubt that higher power. I still have lots of days where I doubt that higher power, but what I have today is a higher power with a track record. I have a higher power that I can look back and go, when I have consciously and completely turned an outcome or a decision or a situation over to that higher power, it has always turned out better than I was going to try to manipulate it. So maybe I can do it one more time. That is as close as I get to fully trusting the guidance I have from the higher power. Promise 12. I gradually experience serenity, strength, and spiritual growth in my daily life. It's been said that when we stop growing, we stagnate. Stagnation can be defined as dying very slowly. That's what many of us were doing before coming to Codependence Anonymous. When we honestly work the 12 steps and practice the 12 traditions, we change and grow. We can't help it. We don't even have to believe it'll work when we start, it just happens. Our newly found relationship with a higher power equips us with a new source of guidance and strength. Our daily practice of step 11 brings us into closer contact with that higher power and relieves us of our fears. We begin to see glimmers of that peace of mind we call serenity. We begin to be able to take risks and experience successes. Our work in the 4-step inventory helps us to see the reality of our lives more clearly. Our work in service to CoDA helps us to learn patience and tolerance. Our inventory work and amends in steps 8 and 9 help to free us from guilt and shame over our past actions. All of these things contribute to our feelings of serenity. Carrying the message of CoDA to others in step 12 is often described as our greatest opportunity for spiritual growth. As we work with newcomers and sponsor others in CoDA, we cement our own relationship with the steps and with our higher power, and we grow. It doesn't happen overnight for most of us. Looking back through these promises, we are sometimes surprised at how many of them have become true for us. At other times, we're excited by how much more growth is in store for us. As it says in the CoDA welcome, we have all learned to survive life, but in CoDA, we're learning to live life. Living is a process of growth. The 12 promises give us a measure that we can use to see that we are growing, that we're living. There's a writing in another fellowship that I'm really fond of. It talks about how sometimes slowly or haltingly, occasionally in great bursts of brilliance, those who work the steps change and grow. We see it first in those who walk beside us. And seeing that in others, we realize it's also possible for us. That's been my experience for the last 17 years. That sometimes slowly, usually slowly, but every once in a while, in great bursts of brilliance, I make progress. And sometimes I don't even notice until I realize, hey, that person isn't constantly being afraid of their mother anymore. Hey, neither am I. And that's the dynamic. I think that's why it's so important that there's more than one of us in these meetings, because I need the example that you set, and I hope I'm providing you with an example. So how do this serenity, strength, and spiritual growth manifest when we first begin to experience them? For me, it's the story of step 7. They show up in different behaviors. I don't know about your experience with step 7, but here's mine. I've engaged in the inventory steps. I've identified those things that are blocking me from a relationship with a loving higher power and getting in the way of me doing my higher power's will. And I've recognized the harm that those have done in my life, and I'm ready. So in step 7, I hit my knees and I ask a loving higher power to remove those things from me. And I pray a prayer that asks him to remove the things that get in the way of my usefulness to him and to my fellows. And I surrender my defects of character to my higher power. But nowhere in step 7 does it say that he's going to remove that stuff now. It's not an instantaneous thing. Instead, the way my higher power likes to work is that, okay, I'm a liar. So he's going to give me an opportunity to lie. And because I'm a liar, I'm going to lie. But now it really bothers me. I noticed myself doing that. And a day later, he's going to give me another opportunity to lie, but I'm still hurting from yesterday. And damn, I'm not going to lie this time, but I do because I'm a liar. And then the next day, another opportunity comes along and I see this one coming. I'm not going to do it this time. I'm really not going to, but I'm a liar, so I lie. And then the day after that, another opportunity comes along, and this time I do something different. And that's my experience with the 7th step, is that over time, I am offered multiple opportunities to practice a defective character until I start doing it differently. And that is the essence of recovery for me, is that idea of doing something different. Because if it's not different, it can't be better. So what do serenity, strength, and spiritual growth look like? Me learning to do things differently, a little bit at a time. And it's cumulative. You know, I do many, many things differently than I did when I was 12 years in recovery. And at 12 years, I had grown from 5 years. And at 5 years, I looked a lot different than I did walking in the door. And I just saw somebody comment that recovery is a process, not a destination. And I couldn't agree more. All I know is that I've been watching this trend line for 17 years, and I love where it's going. I want to find out where else it goes. So that was just a quick summary of those 12 promises. But now let's talk about how else we can think about them. Okay, well, when we look at the promises.
Excuse me, Richard. I just want to let you know that I know you started late, so we're extending 10 minutes.
Okay, so
you're almost
that means
at
we
2:45
we
now.
have 10 minutes from now.
Yeah, basically.
Okay,
15
which means
minutes.
we're not going to have a lot of time for discussion.
Yeah,
I
unfortunately.
apologize. But we're getting now.
I know you started 20 minutes late, so you lost 10 minutes. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Most of us, when we first look at the promises, we look at them as something that's aspirational, right? Don't they look like, when we're new, they look like goals. It's like, holy cow, I'd love to get there. And we can use them as that simply by using the tool of acting as if. Right? By act as if I'm a man of courage, integrity, and dignity. And if I do that enough days in a row, it starts to settle in. But there's other things that we can use them for. Milestones. That feeling of accomplishment when I noticed for the first time that I was able to avoid an argument and to communicate with somebody in my family in a way which was safe for me and respectful of them at the same time. We can also use them as prayers. Higher power, help me to feel your guidance or to hear your guidance. Help me to trust your guidance and come to believe in my own capabilities. We can use them as decision-making guides. Okay, here's my 2 options. What would somebody who's in an equal relationships do? What would somebody who's a man of courage, integrity, and dignity do in this situation? Or I'm unique and precious. I have value, even if this person is angry with me. that reminder that I'm not the man that I was, and I'm certainly not the little boy that they think that they're relating to. Or am I behaving like an equal partner in this situation? Part of my 10th step, looking over my shoulder, watching my behavior as I go through the day, and applying a set of guidelines. Every single one of these promises can fit into that kind of dynamic. Or I don't need this person's approval. I feel genuinely lovable, loving, and loved without them. In that tense moment, when the boss is being stern with me, maybe that's the thing that I can latch onto that lets me walk out of there without doing something that I'm going to regret later. So those are some of the ways that I think a lot of us end up using the promises. But what happens if we go a little bit deeper? How else can we use these? What happens if we internalize them? I want to point out something that you may have noticed is that when I read these promises, I don't read them the way that most people do in a meeting. That monotone, I'm no longer controlled by my fears, I overcome my fears and act with courage, integrity, and dignity. I try to read them with feeling, like I mean them, like they mean something to me. I'm no longer controlled by my fears. I overcome my fears and act with courage, integrity, and dignity. When I apply the promises in this way, when I invest feeling and meaning into them, I get to internalize them, and I get to carry them around. I've been at this for quite a few years now, and if you give me the first two words of any of these promises, I can finish it for you off the top of my head, because I've heard them that many times. But what I've found is that gives me the ability to bring them to mind as a tool when I need them. I've heard it said that a tool isn't useful if it's not within reach. And so this idea of reading them with feeling improves their ability to mean something to us, to be meaningful in our lives. And then once we've internalized them, we can start doing things like combining them. So, for example, promise, and you take any two of these promises and you combine them, you end up with an even more powerful statement is what I would like to offer to you. If I take promise 2 and promise 5, because I'm no longer controlled by my fears, I'm free to love and accept myself and others. Isn't that cool? How about if we take promise 3 and promise 10? I know a new freedom since I don't have to rely on anyone else for my sense of worth. Promise 4 and promise 2. I'm free from my worry, guilt, and regret about the past, so I can act with courage, integrity, and dignity today. Once we've internalized these promises, once they mean something concrete to us, they become useful in all sorts of ways. This is a big chunk of what I've been working on in my recovery in the last year or so. And what I've found for me is that the more of this that I pay attention to, the more I do experience serenity, strength, and spiritual growth in my daily life. 2020 has been a tough year. I don't know if anybody noticed. And I want to report to you that at no time during this year have I felt myself losing my grip. Have I felt myself getting off center because of something as inconvenient as a global pandemic? Yeah, it has been inconvenient, and I've had to develop ways of working around it, but I've been able to practice an acceptance that was not available to the Richard who walked in the door 17 years ago. And what I find is that when I remember to use these promises as tools, when I pay attention to how true they are in my life, it makes it easier to not lose my serenity. So that's about all that I have to tell you today. And I would love to have like 20 minutes to talk about this right now. First time I did this workshop, it was actually a 2.5 hour time frame. So we were able to pause for conversation as we went along. So this was a new experience for me. But at this point, if anybody has any comments or questions, I would be delighted to entertain those. See a couple of hands up. I don't know if they're up from something else or these were people who were really prompt. So Karen?
You need help with the hand raising, or are you good?
I'm good. Assuming that Karen had her hand up to talk. Or it may be that Karen and Tracy were left over from something else and we're going to
I think they were left over.
Okay.
Yeah, Tracy
so
and Karen.
Maybe we'll lower those. I do need some help in lowering the hands.
Okay.
So Ksenia, your hand up went up. I saw it.
Hi, lovely to see you again. I wanted
Pleasure.
to share about experience I had with use of promises. Actually, it was in another CoDA convention some years ago, and it was a workshop on affirmations, where a woman presenting the workshop used promises as part of affirmations. And I didn't cry for the first 6 months in the meeting. It took me over 3.5 years to start crying in the meeting. So I'm jealous as hell. But I was like, the stuff, dude, I'm not feeling it. And we did a round of affirmations where we pulled out papers that I folded and I read it to the group I'm sitting with. I am, unique and precious creation and so on. And then on the second round, we were reading it to each other. And the woman pulled out a paper from me and said, "You are loving, lovable, and loved." And I was freaking snot sobbing. I asked her to read it back to me 5 times, and I really had a moment, and it very much hit home. So that was a very special use of promises for me.
Okay, well, thanks, Ksenia. That would bring us to Austin.
Hey, Richard. Just wanted to say thank you so much for such an insightful lead. That was, I was going to say, I was originally planning on going to the 2B meeting and ended up here instead. And I'm really glad I ended up here because I think this is exactly what I needed to hear, actually. And that might be a bit of trust in my higher power and letting go of control, because I think this was brilliant. I just want to say thank you for the reinterpretation of the promises. I really love how you phrase that and how you've changed the way I look at that in my mind. And yeah, that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Austin. Thanks for being here.
Hey, Richard, I made you co-host. You should be able to.
Yeah, you made my iPad a co-host. My computer would be more useful.
Oh, I see. I didn't realize there was 2 things. Okay.
So Amardeep, I'm probably not pronouncing that right. And
Hi,
after
this is
Amardeep, we'll go to Emily, who put a note in the chat, but she wasn't sure how to change her.
I'm going to give you an extra 5 minutes till 3 o'clock because you were really started late and there's a lot of hands up.
Okay. Thanks, Lawrence. Amardeep?
Okay. Hi, this is Amardeep, Codependent. Thank you so much for your presentation. It was amazing. I enjoyed every minute of it. And I loved the way you went into detail about the promises. I can relate a lot more now to each of the promises. And I also loved how you mentioned about internalizing them, because yes, I do the same things. When I read the steps or whatever, I use that monotone voice. So now when the next time I'll do it, I know I'll do it with feeling and, understand it a lot more. And I also love the way you combined promises together. That was great. So thank you.
And as you kind of alluded to, I would be remiss not to point out that same investing with meaning means a lot more if we do it with the steps and the traditions as well. So you're exactly right there. Emily wasn't sure how to raise her hand, so let's hear what she has for a question.
Yes, hi, I'm Emily, recovering codependent. Thank you so much for that, Richard. That was really powerful. And I was wondering if you could maybe speak a little bit to, like, in the beginning of your journey with Codependence Anonymous, if you had ever had sort of the experience of very suddenly experiencing some of these promises and that carrying you for a while, and then all of a sudden you feel like you're back in your old patterns and you can't get out, and how to overcome that doubt that kind of creeps in.
A big chunk of that, I think, comes from recognizing that that dynamic that I talked about in step 7. Right, that first time that I do something different doesn't mean that I'm going to get to do it that way all the time. The way I like to describe that is that when I walked into my first meeting, they read to me the patterns of codependence that were in vogue at the time. Now, I predate the inclusion of the avoidance patterns. And so the version that was in circulation at that time is a little different than the one today. But I identified with every single one of those. Every single one of them was something I recognized from my life. Every single one of them was something that I'd known about for some time. And I tried to not do those things. And I couldn't not do them. That's the essence of step 1 for me, is that I was powerless over my codependent behaviors. I couldn't not do them. Every single one of them was in charge. Now, I can listen to that same list today, and out of the 40 or so patterns that are there, only about 40 of them are still true about me. The difference today is that they're not in charge, but I will sometimes choose to still do them. And then it's important for me to watch myself talk, to recognize that I'm human, to recognize that the step 10 doesn't say, and if we were wrong, promptly admitted it. It says, and when we were wrong, promptly admitted it. They saw me coming in step 10. They know I'm going to screw up. They're predicting it in advance, and they're giving me a way to deal with it. So if the people who founded this whole thing can recognize that I'm human, maybe I can too. And that I'm a work in progress. Does that help? Nancy. Oh, Nancy, my friend.
Richard, first of all, I want to say I love you.
Well, I love you too, Nancy.
I really just am always so impressed with your work, and awesome job again. I'm really looking forward to the new booklet that you're working on. And just to add, I didn't get a chance to mention this, that how I use the 12 promises is as affirmations. For me, they've always been affirmations, things that I can say on like a mantra to myself until they become true. And thank you again so much. Wonderful workshop.
Yeah, a big chunk of what I wanted to talk about today was how we can take them beyond just being affirmations, but let's also recognize how important they are as affirmations, how useful they are as affirmations. Andrea?
Hello, how are you? My name's Andrea, and I'm a codependent. I just wanted to, it really hit me, and it made me tear up, and really just, it was like a big boing, that I'm releasing my victimhood, and my child, that I deserved a better childhood. That is something I need to just let go. That really just struck me really big time. So I want to thank you for that. And also you saying freedom from bondage of myself is another one that I just need to, I'm learning that I'm enough. I'm learning that my codependency is part of who, it's just part of me. It's not all of me. And I'm learning to just get my power back. So listening to you and just having you affirm that and just validate that. I'm looking for a lot of validation, and you gave me that today. So I appreciate that. It's just helping me get my power back. So thank you.
Okay, and thank you, Andrea. And I think that we are now out of time. Is that correct, Florence?
Yes, I'm going to say that we can all take a break and we'll resume by 3:15.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my contact information in the chat. If anybody wants to carry on this conversation by other means over the coming week or two, that would be just fine. I'm not one of the people who's paranoid about their anonymity in CoDA. So I'm happy to let just you guys have my email address and my WhatsApp number. All good? So one more time, thank you so much for your attention today and for letting me share.
Thanks, Richard.
Thank you for sharing.
Thanks, Richard.
Thanks, Richard.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Richard.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. So this room will stay open for right now. So if you guys want to talk, you can talk. But we'll be setting up another breakout room. We're going to go back to two sessions. One session will be here, another session will be in the other room. And we'll post that soon.
Okay, well, then I'm also perfectly happy to chat until they shut us down. So.
Great. Thanks, Richard.
Hi, Richard. This is Kelly. I just had a question about your pamphlet, as many others do, I see in the chat. Do you know when that will be published? And will it be at CoDA.org publication?
Well, first, I've got a little bit more work to do to finish the draft, and then it's going to go to basically the same people that edited the 12-piece relationship toolkit for feedback. And then after that, probably what happens is that the final draft goes to CoDA Canada for acceptance. Since producing that here, it's probably easier to do it that way than through the CoDA Literature Committee. In either case, it's about a 2-year process to get it approved at conference.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Hi, Richard. This is Sandy S. I just wanted to say thank you for your workshop. It really opened my eyes to a lot of things, and I could relate to a lot that you said. And I really like the way you incorporated the steps and the traditions in with the promises. And I also want to say I use those for affirmations. I read the promises every morning, and I try and live by the promises. And
I believe that's a good practice.
Yeah, and look at gratitude. I mean, there was a time when I didn't care much about myself, and this program and the promises helped me. And I also make a list of things I'm thankful for. And I don't want to take too much time, but I'll just say, when you mentioned about not feeling good about yourself and what if, there was a time when I could beat myself up constantly. And I'm now at the point where when I start beating myself up, which I don't do,
that was incredible.
I can say, okay, this is what my higher power wanted. I'm okay with it. I accept it. And that's been a big source of serenity for me, not only on what if, but in a lot of things in my life, to be able to find the acceptance. And thanks again for your workshop.
My pleasure. There was a question in the chat about the 12-piece relationship toolkit. That's a CoDA booklet that focuses on using the spiritual principles of the 12 traditions as tools for relationship. It's built on the premise that if the only requirement for membership in CoDA is a desire for healthy and loving relationships, then the traditions are at least as important as the steps. And it was developed at here at my home group, the Experience, Strength, and Hope group in Saskatoon.
Hi, Richard. This is Julie. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Julie.
Hi, this is Julie B. I have a love addiction for your workshops. I love your workshops. That's a good one. But I just wanted to share quickly about how Promise 8 showed up for me. I have a choice of communicating with my family in a way which is safe for me and respectful of them. Because 5 years ago, my rage, my anger inwards came out as vomit to my mother, and she called the police on me. That's how bad, you know, all my feelings came out. And she said, "I'd never want to see you again," and kicked me out. So 5 years later, I worked the steps through that. I made an amends. And now my family, my communication with my family is a lot more respectful. I don't rage. I don't talk politics. I just show up in love and light. I bring my toolbox with me when I go home. And my higher power last year, after my mother said never to come home, I called my mother, and she says, "Of course you can come home. You're my daughter." And then I just created a lot of internal boundaries, and the promises were just showing up all over the place. So these are the miracles of the program, and I loved your workshop, and I'm definitely going to use them as affirmations, and thank you so much.
Thanks, Julie. I think the essence of the Eight's Promise for me is simply the idea that I don't have to show up for every fight I'm invited to. Just because that other person wants to fight doesn't mean I have to.
True that.
Anybody else? We still have a couple of hands up, but Emily S., Julie, oh, we just heard from Julie, and Kelly. I think these are all people we've heard from, though.
No, I haven't. I was,
okay.
I did have, that's okay. I had my hand up earlier. I think I might have taken it down, actually. I just wanted to tell you how much I appreciated you reinforcing that we are just always given opportunities to practice our character defects, right? And that, you know, the first, second, and third try, or, you know, the 20th and the 40th and the whichever try, they're just so fully ingrained in us. But the fact that we actually start recognizing that we're doing it is where the progress, I think, starts. And then eventually that we get to actually act differently. And it's so important, I think, to show people and to let people know that it's okay to sort of continue to act in that way that we unfortunately are compulsively built to act, until the point where we do get to recognize it and then make that change to actually start behaving in a different way. I just think there's so much strength in that. And it's just, I really appreciate you sort of pointing that out again and reinforcing the fact. Anyways, thanks, Richard.
Thanks, Kelly. You know, personal opinion is, for me, is that the third step is the key to the program. It's the core of the program. It's the entire program in a nutshell. The first two steps exist just to get me to that decision in the third step. And I make this decision to turn my will and my life over to the care of a loving higher power. And I don't know how to implement that decision. If I knew how to do that, and I could do it right then and there, this would be a 3-step program. And what 4 through 12 and everything else that we do around here is about is supporting that decision, learning to implement that decision a little bit better at a time. And the more consistent I get with implementing that decision, the better my life tends to look. So my experience. Sarah's asking how to raise her hand. Why don't you just unmute and say what you were going to say if you could raise your hand.
Thank you. Okay, I appreciate that. Your talk was really beautiful. Thank you very, very much for that. And I just wanted to ask a question, and forgive me if it's a repeat. I had to go away for a work call for a moment, but the question is, can you expand a little bit about the point you made about that no one owed you a good childhood, just because parents do have like responsibilities when they have kids. So can you just talk a bit more about that? And if you already spoke about it, I'll rewatch it when I have access to the recording.
I can certainly expand on it. I mean, the bottom line is that I grew up surrounded by alcoholics and the codependents that you find around alcoholics.
Sorry, Richard, your camera is readjusted. People are saying
Oh,
they can't
sorry.
see.
Sorry. That was just me leaning back.
And this will be the last question so we can get everybody assigned to the next.
Sure. So what I discovered is that what I learned through the process of the steps is that every single one of those people in my life did the very best they could, gave me the very best they had, and that's how we learn how to do life as kids, right? Is the people around us teach us how to be a son and how to be a brother and how to be a father and how to be a citizen and a worker and a neighbor and a husband and all that stuff. And every single one of those people gave me the very best they had. What I've had to learn in CoDA is that the very best they had wasn't very good. They don't have the ability to go back and give me better. And yeah, maybe some of them might owe me an apology, but if I'm going to put my life on hold until I get that apology, I'm making myself a victim. The best thing that I can do for Richard is to take responsibility for my life and move forward. If those other people are then inspired to do the right thing, great. If not, that's okay too. But I need that acceptance or I'm stuck. Does that help?
Yes, yeah, it does. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Florence. I'll shut up now.
We need to
Thanks, Richard. Great. And so sorry for the delay and all of that.
We have to stop the recording, Florence.
I thought you already stopped it. Okay, stop it.
I'm looking.
Oh, wait, I did. Okay, it stopped.
It's still recording.
I
don't know how to stop it. Let's see.
I think you took it back.
Stop recording. Okay, got it. I found it.
Okay. Thanks, Richard.
The next workshops are, if you want to stay here in the main room, the title is Embracing Joy.
No. Main room is Service Concepts.
Oh, we switched it. Okay.
We switched it.
Okay, the main room is Dan R. The Service Concepts, Guidelines for Recovery and Service for all CoDA members. And if you want to go in the breakout room, if you could use your raise hand, that would really be helpful. And the title for that is Embracing Joy, Living the Promises of CoDA. And in this, there'll be guided meditation, writing exercises, and involvement in the 12 promises by Liz. So if you want to raise your hand feature, that would be great.
Kathy, I see some already posted in the chat, so I'm going to start sending them. And
okay,
I also want to say, if you guys, you should be able to join yourself if you have the updated version. If you could please just check down in the bottom to see if you see the little breakout room icon. It might be a more ... I realize if you're on your phone, it might be difficult. I know there's a way to do it on the iPad, but some people were having trouble. And if you guys could mute, please.
I just wanted to say thank you. Hi.
Hi.
I'm Saeed. I'm talking from Tehran, Iran. And just wanted to say thank you, Florence, and thank you, Kathy, for your service.
Thank you.
Okay, Florence, do you want me to call out these names?
Yeah, so I put, see, because every time somebody puts in the chat, I lose the screen.
Okay, Alice wants to go to the breakout room. And I'll lower her hand.
Okay.
Okay, next one is Shelly/SHUGAH. Okay, Sandra B. Are you ready?
No.
Okay.
It takes a minute to find their name. Okay.
I know.
Go ahead.
It says the breakout room is not yet listed, somebody said. Okay, Louisa B.
There are people there already. So I know
Louisa B.
that. Wait. Louisa B.
Louisa B.
Yes,
Okay.
it's
Did Louisa go?
No. Okay.
Okay. Joanne P.
My thing keeps it just keeps jumping. Okay. Wait, Joanne P. Okay. Okay.
Take your time. Okay, the next one is J-O space K-A-U-R.
J-O
space K-A-U-R.
J-O?
J-O.
Oh, K-A-U-A-R. Okay.
And while you're at the J's, just a J and a period.
I already sent that one.
Okay.
hello. Can
I see the
Jackie
box.
A go to Embracing Joy, please?
Can you please not shout out?
If you can raise your hand, that would be great.
I'm sorry, I can't find my raise the hand thing. That's okay. I'll figure it out.
Okay,
Thank you.
hold on. I'll help you in a second. Holly A.
You can add your name to the chat if you can't find your virtual hand.
Lena, did you get a Holly?
Trying.
Okay, take your time. Okay, Lena L.
I don't understand. It keeps jumping. Okay.
Okay, Susie S.
Okay, go. If you try to lump the same letters together and call them out, that would be helpful.
Well, they're not raised hand that way.
All right, so what'd you say, Shannon? I see a Shannon. I'm going to put her in.
Susie.
Susie. Don't see a Susie.
Susie
here
S.
you go. I got it, Susie.
Okay.
I see a Stacy. I see a Stacy. I'm putting her in.
Marita E.
I'm putting a Sharon L in.
Yeah, Sharon L. Put her in.
Okay, Marita.
Okay, M. Let me go down and look for all the M's. Okay, we're almost done, people.
Okay, Mara. I see a Mara.
Yeah, Mara. And Martha.
Marsha.
And Martha.
Okay.
Okay. I'm looking. Mary.
Mary D. I see that. Okay.
I'm trying to look for them in alphabetical order. Okay, Sharon M. Or Sarah, sorry.
Okay, and then after these hands up, then we're gonna have to go to chat only so the presenter can start because we don't want to be delayed anymore. So.
Ann B.
Sarah M. and Ann B.
Yes, please. And then I'll go to the chat. That's all the raise. Oh, wait, there's two more. Emily, and I'll write it in the chat.
Okay, thanks.
Emily and Deb. Okay, Dan, all yours. And can you push record, Dan?
Can I push to record? Yes.
Oh, okay, Florence will do that.
Have you got it? Record to the cloud?
Yes,
recording.
Please.
It seems to be recording.
Great, thank you.
So we're all aboard.
Sure, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dan R. from Sudbury, Ontario in Canada. The person speaking before me is a good friend of mine and I was listening to his promises, and it's the first time that I say this because I'm grateful, and this happens to be the theme of our of the day for the ICC is it's the season to be grateful. The first time I hear somebody saying that a character defect and a character asset are on opposite sides of the coin. I'd never heard anybody say that before. And I was told that, well, maybe 30 years ago, before I even heard of CoDA. Well, CoDA was born about that time. And it's just participating here, being here is for me being of service to myself. And this is something I want to pass on to everybody here. I'm going to share a document with you so you can all, everybody see that? Wave your hand.
Yes.
Yes. I've decided to put up what I wanted to speak about on the screen so you're able to read. I'll be able to follow along myself. I do have a printout, a hard copy, but I think it's helpful for people to be able to read as well as listen. So you use the method you want, the means you wish to capture the essence of the concepts and what they mean to myself. So I am a grateful recovering codependent. I'm glad to be part of the ICC. I have to thank my higher power for being here because when we were sent the forms to join the ICC, I didn't want to. I don't know if I'm ready to do this. So a lot of my codependent patterns were kicking in. And then one morning I woke up and he really whispered in my ear, Dan, you got to do this. A lot of people need to hear my message. So this is what I want to pass on to all of you. I'm a very grateful member of CoDA. I can actually say that CoDA has saved my life. It's turned so many things around. I'd like us to be able to recite all together, if you want to unmute yourselves, just for a minute or two, and recite the CoDA recovery prayer with me. This is a prayer I find very meaningful for myself and to be in recovery. I'm always in recovery, although I work in service every day of the week almost. So I'd like you to recite with me, please. The sum there on your screen. CoDA recovery prayer. God,
God,
Help
help me
accept other people as they are.
recognize
Recognize my own
recognize my
feelings,
own
meet
feelings,
my
Meet
own
my own need,
needs, love myself
love
as I
myself,
am.
and love
that
myself
I am.
just as I am.
thank you so much. I've put on here my email if anybody wants to get in contact with me at some point. It'll be on some of the other documents I'll be putting up on the screen. I tried to put together what I thought were the three goals or the three purposes of the workshop for myself. And this, because the concepts is often put on the back burner, I discovered at some point in my own recovery that there was nothing in CoDA in the way of literature in regards to the concepts. I could find the 12 concepts listed, but there was absolutely nothing available to help me understand them. Even my own sponsor at the time had difficulty, and he passed me on to a service sponsor or a person who eventually became my service sponsor, and we worked through them very slowly. But anyways, I want to present to you what I believe is my interpretation according to God's inspiration. This I take no credit for. It was written 3.5 years ago, almost 4 years ago, out of frustration, if you wish, and higher power kind of guided me to write what he wanted me to believe or to understand. and this is what I want to share with you. In the second part, the service concepts speak about service, obviously, but as well as being informative and hopefully making some people understand what the concepts are about, it'll give you some food for thought in how to apply the concepts in your life, no matter where you are. So I heard, for example, somebody attending today, this was their first encounter in CoDA. So whether you're a newcomer or you've been here for 100 years, it doesn't matter. The service concepts are alive and strong. They are applicable to every one of us. Nobody is excluded and everybody is included. And the third thing I'd like to do, and I'm not sure how this is going to go depending on the time. Flo, how long do I have to? 4:30? Just so I can time myself. Flo, do you hear me?
You have until 4:15 unless
You
4:15.
add 15 minutes to whatever the time was. What was the time?
Gotcha. 4:15.
It's 4:15, but 4:30 then.
4:30?
Yes.
Okay. What I want to do is give people time to ask me questions in the same way we proceeded in the last workshop. So in this first little bit here, I got my cursor in line with what I'd like to talk about. Is that my message here, which is my way of being of service. And that is important in itself, is that as long as I'm passing on a message to somebody, including myself, I'm being of service. I'm being of service in my recovery. I'm being of service in my relationship with myself. And this is what I learned in recovery is the first relationship, well, besides myself, the first relationship is with my higher power, but then myself, and then everybody else followed suit. And that then includes everybody in the fellowship. So these service concepts apply in any situation I may be. So just this morning, I added this extra part that I can be of service as soon as I walk in the door to my first meeting. Once I make that decision to find something better for myself, to find a solution to my issue, to my problem, to my relationship issues. And I've heard so many people come in, well, I've got a problem with my mother, my son, my daughter, or even myself. People with addictions have come into our meetings. So the second that we make that decision to even to come here to the ICC today, that is being of service to yourself. And that is important. We have to concentrate on ourselves and take the onus off of others and blaming others. I need to take responsibility for me. The first time I read the Serenity Prayer, I always had it backwards. God grant me the serenity to change the things that I can, which was totally backwards from the actual prayer. So it took me, I think, 6 months to finally get the prayer straight. But by trying to get it straight for me and to really encompass that in my recovery, that was being part of service for myself. And ever since then, I've continued to grow with myself, my relationship with myself. And that's proven very helpful in being able, by serving myself, and then being able to serve others in the relationships with my family members and with people in CoDA. So this next part is important, is that whatever I'm going to say about the service concepts is my interpretation. It is not the definitive word. It is not, you won't find it in any other CoDA literature, like I mentioned earlier. It is simply my experience, strength, and hope. And I hope that for you, all of you, that you are served by what I may say or what the concepts say to you. So whatever they may mean to you, you take that and you leave the rest. Tomorrow, you may pick up a little bit more. Give yourself that chance. Give yourself to be of service to yourself and to others. The one thing I discovered in working on the concepts, writing about them, sharing them with people, especially with the members of the CoDA Canada Steering Committee, which is the CoDA Canada board, this project became a community effort, if you wish. It started off as something that I had written, but I didn't want to take it on by myself. I needed the help of the others in that committee. And what came about from that is that these service concepts, or the SC, are connected with steps and traditions. They're all interrelated. No set of guidelines represent an island unto themselves. They are all connected. There's a bridge that connects those three sets of guidelines. So I'd like you to remember that. Something I've developed from, again, my understanding, which I have to give my higher power credit for, is that I begin working my service with myself first. I mentioned that earlier, with higher power. So they kind of go 1 and 2. I need for God to inspire me to how I can use how I can be of service to myself in my recovery. That means nobody else. This is my responsibility to do. And I call that, if you wish, level 1. So to be able to really take on the service concepts and have them mean something to me personally in my recovery, then I was able to use those concepts in my relationships. And I indicated here relationships in or out of CoDA. It didn't matter where or who I was with. It could be a total stranger, people in my family, people in fellowship, in my CoDA group. To be able to work with people in relationships, what I'm trying to say here is that I need to be anchored for myself, to be of service to myself first, before I can move on and be of service to others. And then that process continues. Once I can get a grasp of how the concepts and the traditions and steps of that matter apply to myself and to others, then I can use them with everybody I meet, all those other people in the fellowship, and downward through the service structure. So if you keep in mind, the service structure is that inverted pyramid, and all the CoDA groups are at the top. So everything that flows down towards the service conference or the CoDA board comes from groups. We're, if you wish, we're in charge. We're the definitive word about what we would like to have as part of our steps, traditions, concepts, what we would like to have in the way of motions being presented, how changes we want to bring about. So the concepts speak a lot to how I can be of service throughout that structure. So of course, in my own CoDA group, I can be, I was GSR for a while. I'm the contact person right now. And because of rotation of service, I wanted somebody else to become GSR to get a taste for it. And in the meantime, I did become part of the CoDA Canada board, as I mentioned earlier. And I'm also working on one of the standing committees. So my service work is moving downward from the CoDA groups towards the CoDA board and the various committees. And we'll be speaking about that in a few minutes. And this one item in red, I think is important to mention, is that if I have trouble working in service with people in my group or at any level in the service structure, I need to go back home and work on my own recovery. I need to find out what the heck is it that I'm not doing right, what it is I'm doing wrong, which pattern is coming out. Am I trying to impose my own agenda? Am I trying to be controlling? which is one of my shortcomings, just one of them. So if I sense at any point that my codependent pattern is getting in the way of me serving the fellowship or serving people in relationships, in my relationships, I have to go back to my recovery and work the steps for me. Then I can go back and become a little bit more humble, more tolerant, and more patient, and the rest. And I'll show you a little list of some of those recovery traits. This next part, I kind of spoke about in part already. I began writing I guess a Word document, if you wish, about the service concept because I couldn't find anything at all in the way of literature. And my service sponsor at the time, who I was talking to, kind of gave me a heads up. Well, why don't you just journal about it? Which is something that I did. And the journal became if you wish, what I thought what each concept meant to me. So the message there is not what I did, is that I would encourage anybody who has the thought, who has a feeling to want to write something. Writing is cathartic. Writing and sharing are both cathartic. They're good for recovery. Put it down on paper or type it away, and you never know where it might end up. So if you could imagine what I wrote 4 to 5 years ago is what has brought me here today, 4 or 5 years later. So what I had written in a journal was really a spiritual awakening for me, and it really did fill a void. It gave me a little bit more meaning as to what the service concepts meant for me. And it's through that I discovered that they not only apply to service work, which is what my sponsor was telling me. And when you get into service work, Dan, in your group, you'll really understand what they mean. But I could always use the service concepts in my own recovery. And I've mentioned that already. So what happened when I joined the steering committee, CoDA Canada, and somebody got word of this document I had written, and they said, well, why don't you present that to the steering committee, to the CoDA board or CoDA Canada board, and let's see what we can do with it. So a group of us began working together, and that became a booklet. So in the same way that the previous moderator spoke about his book on the promises, or his booklet, as a group, we decided to put what we had on paper. It was readapted and rewritten. It was edited back and forth, and it became a booklet. And we eventually passed that in our group conscience at the CoDA Canada. Now, last year, if you were at, or not last year, this year, 2020, in August, when we had the service conference, the booklet was presented as a motion to have it endorsed by CoDA.org, by the service conference rather. And so what they decided to do was to post the text on the CoDA.org website. So if you decide to go to the CoDA.org website and you go to the 2020 conference tab, the green tab, and you go down near the bottom of the page, you can actually see the booklet, the final booklet that was presented in August at the conference, and which is somewhat the source of a lot of what I want to present today. So even after this workshop is over, you'll have a chance to, to go into the booklet and take a look. Now, one of the things that the booklet has is a whole set of questions for each of the concepts. So that's something you might want to look at for your own purpose. You might want to look at it in your groups. You might want to look at it for a workshop purpose. That is up to you. Wherever the message that I was inspired with is carried, somebody will gain benefit from that. And I think that's what's important in regards to service. Okay, this is my cue to present to you this little guy. I don't know if you've heard of Wordle. It's a form of text art, if you wish, where you insert a whole bunch of terms. So, yeah, specific terms or terminology from whatever text you want. And this is what I did with the service concepts. I put in key terms that kept coming back more and more often. And what it does is it produces this. So the terms that are in the larger font are the ones that come up the most often in the service concepts. So right smack dab in the middle is the word service. Fellowship. If you look up and down, making decisions. What are my rights? Being a trusted servant. So service in itself, or being a trusted servant, or how to serve. What do I need to consider to be of service to others? How can I better serve others? So coming back to what I said earlier, I need to be of service to myself first before I can even attack somebody else. Kind of reminds me, my first CoDA sponsor mentioned a little slogan, if you wish, that I've never forgotten. And he mentioned, Dan, just take care of your business and let God take care of other people's business. So when I start seeing myself trying to take care of other people's business, I need to go back to my recovery and make adjustments. I need to work the steps. So, and that is being of service to myself. So I just wanted to point this out to you. This is kind of cool, and you can do that. Anybody can do that just by going to word art. Okay, let's make a change here. New share. Oops. Stop. Share screen. So a couple of questions I wanted to run by you, and I see the time advancing already, so we're going to have trouble getting through all the 12 concepts. But I want to get some feedback from the group, if there is any. This first question: is there one element of my recovery I need to hang on to in my relationships and service? That's a question that I've answered for myself, but I'd like to ask of all of you that are listening in to maybe share briefly. We could maybe take 3-4 minutes if you wish, if we could unmute everybody and give everybody a chance to answer. If there's one thing that I've learned in my recovery, meaning each one of you, what is it that I need to hang on to for basically the rest of my life, that I need to hang on to be of service to others, to my relation, to people in my relationships, to people in the fellowship?
Serenity.
Thank you. Just
that I'm nobody's higher power, not even my own.
To trust my higher power.
Acceptance.
Balance.
Patience. Group conscience.
That's coming up, by the way.
Unity.
Love.
In the words of my dear friend Julie B., just let that shit go.
Could you repeat that again, please?
Let it go.
Listen to my higher power.
No kidding.
Spirituality.
The golden rule.
The silver rule. Don't do for others what they can and should be doing for themselves.
Oh, that's good.
Check my motivation.
That's a good question to ask for doing a step 4. What are my motivations? Why am I doing this?
Humility.
I'll second on letting go.
Okay. Don't want to cut anybody off here. Let me try sharing this guy. What I've been talking about the last few minutes, I've used this 3-legged stool quite a bit to explain step work, but I've found a way to use it in regards to service. So like any 3-legged stool, it needs 3 legs that are secure, starting with the center leg, the 12 steps. The one on the left, the 12 traditions, and the 12 concepts, which I hope to get to at some point. And in the steps, by working the steps for myself, if you can read underneath there, I'll try to enlarge that a little bit. In working the steps, I'm actually being of service to myself and higher power. That comes first. I can't be of service to anybody else. And like this sponsor I had told me, stop giving unsolicited advice and trying to fix other people and change them to suit you, which is totally codependent. And that way I can move on to the traditions which greatly help me in my relationship with others and how to be of service to them. Now, like I was saying, if I can't be of service with my wife, with my children, with my neighbor across the street, then I got to come back to the steps and do a reset. Then I can go back. Now that doesn't mean I have to take 6 months off for my relationship. And it can be done in a very short time. It can be done within a day, within hours, within a few minutes. And then once I've really understood the 12 traditions, then I move on to the service concepts, the right leg. And here, as it's indicated, then I can be of service as a trusted servant in the fellowship. Now, if I can't do this right, I need to go back to my traditions and the steps. Again, I mentioned my disclaimer, this is what I came up with, but to me, it makes a lot of sense for my recovery, for my service work. So it's not anything I want to shove down people's throats or say this is it. This is just my tool, if you wish. So I wanted to share that with you. Any questions?
This is Amber. I have a question.
Go ahead.
And I don't know if this is the right time for it. I'm just curious, and it might say it in the literature you're going to review, why the service concepts in CoDA seem very different from other fellowships. They seem like a brand new, different kind of document.
I don't have the answer for that.
Okay.
I've been in a couple of other fellowships, but I never got as far as trying to figure out their concepts, let alone CoDAs. So I'm not the guy to answer your question. Sorry.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. We need to move on. The clock is turning. Stop. Whoa. Screen share. Oh. Let's So what I'd like to do is get into each of the concepts. I don't know if you have them in front of you or not. The ideal would be to have somebody read. I think I'd like to go with the order I have here: 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, and 10, because I don't think we're going to make it through all 12. What I can do is do a quick review of all 12, and then have the questions and answers at the end, or go through each one a little bit more in depth. What do you guys think? It's up to you.
Overview, then questions.
Quick review?
I
Okay,
second that.
that's what I want. That's a group conscience for you. So the first concept, which would be cool to have, gosh, we need to read this. It's, where are you? Here we go. You guys all see that? Can I have somebody read concept 1?
And codependent, the members of the Fellowship of Codependents Anonymous, in carrying out the will of a loving higher power, advance their individual recoveries, work to ensure the continuance of their groups and their program, and carry the message to codependents who still suffer. They may also collectively authorize and establish service boards or committees and empower trusted servants to perform service work. Pass.
Thank you, Gillian. So what I tried to do was to kind of summarize into a question or a comment what I have underlined here. Concept 1 is about what do members of the fellowship do. If you've read the concepts, then you've noticed that in the first 3, they don't even speak of trusted servants. They speak about members, and that's all of us. Everybody from the newcomer to the most senior member in your group. Everybody is included. So what do members do? Members of the fellowship do. And that's what the concept 1 is about. So the little red asterisks kind of highlight what we do as members. Now, again, this is not just in the fellowship, but members of the fellowship, what I do for myself and what I do for people that I'm in a relationship with. So carrying out my higher power as well. Now, that was one of my major problems, was that I wanted to do everything my way, when I wanted, how I wanted, with who I wanted, when I was ready, and blah, blah, blah. No, my second CoDA sponsor really made me understand, Dan, get over yourself, let go of that friggin' ego of yours, and concentrate on what you think your higher power wants of you. Now, that required a lot of trust on my part, which I guess I didn't have much. I had a belief in a higher power, but he was there on standby in case I was stuck. Doesn't work like that anymore. So at every moment, every instant of every moment of every day for the rest of my life, I need to carry out the will of my higher power. Now, if I sense that I'm kicking in with my own ego, what I want to do, then I'm missing the boat and I need to reset myself. So the other part that we've read is, as a member of the fellowship, is carry the message, tradition 5. So when I remember filling out the form to present the workshop, is your workshop connected with all 3 guidelines? Well, it is. This is connected to tradition 5, to carry the message. And to me, this is the essence of service. If I'm carrying the message, and I may not even realize it in the moment, and somebody's hearing me or looking at me and wondering, what is this guy talking about? I want them to ask. I want them to inform themselves. I want to be I want to be there present for them. So it's not just about me talking all the time. I need to receive what people are saying, to listen to people. And the third thing that was read is how members in a group, if you realize when we all have our CoDA groups, we have a group conscience every month. It's the members that empower the trusted servants, not the other way around. That is the basis of concept 1. So I've indicated here that this whole message of concept 1, it comes up in promise 8. I have the choice of communicating with my family in a way which is safe for me and respectful of them. In the welcome, paragraph 4, through applying the 12 steps and principles found in CoDA to our daily life and relationships, blah, 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 I experience a new freedom from my self-defeating lifestyles. So I may need to work with others for me to discover more about myself. Higher power will use people, the people that I'm in a relationship with, to help me to move the sail, if you wish, and point me in the right direction. So if somebody else comes back that I'm in a relationship with and I'm having a conversation and they don't like what they heard, well, they're going to mention it. And normally I'd get peeved off. You don't have the right to do that. And I'm always right. Well, I'm full of crap. No. So I have to take away from that a lesson. And this is what we do in step 1. All the members have that responsibility and a right at the same time, if you wish, to keep our groups healthy. Up here, tradition 1. It's a balance between the time to talk and the time to listen. Concept 2. Okay, let's make a quick change. Share screen. Can I have a different volunteer to read, please? Concept 2.
Hi, I'm Paula. I'm codependent. I'll read.
Please, thank you.
The Fellowship of CoDA has the responsibility of determining, through its group conscience, the service work to be performed and the best manner to perform such work. The authority is expressed through our group conscience. Authority carries responsibility. Thus, CoDA groups consciously provide adequate funding and support for the service work they authorize.
Thanks a lot. So concept 2, which I've often heard, a lot of these concepts are wordy, they're long. I don't get what they're trying to say. Well, this one question, if you wish, what is the main purpose of the group conscience? So if everybody is part of a CoDA group, you've got your business meetings. Those business meetings that we have in our CoDA group are identical to the business meeting that goes on at the CoDA service conference every year. Same idea. Doesn't matter where I am in any committee, any group, anywhere along the service structure. The decisions need to be made by the group conscience, which means everybody has a word to say. And in return, the CoDA group has to provide the support for those that are doing the work that has been decided in the group conscience. So by participating in a group conscience where I let myself be inspired by my higher power and everybody else does the same, then hopefully we're going to arrive at a decision that is beneficial for everybody, beneficial for the group. Let's move on a little bit more quickly here. Concept 3. I'm going to have to get you guys to read these probably on your own. So how does a group conscience happen? And this is a fairly important one. So it speaks to group conscience again, but it actually breaks it down into what we do. And this, again, resembles very highly what goes on at the CoDA Service Conference. And it's applicable in what I do in my relationships. So I've listed here A, B, C, D, E. So the first thing that concept 3 mentioned, I have to participate. Well, I have to participate. I'm encouraged to participate. I'm encouraged to say, I agree. Yeah, I'm in favor of that. Or to the contrary, I don't quite agree with that. I don't understand that. Could you explain it again? That is my way of participating. That is my way of participating in a CoDA group. That is my way of participating with my higher power, with myself, and everywhere down the line. Once I've participated and I've put in my 2 words, it's so, for me anyways, it's frustrating when a lot of members don't attend group conscience, for example, or when, if they are there, they don't say anything. It is so important. I've learned to have a voice and I need to express it, to put it out there. Even if I feel I'm going against the grain, I'm speaking my truth. I have the right, and this is what this concept is about. So the next thing, I've listened to everybody's word on it. I consider all the facts. I've listened respectfully, reflect and meditate. Now at the service conference, I think it was last year or the year before, they decided before we actually vote, let's have 30 seconds of silence. So could you imagine being like my wife and I, if we have an important decision to make, like we've just bought a house, for example, is this the one we want? So we went to see it, came back, sat down, talked about it. We both participated, we considered, we listened. I prayed, I reflected and meditated or prayed, and then we deliberate and come to a decision. What is the proper course of action? So when we saw this one particular house, that's the one. So the group conscience can happen, in 5 seconds, or it can take a whole hour. It doesn't matter. As long as I've considered all these elements, they are not there and they're maybe not distinguishable one from the other. They may all happen at the same time. Well, so what? As long as the 2 people in a relationship agree, or everybody in the CoDA group agrees. Concept 4. Okay, here we start talking about trusted servants. So concept 4 pretty well concerns itself with what does contribute of themselves to CoDA mean? So what motivates trusted servants? Now the trusted servants are the volunteers, or the ones that have been elected who have a particular service position. It could be the GSR, the treasurer, the person opening the door, the chairperson. They're the volunteer. And for that one meeting, they're the one chairing. So what motivates trusted servants? And that is a lot, the onus, I believe, is on me a lot. And somebody mentioned that earlier. What motivates me in doing anything, really? Am I really in line with what my higher power wants me to do? And maybe I'm not agreeing I want to do this, like me wanting to do the workshop a month ago, but he was nudging me ever delicately. That's how higher power works with me. He's not a guy that comes along and pushes me, into something I don't want to do. He respects me, but I need to listen to the guy, the big guy in the sky. So what motivates trusted servants? Well, concept 4 kind of points it out. I follow higher power's will. I need to be grateful for the gifts I received in my recovery. So if 1 year into my group, 1 year into my recovery, somebody asked me to be the secretary. So I consider that, and I look at everything else I've done up to that point. I'm grateful for the gifts I've received. So yeah, I think I'm going to step up and give it a shot and see what happens. The other thing that is important for trusted servants to consider, according to the concept, is that I have a desire to grow. I want to push. I want to push my own service one notch ahead. I want to become more mature. One of the things I've discovered to me, and this is personal, the opposite of being a codependent is being mature. This is something I think it was first or second sponsor pointed out, and I've never forgotten that. And it's higher power that pushes me to be more mature. Because if I look at most of the patterns, really, the codependent patterns, they're often childish patterns. And I still have a lot of them I have to work on. And one of the last thing I think they mentioned in the concept is I want to keep healthy and loving relationships, tradition 3. So again, we have that connection with the tradition. Moving on, concept 5. I've got, 5 minutes or so? Okay, basically concept 5. What
Dan,
renders?
you have till 4:30, so you have 25 minutes.
Awesome.
20
Thanks. Okay, what renders a servant trusted, or what makes a servant trusted? So, of course, we may elect or somebody volunteers to do a particular service position. What makes them trusted? Well, I guess we need to see, what's going to happen. But, we need to honor everybody that wants to serve at all. We want to give them that chance. And usually the group conscience decides. So if I wish to be, I don't know, the literature person in my group, well, the group conscience will eventually decide at the end, can we trust Dan with this job? Does he know what he's doing? And we have guidelines for each of the service positions. So I also need to honor my experience, strength, and hope, and my higher power as well. You notice how many times that comes back? Higher power as well. Higher power as well. I've needed to drill that into my own head. It's not what Dan wants to do. It's what higher power wants me to do in the way of service. Now, one of the elements in concept 5 that a lot of members have difficulty with is that if my truth is not honored, if something's been decided in group conscience and I really feel I'm not comfortable with it, I have a right to speak up. I can mention that to the group. The group may, because the majority rules, if the group decides anyways, well, okay, we've heard you, Dan, that's fine, you don't agree. The concept mentions that I can relinquish my position. Like if I really want to be strict about it and I'm not happy about a decision, well, I quit. I don't know if I would go that far. The service concept says I have that option. I can relinquish my job. Do I want to relinquish my position? What is it that I'm not in agreement with here? How important is it? So what I usually tell myself, this is the way it's going today. In a month from now, in my CoDA group, or even in any relationship I have, somebody's mind can be changed. I remember sitting in on a group conscience and my mind was made up about a particular issue that came up. And a newcomer was sitting across the table from me, their first meeting, and it happened to be our business meeting. And I forget what the issue was. And this newcomer comes up with a different option, a different solution to the issue. In a split second, my mind was changed. And what I saw was higher power working through this fellow across the table from me. So we never know where we are in life, who we're talking with, what effect we may have on others that may change their mind, and maybe it won't change their mind. But I have to be open to that. That higher power works in mysterious ways. He works through other people. maybe he figures, and I can be very stubborn, so he knows, well, I'm going to go through Dan's wife to try to reach Dan here, you know, and that often happens. And it is mutual, by the way. So, you know, and that's what a couple is about, or any relationship between two people. We discuss all the time. You know, they say one of the key elements to a good relationship is communication. Well, isn't that group conscience? You know, when you really think about it. So, and in the end here, I wrote, I need to have a group conscience with my higher power. So if I'm really unsure about what's going on, you know, I have a right to say as a boundary, give me 5 minutes. I need 5 minutes to think about it. So I'll go outside, take a walk around the house, come back in. You know what? I think you're right. You know, or, you know, give me till tomorrow. I'll get back to you. And in the meantime, higher power does his thing on me. And usually a good night's sleep makes the big difference. I get up in the morning and my mind has been completely changed. Why during my sleep? I have no idea. I'm not even aware of it. But clarity comes to mind. That's what, concept 5? Yeah. 6. Integrity. Each of the concepts, if you do decide to go to the booklet on the CoDA.org website, it's posted there for feedback, and it should be approved hopefully next year in Ottawa, depending what happens at the service conference then. But each concept comes along with 2 principles. And the principle, one of the 2 principles of concept 6 is integrity. So concept 6 defines the rights and one responsibility of trusted servants. So trusted servants have a right to participate in group conscience decisions. So we've gone through that. And that can be in regards to their own responsibilities. So if I'm the treasurer and something comes up at the business meeting and we have a group conscience on what the treasurer has been, you know, slacking and not depositing the money in the bank account, well, I can participate. I have a right to speak, and everybody else has a right to speak. And that's basically this next point. Anyone can express freely. And that I encourage so much. Please, at any meeting you're at any group conscience, whatever level you're at in the service structure, give your 2 cents worth. Speak your mind. You have the right. It is right there in concept 6. And that right to speak is what gives us the integrity. It gives us it's speaking my truth. And that, I believe, by doing that, it helps me recover. The concepts help me recover, which is what I was trying to say at the beginning. So the integrity part, and this is really cool. It says in concept 6 that I have the right to request integrity from everybody else in the group, but I need to respect the integrity of the others. So I need to shut up when it's time to be quiet. And when my turn comes around, and of course, a lot of people start speaking at the same time, and then there's a, you know what, I won't say the word, a cluster. Chairperson puts up their hand. Okay, whoa, slack off here. One person at a time. And that requires a lot of, how would I say, a lot of practice, a lot of recovery work to be able to tell people, whoa, wait your turn. So, you know, that's interesting. And that happens in couples. That happens, I keep referring to, you know, relationships or couples, or between me and my higher power. He may be telling me something, you know, like applying for this particular workshop. Yeah, well, I don't quite feel like it. Well, the next morning, the day I did submit the form, well, I changed my mind. So I always have to keep my options open. Higher power has the final word. He's got the final answer every time. Something I mentioned earlier in the previous workshop or the first one this morning is that, God, I forget what I wanted to say. Does that happen to anybody else? By what it was is that by accepting that I have imperfections, that I have some of these codependent patterns, I've learned through time and working with my sponsor to accept that is just the way I am. It doesn't mean they necessarily go away right away, but by accepting my imperfections and accepting that I don't like what's going on and I'd rather have the group conscience go this way, whatever it may be. I am an imperfect person, although I think I'm a perfectionist. That's my shortcoming. By accepting my imperfections, by accepting my codependent patterns, I'm letting God into my recovery. I'm opening the door. If it's only a crack, he's coming in. Dan just admitted he's got a shortcoming. Now's my chance. And he comes in, and I feel like I've admitted it. I've admitted it to myself. I've admitted it to him. So I'm honoring my integrity, and I'm being of service to myself. So if I keep doing that and I come back to the CoDA group here, or even at our voting entity at the CoDA board, we have group conscience decisions there as well, any group or committee. I feel more capable of expressing myself than I used to. I'm not as shy as I used to. I have a voice. And it's not just because the concept says I say so. It's because I know I do. That's a God-given right. Moving on. Okay, this is my favorite. Concept 7. The do's and don'ts of being in service. Okay, I'm going to take the time to read that one because I can't let that go by. Share screen back here. Give me a second, please.
Dan, I can read it for you. I got it in front of me if you want.
Oh, awesome. Go ahead.
Number 7, trusted servants do practice 12 steps and 12 traditions in their service work and in all of their affairs. Trusted servants do not seek power, prestige, wealth, status, or acclaim, do not govern, coerce, or attempt to control others, and do not push a personal agenda, promote controversy, or advance outside issues at CoDA's expense, since issues over authority, will, money, property, and prestige can and do arise in service work. Trusted servants need to practice emotional sobriety, including anonymity, humility, tolerance, gratitude, and making amends and forgiveness.
Thank you, Scott. What a trusted servant shouldn't do doesn't mean they don't. I know I've been guilty of seeking power or prestige, having a personal agenda. And sometimes I can't see it for what it is. And I need to be open to be called on it. If somebody feels that I'm being a little bit too forceful, I'm being too aggressive, I give people permission to call me on my shit if they feel I'm overstepping my right as a trusted servant. And that is integrity. That is my humanity. I have those imperfections. They're there. I'm still working on them. Seeking power. Another one I didn't put in there is approval. Approval was so important for me before as a shortcoming. So I'm going to shove what I think should be done down other people's throats, and then having them possibly thank me at the end, for doing a good job. Not anymore. I can't think that way. So on the flip side of that coin are the elements that Scott read, the emotional sobriety. And I've come up with an acronym for those six. There's 6 elements to that. GAFHAT, GAFHAT, which spell out gratitude, amends, forgiveness, humility, anonymity, and tolerance. As a trusted servant, I need to ask myself, especially where I'm in a position where I am of a certain authority, or I'm a chair of a meeting, for example, am I practicing humility rather than having my own personal agenda? One thing that I've done as a chair, I like to mix things up, is if for example, I don't know, we have everybody read a different step, and I decide, just an example here. Well, tonight, I'd like to ask George to read all 12. But before I do that, I'd like to make sure everybody is okay with that. So can we have a quick group conscience, please? So of course, all the steps I mentioned earlier about participating, considering, and the facts, usually people go along with that because they're okay with it. So by asking the others if they agree, if they're okay with that, I need to make sure for me that I'm not overstepping my line, where I'm not practicing emotional sobriety, but instead I'm practicing power. So that's incumbent on me all the time in service, in the fellowship, in my relationships, and in my own recovery with my higher power. Okay, I'm going to stop there and stop sharing and open up the floor to questions. If anybody has anything, I haven't finished. Don't have enough time. Any questions?
Hi, this is Amber in North Carolina. I do have a question. I'm wondering what your experience has been with participating above the group level, or I guess below the group level, with participation when the majority, that nobody really has anything to say, but one person does, and it can look like dominating and being an authority when everyone else is quiet. And I'm wondering if you've had experience with that and how that, what you've done or how that has worked for you.
What I will do is slip in a word, a second option, something that I believe could be, jog somebody's mind and make somebody else come up with, changing emotion, for example. Because seeing a lot of people not participating to me is very frustrating. And I used to be part of that. I didn't think I had a right to talk, and I do when it's time, of course. So I'm on our VE CoDA board group. I'm part of a standing committee group. And let's just say there's not much difficulty with people sharing their thoughts. But if I feel one person is kind of swaying what's happening, I'll try to, gently raise my hand and just mention something to get people maybe to wake up and smell the coffee. That's all I can do. And if nobody else in the end doesn't choose to speak, that's on them. But I think a chairperson running the show won't let that run, won't let that happen. If only one person speaks, I don't think so.
Thank you.
Hi, Dan.
Hello.
Hi, Dan. This is Julie B., recovering codependent, and I just love this workshop. And doing world service really enhanced my tradition with boundaries. to just levels beyond my wildest dreams. But I just wanted to quickly share an example how the group conscious process really works. I live in Nevada, and I was going to a CoDA conference in California, and I was going to stay at the home of a CoDA sister, and we were going to have like a pajama party with other CoDA sisters. So I got dropped off at the airport, or I needed a ride to her house. And she said, we had a group conscious not to pick you up from the airport. And I went into my head like, what? You know, like I went into my self-centered thinking and my own will, and I had a resentment. And then I went to the traditions that they had a group conscience. So I took an Uber, and it cost about $35. And I got dropped up at her house, and they were having a group meditation. That's why they couldn't pick me up at the airport. And then I was able to join. So it's my own self-will that blocks, you know, my abilities to be present in unity. So that was just a wonderful example I wanted to share about the GC. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing. It's funny how higher power works. Anyone else?
Can I pipe up?
Hello. Hi.
I guess I was talking over somebody. Thank you for letting me go.
Ask me something, please.
There was a polite gentleman that let me through. I appreciate that. I wanted to kind of second on you reiterating how important it is to speak at group conscience. I had an experience once, more recently than I'd like to admit, where I thought I was being very recovered because I was very set on not influencing other people's opinions. And that's why I didn't speak up. And the group cast the vote. There was one abstained. Everybody voted yes. I voted no. And then they asked me why. And I explained my point. They wanted to recast the vote, and group voted no. So it was a very important lesson for me. So it's not just I have the right to be heard. My group has the right to hear what I have to say. And that was at least as important. Thank you.
That's the point of it all. Yes.
Hi, this is Terry. I'm a recovering codependent, and I had a question. I really respect your recovery and all of your experience. So I was wondering if you had any insight, or I'd be open to feedback. My home group has not rotated service positions for 3 or more years, and we had a few group conferences about it. And finally, I tried to volunteer for a service position. And so now we had a discussion, me and the other person, and we split up the duties. And I just came back to my group and announced that. And I am not sure that I'm not sure that it's being accepted. And so I was just wondering if you had any feedback or advice or experience with something like this. Thank you.
If I put myself in your shoes and I see that happening, because I'm a stringent believer in rotation of service, it's dangerous to have the same people doing the same job all the time. Kind of a hidden agenda. But I would make it a point, to answer your question, I would make it a point at the next business meeting, and usually in our group we'll announce the topics in advance, 2 or 3 weeks before the actual business meeting, and I will make it a point to bring up the issue that rotation of service is not being respected. One of the booklets that just comes to mind, the Healthy Meetings Matter booklet, speaks to that. It speaks to group conscience. In fact, that was going to come up later in one of the other concepts. But if you have literature in hand and you can find the exact paragraph and bring it with you, it's CoDA literature, for God's sake, and say, this is what it says. You know, I'm putting into question something that's going on here. And what's important that didn't come up, it's in another concept, is that we don't mention names. Like I wouldn't say, well, George I think is, running the show here. No, someone, I don't feel quite, this is not CoDA unity. This is not the common welfare. So I propose, let's listen to this particular paragraph in Healthy Meetings Matter. That is in the middle of our table at every meeting, by the way, because a lot of those issues like that one come up, and we've got that in the FSM. So make it a point to bring it up, because that is your truth, and nobody will speak for you. Nobody can read your mind. That would be my experience, strength, and hope on that.
Okay, thank you. And you would say that rather than just going ahead and leading with a topic and reading from the Healthy Meetings Matter, to propose that we listen to a paragraph from it and see if everyone would agree?
I think
Dan, before you go, we're at time, so if you could wrap up.
Yeah, will do. I think the first thing I would do is speak what I believe, what I feel, what I'm feeling. It's important to be in touch with our feelings. I'm feeling frustrated. I'm feeling whatever you may be feeling with what is going on, and then say, I was going through the Healthy Meetings Matter booklet, and this one sentence really confirmed for me what my higher power is making me feel, and out of self-integrity, I need to bring this forward, and I want to present this to the rest of the group. Pass.
Thanks.
Thanks for everything, Dan. Can you put a link to where that your breakdown is of the service concepts on the CoDA website, or what the name of it is?
There isn't any. That's the problem. There's nothing on the internet in CoDA regarding the concepts. What I was sharing on the screen were my own personal notes.
Can you share those?
What I'll do, hold on a second, wrong button. I will send to everyone my email. Write my name first so you know whose it is. Go to sudbury.on@gmail.com. So if any of you wish to have a copy, the Wordle, whatever it is I may have put up on the screen, write to that email and I'll make sure you get it. Whoops. Is that okay? So that's the trouble.
Can I just add a comment? Nancy O here.
Hi, Nancy O.
I just wanted to share the link. I've shared it in the chat to the Service Concepts booklet, which is on the CoDA.org website.
Thanks.
It's under Members Resources. If you can't remember, if you're trying to find it someday down the road, go to Members Resources, and it's under Service Materials. And what will be there is past draft voting entity literature and past voting entity literature that was approved. So just so that you know where to go and look, go to Members Resources, and under Service Material, you'll find a copy of it there. There's a page. People are to submit their comments to Dan with feedback, and the whole booklet is there for you to review with all that good stuff, that a lot of the good stuff that Dan was talking about.
I'll put the link to the CoDA.org so you can actually see the booklet. I can find it here. Here we go.
Thanks. Thanks, Dan. Thanks, Dan. Our speaker is going to be in about 10 minutes. So we give up, since we missed our break. So you guys can take a 10-minute break, but this room will stay open. If you want to continue chatting, that's fine. I just wanted to let everyone know if they need to take a break to go ahead and take it.
So Florence, I just wanted to get a sound check. Is it okay like this, or do I need the headphones? Can you hear me pretty well?
I can hear you.
Perfect.
Thank you, Dan. That's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
So I've also added on the chat the from the CoDA.org website, go to the 2020 Service Conference tab, and that opens up a whole page, what happened at the Service Conference in August. At the very bottom is voting entity.
So if everybody's done, and can mute for just a moment, there's the break and you're free to talk, but I'm going to run what we would call the flag ceremony, and I'm going to run it in PowerPoint on the shared screen. So enjoy your fellowship as well.
Thanks, Carol.
Thank you, Dan. Good workshop.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Dan.
Great
My
job,
pleasure.
Dan.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup.
Where's the play? Beginning. Can everybody see the?
I can see it.
Great, just want confirmation. Thank you very much. There's no, I don't think there's sound, so that's why I'm saying feel free to chat if you like.
Hi, I was in the workshop with Liz. I didn't get the last part of the sharing that she was going to have for us in the chat. Can someone please post it here?
I think it's been posted.
I don't see it. So I'm in the main room. I'm not in the.
Yeah, we all are now.
I'll post it again. I've posted
Thank
it
you.
several times, but I don't mind posting it again.
Thanks, Liz.
Sorry, I ended it. I didn't mean to end it that abruptly. I hit the button. The breakout room.
If anybody wants my email, just private message me, and I'm more than willing to connect. So
it's great. Thanks, Liz.
Florence,
Yes.
did you get my chat message?
I see one about files.
I left and rejoined and I lost the co-host thing.
Oh, okay. I'll put you back.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think when I closed the breakout room, it kicked you guys out, and I don't know why it makes you rejoin.
No,
but
it was my Zoom client. It crashed.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, I recognize everybody was pretty well back.
Thank you.
Somebody's okay. That doesn't look right. Can somebody kick that 1-800? There's a 1-800 phone. Yeah, I think that's, I'm gonna look at the registrations because that looks like something that's not right. Okay. Who is at 1-800-461-9875? Is that a participant here? You might be muted.
Oh, I think it's not anybody we recognize.
Okay, can we kick it?
I can, yeah. Remove. Okay, removed.
Thank you.
So I think to do a screen share, I need to be made co-host.
Okay.
Okay, thanks. And then what's my hard stop?
So we're adding 15 minutes. So I guess it was 5:25, I think.
So like 5:40?
No, wait a second. I think we gave you 45 minutes. So
Oh, okay, so 5:10 plus 15, right?
So it's
5:25 now?
It's 4:45 now, so you would have till 5:30.
5:30. Okay, thanks. And I might not take that long. But...
Okay.
Are we starting now?
4:45 we're supposed to start.
It's 3 minutes.
If I missed somebody in the chat, please message me again. I'm getting lost in the messages.
Tell me about it.
Not a complaint. I'm very happy that people are interested, but I just can't keep track. I'm losing it.
If you have, if they private message you, Liz, then you can copy the chat and have their information at the end of the.
No, I'm sending them mine. I'm sending them mine.
But they're asking you in chat, right? For your information.
Yeah, but they're not giving me their information. I'm providing them mine, which is how I'd like it to be. So that's why I'm, anyway, never mind. Thanks for your help. I don't need it.
Oh, great.
Excuse me, how do we access the meetings we haven't been in? If we want recordings, please.
Okay, so they will be posted on the CoDA.org site eventually, like after this meeting, they get posted.
Thank you.
When it's finished, yeah. Nice to see you, Jillian.
Will those ones be accessible for a while, or is there like a week long, or quite a while?
No, they'll be, once they're up, they're up.
Okay, thank you.
It just might take us a bit to get it up. So don't expect it in 24 hours, I think, but something like that.
Yeah, I'm not sure how we're going to have those, how long we'll have those available, but we'll let you know.
Yeah. That's
that 800 is back. 800 is back.
Yeah.
Let me check.
That 1-800 number is back.
Yeah.
And I keep hearing noises from it, and I don't think it's an appropriate person. And I don't see anybody weird registered.
The person keeps registering even though I remove them.
I didn't see a register. Let me look.
No, there is, I don't think 1-800 sounds right. That's a,
Yeah, suspicious.
unless we can chat with them.
I don't see them on the participant list.
I deleted them.
Oh, okay. That's why.
Is there a way to block? I thought there was a way to like block that number.
Yeah.
Isn't there a passcode for the meeting? So
Yes.
they entered the passcode.
But we've had people bypass those before.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, some people are too clever.
Okay.
So just a time check if we're starting. Oh,
Should I start?
45.
Yeah, so it's 4:45.
Okay. So I'll start by sharing my screen if that's okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, do you have permission? Are you a co-host?
Yeah, I do now.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. So I wanted to thank CoDA for allowing me to share my story. So my story is just going to follow that basic 3-part division: what I was like, the steps I took, and what I'm like now. And I wanted to start with a disclaimer to take what you like and leave the rest. So let me just minimize this. Good. So I like to say that I grew up in the shadows of the Great Depression. So I didn't grow up in the Great Depression. I grew up in the 1960s and 70s. But my dad grew up in the Great Depression. And that meant that he taught me at a very young age scarcity myths, that I can't earn a living despite evidence of material security. And this led me to dealing drugs when I was in college, despite actually being a Dean's List student. It led me down a really destructive path. I was connected to the type of people, and this is the 1980s when I went to college. I was connected to the type of people that you really don't want to be connected to. These were cocaine smugglers from Colombia. And it all kind of came to a head where, and the only reason why I did it was not because I was addicted to drugs or because I actually had a scarcity of financial means, thanks. Instead, it's that I was afraid. I was afraid that I wouldn't have enough. I was in my last year of college and I had a degree that, in theory, according to everything that I believed, wasn't going to enable me to earn a living. And so this opportunity arose. What happened was that I was dealing marijuana, which is nothing like dealing cocaine, and was running out of money, running out of marijuana, and this guy was dealing cocaine, and he was connected to these Colombians. And so what happened was that he brought an undercover DEA agent into my college dorm room. And that resulted in me getting busted. And there's this kind of weird rule in the drug world that whoever brings the DEA into a situation, they're the ones that are responsible. And I was made aware of this, and I was told the drug dealer, the smuggler from Colombia, your guy brought a DEA agent into my dorm room, and you've got to work this out. And so basically, I threaded a needle that's pretty much impossible to thread. Either in the drug dealing world, drug smuggling world, you either end up dead or you end up in jail for like 20 to life with, the situation. And I kind of threaded a needle where I said to the guy, look, you've got this guy who's your mule, who actually there's evidence that he's been smuggling cocaine for you, going from Bogota to Miami and then to Minneapolis over and over again. So it's a believable story. And, you know, you'll say, and I'll say that he's the dealer, he's my connection, and I'll give him up, and then he'll just never go to Bogota again, and you lose your mule. And they were okay with that, and it kind of all went down as I kind of hoped it would. And I basically ended up not going to prison for the rest of my life and not being murdered by these drug smugglers. But that's how unmanageable these things were. All because I believed that there was a scarcity of resources. Also, I believed that I was unlikable unless I had things, money, drugs. I was a human doing as opposed to a human being. And I had a actual as opposed to a theoretical experience. So the actual experience was that I grew up in a upper middle class family, but I kind of grew up with the belief that I was poor. And my grandfather, my dad's dad, had this kind of rags to upper middle class story. He was suffering from tuberculosis for like years when my dad was growing up. And he recovered from TB. He lived long enough to get the solution, the medical solution, and suddenly these sanitariums became ghost towns. And I grew up with a better than mentality. Whatever it was, I was better than. You know, I was special, I was better than, and I had to succeed because I was better than, but I'll talk about that more in slides to come. There was a multi-generational pressure to outdo. So my grandfather was really successful. My dad was successful. I had to be more successful. And that all resulted in my compulsion, which is workaholism. Regarding my dad, the way that he played out this growing up in the depression thing as an adult in terms of his addiction was he became an addicted gambler. Kind of an unusual addiction because he became addicted to gambling in the options markets and financial options. He became an options broker. He was really successful. He understood the information very well. He actually taught options classes at a university. Coming from that welfare childhood, though, no matter how successful he became, he was destined to not feel deserving and to get rid of the money as soon as it came in. That was his deal. By the time he had his quadruple bypass and stroke, he was close to $1 million in debt. And then there's my mom's side. So my mom's family, her parents owned a kosher butcher shop in London's East End. My dad always says that he grew up in poverty and abject poverty, but growing up in Brooklyn in the 1930s and the Depression, they had indoor plumbing. My mom, what she was going through, there was like communal outhouses in the slums of London's East End. So whatever poverty he experienced, you know, hers was to the second power or the third power beyond that. After the war, after World War II, they moved to the suburbs of London, moved out of London's East End. And there was a black market during the war in ration coupons. My mom was evacuated from London's East End to Cornwall, which is, you know, by the sea and in the country during the bombing of Britain. And this is ages 7 to 12. So The kind of cover story for this whole thing was you got to keep the kids safe, get them out of London. London's being bombed. But in reality, what it really was they wanted the working population to be focused on making the munitions and fighting and doing the work of winning the war. And by taking the kids away from the parents, that enabled them to focus 100% of their energy on war efforts. And so it's state-sponsored abandonment. And that's what my mom grew up with, along with her sisters. There was definitely physical abuse in Cornwall. She tells stories about, how they used to hit her and how they would kind of like psychological torture as well. Like they would put oatmeal down. My mom didn't like oatmeal, and they would take it away and it would be there for lunch. And she didn't like it. She would refuse it. It would be there for dinner. And it would go like that for day after day until eventually, there were flies all over it. And eventually they just gave up and threw it away. Also believe that there is sexual abuse. Now, there's no actual evidence of this, but I'm the youngest of 4, and my older brother abused me. And I truly, from the bottom of my heart, believe that this was learned behavior, either on one level or another level. Either it was learned behavior, he sexually abused me because he was sexually abused by my mom. I don't know if that was it, but I think that she was sexually abused, and consequently, sexual abuse was normalized. That type of behavior was acceptable. So when my brother abuses me sexually, it's not like, oh, we need intervention. Instead, it was normalized. Like, oh, of course, that happened to me. It's, unthinkable that it wouldn't happen to other members of my family, that it wouldn't happen to my kids. So I think that happened in Cornwall as well. So she grew up with food issues and abject poverty. And in terms of her, it led to alcoholism as a coping mechanism and rageaholism. I remember on many occasions, my mom just being beet red in the face, just unbelievably like a tomato. And compliance was my response. So if you look up patterns and characteristics and look up compliance, that's me in a nutshell, especially if someone is angry. Even if they're not angry towards me, I still struggle where I make it very subjective. And that is a direct result of my mom's rageaholism. In addition to all that, I like to say that I grew up in the shadows of the Holocaust. So I never actually grew up in the Holocaust. I grew up in the 60s and 70s, like I said. My parents actually never grew up in the Holocaust. My dad grew up in Brooklyn and my mom grew up in London. But they grew up in the shadow of the Holocaust. They grew up in the fear of the Holocaust. They grew up in a world where family members were being murdered in Europe, and where, especially for my mom, with the bombing of Britain and the idea that the Nazis could invade England and that she, as a Jew, would be put into a camp and murdered, was a big part of my childhood. And my shield against abuse by others, these amorphous others who I've never experienced in real life, but who I was told were out there, people that hated me, not because of what I did, not because of who I was, but because of my ethnicity. The way, and this was learned behavior from my parents, the way to cope with that shadow was perfectionism. If I was just perfect enough, then that could be a shield against abuse. If I was just smart enough, if I just knew enough information, if I just worked hard enough. So this existential survivor's guilt I was taught that a human being was not enough and that I must do something extraordinary with my life. Not just extraordinary like in regular human terms of what's possible, but so extraordinary that it would compensate for the murder of millions of human beings. That's the level of workaholism that I embodied prior to my recovery. Also, there was this better than myth of a chosen people, not because they were religious. I was certainly not religious. They were not religious. Instead, it was an ethnic thing that we were the chosen people. We were the descendants of rabbis. We were smarter. We were better. And of course, this was just a shield against this myth of abuse and the potential of people hating us. So one of the main reasons that others hated me had to do with money myths, which kind of dovetails perfectly into those first two slides. So whatever money I had, if I had money, it devolved into a deserving myth, as well as a wealth ceiling. So it was okay to have enough money to pay my bills, but not okay to have money saved. Also, there was all those other kind of cultural stereotypical myths that due to my ethnicity, I was good with money, that I was stingy, that I was greedy, that I was good at bargaining and haggling. So in terms of what it was like, my experience with an addicted gambling father, my dad taught me simultaneously that I could do anything that I set my mind to. And simultaneously, when I said, well, what I want to do is I want to make a living writing fiction, he told me that that was an unrealistic goal and that I have to choose a different aspiration. My father's gambling addiction and belief that writing was unrealistic led to the purchase of, after graduating finally, led to, at a different university, led to the purchase of a seat on a minor New York futures exchange in 1987. Basically, the minimum for these seats is $100. There was supply and demand. There was too many of these seats. It went to $100. We bought a seat for $100 and a tiny stake in a trading account. As you might imagine, I was broke by 1998. So all of this had to do with the gambling mindset. So what do gamblers do? What did my dad do in terms of money issues? Well, he taught that you can't accept losing and that there's shame associated with losing. And that shame prevents acceptance of losses. What I learned was that successful people in that career of trading, they view losses and uncertainty of any single trade as a normal part of the process. In addition, gamblers want perfect solutions. They want to always win 100% of the time. And in trading, we call that the perfect trader syndrome. And one trader says you can make a lot of money by being less than perfect, that it's okay that you're not perfect, just as long as you have more successful trades than you have unsuccessful trades. And finally, there's fear regarding lack, fear regarding money. And I actually turned to Eastern philosophy to learn lessons there regarding how to view money differently, how to view it without fear, without being paralyzed by fear, let me put it that way. So I learned even-mindedness and non-attachment to the results of any particular gain or loss. I learned that I'm not my trades and I have worth and am successful despite having losing trades. Over the next 15 years, I learned that successful trading is doing the opposite of what addicted gamblers do. So gamblers operate in a fog, if you can remember fog: fear, which is fear of failure, of not deserving success; obligation, so to compensate for loss, to make up for losses in the past, to make it up to your family for all, for all those financial failures that they've endured. And in trading, we call that revenge trading. And finally, guilt regarding losses. Over the next 15 years, I actually became successful at this career. I developed successful trading methods, and these methods, also known as models, what they consistently do is they dampen emotionalism, they dampen the fear, they dampen the greed, they teach patience. I also learned managing risk, which also dampens the fear, dampens the greed. And finally, discipline. Despite the pain of losses and any shame associated with loss and doubt regarding self-worth due to not just one loss, but even loss after loss, clusterings of losses. But my financial success was still fueled by codependency due to childhood trauma. I still worked in an all or none world. I still was paralyzed by workaholism, and I was alienated, and I alienated myself and walled myself off. And the Hopis have a term for this type of life. They call it koyaanisqatsi, which means life out of balance. And that was my life. Okay, so even before recovery, I saw the parallels between trading and what successful players in the gaming industry, in other words, the casinos, what they do. And you can see them here in this graph. So it's all about success in trading is learning how to manage risk. Success in trading is learning discipline, how to be disciplined. And success in trading is developing these methodologies that that have more wins than losses, or bigger wins than losses, either way. Okay, so my addiction was workaholism. So drugs or alcohol could never hold me the way that workaholism could, because they didn't satisfy me that way, and they got in the way of workaholism. I couldn't operate if I was inebriated, or if I was numbing myself or dulling the pain. So my drug was workaholism, and any chemical addiction would just get in the way. So I never, I was too afraid of chemicals to actually become addicted to them. As the neglected youngest child of an alcoholic mom and an addicted gambling father, work gave me the applause that I craved, gave me the money and security that society respects, and temporarily soothe, just like drinking salty water. Temporarily, it seems like the thirst is being quenched, but not at all. It temporarily soothed irrational fears of poverty that I acquired from my Depression era parents. And let's see if I can do it. Maybe not. Yeah, there it is. That was me. I was the youngest of four, and that's my dad and my siblings. Okay, so I'm going to actually minimize so I can see the top. So remember, my dad said I couldn't earn a living writing fiction. Well, my dad didn't believe that there could be financial success, and I had success in trading. I learned what the opposite of gambling was. And that was a lot of my codependent behavior prior to entering CoDA. Was I was going to do the opposite. And that's healthy, because what my parents were doing was not healthy, black or white thinking. So in 2014, I decided that I'd show my dad, just like I did in trading, I was going to make it as a fiction writer. So I spent 2.5 years writing a historical novel while still trading and educating traders and risk managers. I got married, and my wife was a lot like my mom, a hard-headed alcoholic with abandonment issues, highly intelligent, highly hardworking. My workaholism led to isolation, walling myself off, and control issues. I had absolute control in my work environment. I was teaching courses, and I knew the material, and the people taking my courses were there to learn the material that I knew. So it was an absolute control environment, and I thrived in that environment. But it was like, a castle made of sand. At age 54, I hit my rock bottom. My wife was in the ICU dying of alcoholic cirrhosis. And step one, life became unmanageable. My life became unmanageable, no matter how well I did at work. And I had to admit that I was powerless over my wife's alcoholism. Still at this point, I don't know that I admitted I was powerless over my workaholism. I had to deal with one powerlessness at a time. And that was the first one that was staring me in my face that I couldn't deny anymore. And my pattern in my family of origin was denial. That no matter what it was, if I could deny it, I would deny it. And that's what it was in my family of origin too. Anything that was unpleasant, anything that made us look bad, deny it. You know, not true. And if I couldn't deny it, minimization. It's not that bad. And this was learned behavior too. You know, when my brother, my brother, not only did he sexually abuse me, but then he had kids and sexually abused them. My mom's response to that, since she couldn't deny it, was to minimize it. It's not that bad. He didn't actually rape them. And so these were patterns of behavior that I too, in terms of I would deny something, I would deny my wife's alcoholism. And when I couldn't deny it, I minimized it. And all that melted away when she was in the ICU dying of cirrhosis. Now, my dad's pattern, one of my dad's patterns was infidelity. He was a serial adulterer. So what I do was I would do the opposite. I was going to remain faithful to my wife regardless of how dysfunctional our life became. Money, workaholism, they didn't help in healing emotional trauma. I didn't even know what emotional intelligence was before recovery. So there was no reason for me to look at it, to value it, and to seek more of it. But of course, nothing is black or white. Money and my success in the work world did help with my wife's hospital bills. Okay, so that's what I was like. The steps that I took was that I surrendered. I surrendered to something greater than myself. It was a higher power of my own understanding. And I let that power lead. So what I learned was God, guidance. God, you and I dance, and my higher power leads. But I need to do my part. I have to dance as well. Otherwise, nothing's going to happen. I have to do my part. I have to do the work. Okay, what is a higher power of my understanding? So if you remember, my first slide before I got into any of this said, take what you like and leave the rest. I'm going to re-emphasize this now. If the next thing that I say does not help you, just disregard it. But if it is helpful, great. So for me, a higher power of my own understanding cannot be labeled. The minute that I start to label it as whatever, God, Krishna, Buddha, nature, any label that I give makes it small for me. I don't, I'm all about control, and it's only natural for me to apply that compulsion to control to a higher power. And even if I call it God, I'm going to try and control it by making it small so that I'm bigger than it. But if I can't label it, if I allow it to remain infinite and allow it to remain beyond my wildest comprehension and to actually be beyond my understanding. So my understanding is that it's beyond my understanding. That enables it to be my higher power. because now it's just too big and I have to surrender to it. And I have to allow it to lead because I don't understand it, not completely. I certainly understand that it's bigger than me. And for now, at this stage in my recovery, that's all I need to understand. Anything else is me making it too darn small to help me. And I need it to be big. I need it to be so big that my life can get better and that I can recover from my compulsion and my desire to control. I came to believe. I came to meetings, CoDA meetings. I woke up, I became aware of my disease. I gained an awareness of this compulsion, this compulsive behavior. And I came to believe in something greater than myself. You know, in terms of the steps that I took, I wanted to start with this slide because this is still the core of my recovery and what enables me to get better on a daily basis. Okay, I'm just going to minimize it again so I can see the top. I overcame destructive thinking and destructive behaviors. When I hit my rock bottom, I experienced suicidal ideation. You know, people think, oh, like, you know, chemical fellowships, there's this rock bottom that we hit. You know, where whatever it is, you know, they drunk driving, you lose your license. What, you know, my wife's case, you know, being in the ICU, dying of alcoholic cirrhosis. But I had a rock bottom in CoDA before I came to CoDA. I had a codependent rock bottom. I clearly remember 2 o'clock in the morning. My wife was in the ICU, dying of alcoholic cirrhosis, and I was not able to visit her, and I didn't know who I was, and I didn't know who I was without her. I had no sense of self. And I had this kind of, for lack of a better definition, desolation. I was overwhelmed by desolation. And I had suicidal ideation. And there's a quote that I remembered at this moment, and it was, "What we resist persists." And again, it's another one of those take what you like and leave the rest. If it doesn't help you, just ignore it. But for me, this really helped me because the idea that I was resisting life, and if I killed myself, I was going to have to, you know, reincarnate and experience this same moment over and over again until I faced into it. That helped me. That helped me to get over the suicidal ideation and to say, no matter how bad this is, no matter how much suffering I have to endure, I am going to persist. And I'm going to live through it, because I don't want to be in this situation ever again. And that rock bottom is a place that I can always return to whenever I doubt, oh, am I really recovering? I'm having a bad day. I can always go back to that moment and say, of course I'm recovering. I'm nowhere like where I was at that moment, that rock bottom. So I suffered from all or none thinking. I either want to be God or I want to make you my God. In recovery, I let my higher power be my higher power. And my habit of walling off and isolating, well, CoDA gave me the antidote to that habit, which is going to meetings and getting a sponsor and working with my sponsor. And my sponsor is a mentor who guides me through recovery. My recovery doesn't work. First of all, my recovery starts with meetings, but my recovery doesn't work unless I'm working the steps with a sponsor who has experienced strength and hope. In addition, I started doing service work, local service positions, the CoDA Winter Retreat. I was a speaker there, and service work with sponsees. I access, how does CoDA help? It helps me to access solutions that are transcendent of self, access solutions that are transcendent of what I can see. It gives me the ability, if I'm open to it, to have others point out my blind spots, if and when I ask for help from safe and supportive people. How do I know that these people are safe and supportive? So one thing that my sponsor taught me was share, check, share. So I share and I check, I see, how do they respond? Do they respond in a way that is safe and supportive? If so, I know that I can share more, check again, and so on. Okay. These are the people that I ask for feedback from. And because they're safe and supportive, they have the ability to, and they have the experience to point out blind spots. Emotional support. CoDA provides me with emotional support as long as I keep asking for help. And I remember in those early days when my wife was in the ICU dying of cirrhosis, I actually taped to the outside of my office door, ask for help. And I still do that. I still ask for help all the time. And then the spiritual support of a higher power. CoDA taught me gentleness, that, you know, easy does it, but do it also. I need to do the work, but I don't have to do it in a compulsive fashion. I can do the work and then rest, recharge, and then do more work, and then rest, gentleness. It also taught me the power of amends, that I can take steps to heal. And for me, that means doing amends in a sincere fashion. It also taught me forgiveness, forgiving others, you know, without allowing myself to open myself up for future abuse. And more importantly, it taught me forgiving myself, because that's the person that I was hardest on. I wasn't as hard on other people as I am on myself. It taught me serenity. And it taught me prayer and meditation. And I'll take a moment to share with you what my sponsor taught me in terms of prayer. He said that his prayer is help. So simple. No bells and whistles, no fancy stuff attached, just help. By keeping it real simple like that, it allows it to be really, really expansive and open. And that works for me. Meditation, I had a long history with meditation. I had been an instructor of meditation since 2004. So I know how to meditate, but I now live a meditative life. Before, I would meditate and then I'd go back to my craziness. Now I allow meditation to be a tool of my recovery. Whenever the compulsive crazies revive and reassert themselves, I apply the antidote of prayer and meditation. Okay. So the steps that I took in the beginning, when I first came to CoDA, I went to 6 meetings a day when I was in town. So I have a travel job. But when I was in town, I went to 6 meetings a day. Now, locally, there's only, at the time, there were only 2 physical CoDA meetings a week. But I am in another program. and between the two programs, I was able to go to 6 meetings a week. I saw a therapist who had 20 plus years in another fellowship. Immediately, my first CoDA meeting, after the meeting, I got a sponsor and I started working the steps with him immediately. And then my therapist said, after I finished the steps the first time, said, well, you know, in the chemical fellowships, after a slip, they do the steps again from the beginning. And my emotional gut reaction to that statement was absolute, antipathy. And so I knew I had to work the steps again. Absolutely. If that was my gut reaction, I knew that I had more work to do, and that I needed to do it as soon as possible. Now, once I was out of crisis, I started working with a different therapist just because my first therapist was a crisis therapist. Around 1.5 years into my recovery, I had a workaholism relapse where I started working obsessively and I started isolating again. My wife—
Richard, you have 5 minutes. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Thanks so much. My wife pointed it out. I admitted it was true. I named it. I admitted that my program was treading water, and I sought a deeper recovery. I went to the CoDA Winter Retreat, and I asked someone with decades of CoDA recovery experience to sponsor me. I do everything that that sponsor asks of me, including leading a big book CoDA meeting, telling my story at meetings like this, leading Step 11 workshops, and working the steps with him. I use a wide array of recovery tools: prayer, meditation, studying the literature, and journaling. I'm not perfect, but there is progress. I can feel depressed, but I am more than this feeling. I've learned how to right size it. I don't obsess, and I practice good self-care. No more all-nighters, working all night, or weekend workaholic binges. I reclaim and heal my wounded inner child, and I make time for fun, walking the dog with my wife, and writing and performing fiction work. Okay, so I wanted just to leave, let me see. Okay, I've got 2 minutes left. So this is actually from some piece of fiction that I wrote, How Spiritual Evolution Works. Zadie sonorously bowed a bassy violin note. This is the grossest octave of G. Most shamans teach the universe as a circle. Instead, it's a spiral. You heal the grossest octave of an emotion, such as hatred, imagining it's forever vanquished. Yet you've only mastered hatred's grossest iteration. He clumsily flubbed a higher octave of the note. When a subtler octave of the same emotion rises in your mind, it too must be healed, perfectly bowing the previously butchered G. This is the nature of spiritual evolution. Okay, I've got 1 minute left. So I wanted to show you this, that the thing that, that worked in this mundane world of the gaming industry and trading, there are actually parallels in our world. So the methodology is the 12-step program. That's the structure. Risk management, that's kind of like Easy Does It in our program. And discipline is the perseverance, steps 10, 11, and 12. Okay, I'm not gonna have time to go through all that and then came COVID stuff. Instead, I think I'd like to leave you with this. So I wrote this last year. Surrender is not weakness. Rigidity is not strength. Serenity is not passive. Mind is not master. God is not religion. Spirit is not body. Faith is not belief. Beyond seeking, beyond being, beyond meditating, beyond prayer is grace. Grace is transcendent. Love is transcendent. Peace is transcendent. Truth is transcendent. You are transcendent. Surrender. Here, now, as you are. Dust releases into light. Surrender. Again, again, till knots uncoil. Home now, now, here as you are. Thank you for letting me share.
That's awesome, Richard. Can we give him like, I don't know, a hand? Like, I think there's a way to
Thanks,
clap
Richard.
on.
Thank you, Richard.
Nice job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Richard.
Thank you so much.
Richard,
Thank
awesome
you.
job. Excellent.
Thank you. Thank you, Richard. Awesome. Wonderful. Wonderful lead.
Can you share that
you,
prayer
Richard.
with us? That was great.
That was great.
Sure.
Or poem. You wrote it, right?
I did write it.
Yeah, it's awesome. I love it.
Thanks so much. Yeah, I'll pull it for you.
So I'm going to stop the recording. Oh, no. I'm going to stop the recording and then restart it for Kathy for closing. And then after that, we'll leave the room open a little bit if you guys want to fellowship for just a little while. But I'm going to turn it over to Kathy now.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank everybody for being here. I mean, it takes a village to make this happen. And thank you so much all for your patience as we navigated through this technical difficulties and figuring it all out. So thank you for not throwing in the towel and for being here, because it actually takes all of us to make this happen. And I want to thank the events team. I don't want to forget anybody, but I have a lot of people to thank, and I'm not going to do individuals. Thank you for the workshop leaders, and thank you especially for the speaker. Everything was just great. If you want to have comments, please send your email to events. I don't know if we're going to have a survey, but we'll discuss that at our meeting. But if you have any helpful suggestions or anything you want to tell us for next time, if you want to volunteer to be a workshop leader or a speaker, send that to events.org.
Question for you. Are you going to put I missed some of the program today. Are you going to post all the speakers somewhere eventually? Or?
We will post that. I'm not sure where, but the people that are in our meeting will receive.
We have too many people. Wait a minute. I'm going to mute everybody.
You can answer that. I won't mute.
Oh, no, we're not sure where we're going to post them. We may just email them after we get them all formatted and everything. We may just send them to everyone who registered through Eventbrite instead of posting it on the website. That's might be what we'll do.
Thank you.
You muted me again.
I didn't mute you. Okay. And if you want to come to our in-person, hopefully our in-person International CoDA Convention will be in Ottawa, Canada. And the dates for the International CoDA Convention is the last weekend in July, which is July 30th, 31st, and August 1st for the weekend. And prior to that is our business meeting. If you want to know what's happening to CoDA around the world, it's very, very interesting. Anybody can attend, but you have to be registered. You're certainly welcome to do that. That is also live streamed. I believe it will be. And if you need any literature, that's on the website. I know I don't have everything written down, and I apologize. I encourage the newcomers because they are really the blood of our program. If this all sounds foreign, keep coming back because we were all newcomers at one time. So anything else, Florence, that I missed?
Does anyone who has a desire to help out with events, we are looking for members. We are short-staffed. We're down to 5 of us, and it's a lot of work for 5 people. And today we were short one of us because he had a sick kitty, so we were down to 4, and it was pretty tough. So if you have any interest in helping out with events, just give us an email at events@coda.org.
Are there any other announcements? Okay, then we will end with the serenity prayer. And I guess we could all unmute. I know it'll sound a little funky, but it's okay. People aren't unmuted. That's okay. We'll end with this serenity prayer. Okay. God.
Grant me this
To accept
the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference.
And the wisdom
Thanks for sharing. Keep coming back at works if you
works
work. You're worth it.
So work it, you're worth it.
So work it because you're worth it. Coming back.
That was kind of cool. I kept
Thank
going
you.
around to different people.
I just wanted to say kudos to everybody who's come internationally, and welcome to you all. I'm just, I'm edified anyways that there's such a wide response.
This is Jay. Thanks, Carol, Florence, Kathy, and events. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. This was.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Coming back.
Thank you. It was wonderful.
Keep coming back. There's plenty of committees who would love to have service people, trusted servants. Stay in touch if you like with them. You can go to CoDA.org and see all the committees there.
Thank you, events crew, team. I know it's hard work on the tech side, and I'm sure I speak for so many of us. We are so grateful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you, everyone. Great event.
I don't know if we'll leave the room open while we're going to go to the breakout room and talk a little bit, but you guys can fellowship a little bit for probably about 15 minutes before we close the room.
Yes, thank you for all those that we forgot. People that did behind the scenes, last minute volunteering to help.
Yes, Chief. Thank you, Karen.
Yes. Guess we can stop the recording.
That's right.
Stop recording.